been through some things. If you want a happy ending, that depends, of course, on where you stop your story. Orson Welles. The Big Brass Ring, 1982. Chapter 1. Madison Dalrymple leaned her shoulder against the giant oak tree and tried not to panic. Cheyenne was late, later than late. This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go down. They had agreed to meet at the park under the oak tree by 8 o'clock at the latest, but it was 20 past, and Cheyenne hadn't shown up or called or texted, and she wasn't answering Madison's calls or texts, and the combination of heat and anxiety had put Madison into a full-on sweat. Her shirt was glued to her back. Her shorts were bunching up in the middle. The bag of weed she'd bought off the old perv was practically baking in her front pocket. Maybe meeting at the park had been a bad idea, but Madison's dad hadn't given them much of a choice. He'd sprung it on her yesterday that the whole family was spending her birthday together at the fireworks show, like it was a surprise she would actually be happy with. Turning 15 wasn't as big a deal as 16, but being dragged to the park with her dad and her stepmom and her whiny half-brother felt more like a punishment than a celebration. Gnats and mosquitoes were everywhere. The food was disgusting. The punch was like cough syrup. There were at least 200 people sprawled across the field and splashing in the lake as they waited for the fireworks to start, and Madison hated every single one of them. "Cheyenne," she mumbled, her eyes skimming mullets and poodle perms. "Where are you?" At least the sun was finally setting. By 10 this morning, the temperature had soared past 100. The lake felt warmer than bath water. Her sunscreen had sweated off hours ago. Her skin was broiling. Madison watched heat waves shimmering across the parking lot at the top of the hill. Cars were packed tightly into the spaces. Bikes were abandoned along the sidewalk and down the stairs. Someone had turned off the overhead lights. The fireworks show was going to start soon. The whole town was acting like the 4th of July was hugely important, when nobody knew the difference between the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, and they had to hum most of the words to the Star-Spangled Banner when the school band played. It was just an excuse to eat too much and drink too much, so they could all forget they were trapped inside this stinking wet turd of a town. She gripped her phone in her hand. Her stepmom had already called twice looking for her, pretending that she wanted to be one big happy family. But Madison knew Hannah was trying to put on a show. Like, pretend that she was Madison's real mother. Like, pretend that she didn't secretly hate Madison. Worse, Madison's dad kept acting as if Madison was the problem. Her actual mother, his wife, had only been dead for 8 years, and he wanted to play it like she'd never even existed. Shit, Madison cursed. She wasn't going to let Hannah ruin things for her. Not this time. She checked the time on her phone again. Cheyenne was officially 26 minutes late. Madison took a deep breath, told herself that 26 minutes was nothing. Once, Cheyenne was an hour late, and a strange car had dropped her off outside Madison's house. Not even a Mustang or a Corvette, but a station wagon with those little cartoon characters on the back for a mom, a dad, 2 kids, and a dog. Hannah hadn't seen the car, but she'd turned all judgmental stepmother over the fresh hickey on Cheyenne's neck, narrowing her eyes like, what a whore. Madison? What? Madison yelped out the word. She started to sweat for real when she realized the woman who'd said her name was Hannah's best friend since forever. That Emmy Clifton Lang, also happened to be a police officer, brought out an extra layer of panic. "You're a little jumpy," Emmy said. "What's up, birthday girl?" "Nothing." Madison caught herself before she clamped her hand over the bag of weed in her pocket. "I'm fine." "You don't look fine. Are you drinking enough water?" Emmy took off her hat. She had naturally curly hair, but she kept it up in a bun like an old lady, even though she and Hannah had both turned 30 years old last month. "It's hotter out here than people think." "I know. Madison said, because did she think Madison was stupid? That's why I'm standing under a tree, in the shade, alone. Emmy didn't take the hint. She rested her hand on the tree. You know that saying, don't miss the forest for the trees? Madison rolled her eyes. All people did lately was give her advice she didn't ask for. What? Sometimes you think you know who you're dealing with, and you ignore the signs that maybe they're not the best thing in the world for you. Emmy shrugged. Sometimes you miss the big picture because you're too focused on the little stuff like having fun and sneaking out of the house and doing things you know you're not supposed to do. Then suddenly, one day, you're hit with the consequences of your actions. God, Madison groaned. She knew exactly where this Cheyenne Baker is a bad influence lecture was coming from. Tell Hannah to get a life, okay? She can stop sending people to talk to me. I'm leaving this stupid town as soon as I can. I hear you, Emmy said. College is a long way off, though. A lot can happen in 3 years. Sure. Madison wasn't going to tell her the truth. That if the plan worked, all she and Cheyenne had to do was wait out the next 2 months. Then they would move to Atlanta and never have to deal with people telling them what to do ever again. Emmy offered, I could show you around Mercer if you want. The campus is beautiful. I loved it there. Met some really cool people. Madison rolled her eyes again. I don't care about college, okay? Maybe not now, but listen, you're supposed to babysit Cole next weekend. Why don't you come early and we can talk about... I'm late. Madison made her voice dead cold. I told Cheyenne I'd meet her at the snowball stand 10 minutes ago. Okay, but give me just one more second, please. Emmy held onto her hand, which was weird. Then she squeezed Madison's fingers. I want you to know, you should already know, that Hannah really loves you. Madison's heart suddenly got jumpy. She felt the warmth of Emmy's hand wrapped around hers. Inexplicably, she wanted to cry. She watched you grow up. Emmy smiled. We both did. We both love you. Madison swallowed the lump in her throat. Whatever. She slipped her hand free, leaving Emmy alone with her old lady bun and her stupid smile and her stupid son, who still watched baby cartoons even though he was 11 years old. Madison waited until she'd reached the bleachers to wipe her nose with the back of her hand. She looked at the time on her phone again. The panic flooded back in. Cheyenne was officially 31 minutes late. Had Madison gotten something wrong? Were they supposed to meet at the house? She shook her head, because that wasn't right. She hadn't gotten anything wrong. They had gone over the plan dozens of times, even walked the route with a stopwatch, then taken their bikes because it felt safer to cut across the back roads instead of going through downtown where some busybody could spot Cheyenne and screw up her alibi. Madison couldn't wait to tell Cheyenne about lying straight to Emmy's face. They weren't meeting at the snowball stand. They were going to meet under the oak tree, then ride their bikes back to Cheyenne's house, then they were going to borrow Cheyenne's dad's car and boost some of his scotch. Then they were going to go joyriding around town while all the stupid people watched the fireworks. She had thought about it so many times that it felt like it had already happened. Mr. Baker's brand new Jetta zooming over 100 miles an hour down the stretch past Main Street, Madison sticking up from the sunroof, arms wide, the air whipping her hair around while Rihanna blasted through the speakers. 2 months. That was what Madison really needed to think about. The plan was going to work. They were really going to get away from here. It was actually going to happen. All they had to do was hold on until September. They were going to hitch a ride to Atlanta and stay in a suite at the Ritz-Carlton and get VIP tickets to Music Midtown and meet some older guys who could get them into clubs, and they'd probably end up married to football players and living in mansions. That was Cheyenne's prediction, at least. And just like when they were in middle school, she was bringing Madison along for the ride, which was great for Madison. She had never been popular, never fit in, always been too nerdy or too weird. Then Cheyenne's dad had moved the family to Clifton to take a job at the factory, and Madison's life had changed completely. Before then, she'd never been in trouble, never attracted attention, never talked back, never worn makeup, never even been kissed by a boy. She might as well have been dead. Only Cheyenne had been able to bring her to life. She knew how to have fun and, despite what Emmy Old Lady Bun was blabbing on about, how to get away with it. Cheyenne had shown Madison how to purse her lips, turn on her little girl voice, pretend like she was stupid so that men felt like they were big, strong protectors, and then they gave you whatever you wanted. That was Cheyenne's secret trick, to go after men. The boys closer to their own age were freaks and idiots. They didn't know what they wanted or how to get it. Men were different. They listened to you. They paid attention to what you wanted, bought you things, made you feel special, told you that you were pretty all the time, were grateful when you showed up, never complained if you were late or in a bad mood. Cheyenne said even the sex was better. But Madison wasn't so sure about that. She'd never had actual sex, only done some hand stuff, but it was mostly boring and sticky and not as exciting as Cheyenne made it out to be. "Come on, Shy," Madison whispered. "Where the hell are you?" Someone jostled up against her. A bunch of kids in wet bathing suits were heading toward the food tables. She looked up into the sky. The light had dimmed like someone had turned down the sun, and suddenly it was dusk. Smoke wafted off the grills, where hot dogs and hamburgers had been cooked for the crowd. The church ladies were setting out cupcakes with sparklers and packing away gooey potato salad and green bean casserole. Madison walked to the front of the bleachers and looked out at the sea of people that stretched from here to the lake, searching for Cheyenne's dark, spiky hair. All she saw was ancient Sheriff Gerald Clifton taking up too much space on a bunch of blankets his wife had spread out at the crack of dawn so they'd have the best seats in the house. Right in the middle of the field, not too close to the lake, not too far from the porta-potties. Everybody was coming up to the sheriff like he was royalty, which was maybe true since the entire county had been named after his great-great, however many greats, grandfather. Emmy was one of his deputies. His wife taught at the middle school, his son taught at the high school, his brother ran the factory. His 200-year-old sister played the organ at the Second Baptist. There were tons of Cliftons all over the county, cousins and great-uncles and too many aunts. Madison's dad joked that everybody who wasn't a Clifton either worked for the Cliftons or had been arrested by the Cliftons. A sudden dark thought made Madison feel sick to her stomach. Maybe Emmy's stupid forest trees lecture had been about something specific. Maybe Cheyenne had been arrested. Maybe they were holding her in jail. Madison frantically went back over the crowd, spotting Emmy talking to her husband. It looked more like she was yelling. Emmy was jabbing her finger at Jonah's chest as if she wanted to stab him. There was a second cop around here somewhere. Madison spun in a circle, desperate to find the other deputy. She heaved a sigh when she spotted Brett Temple standing near the long line to the porta-potties. Even she could tell he wasn't doing much of a good job. He was playing with his wide-brimmed hat instead of watching out for problems. Madison could see a slash of bright red across the back of his neck where he'd gotten sunburned. She let out another slow breath to try to calm herself. She studied the mass of people again, this time for Cheyenne. Still no sign, but Hannah popped up from the crowd like a prairie dog. She was scoping out the group of kids eating cupcakes, probably searching for Madison so they could take a perfect family photo she could post on Facebook. Madison felt her lips twist into a smirk as she hid behind old Mr. Singh from the hardware store. Hannah was wearing a striped halter top that was soaked through with sweat. Her nipples stuck out like pencil erasers, which would have been hilarious to Cheyenne because Hannah was always saying Cheyenne showed off too much of her body. She looked down at her phone. 39 minutes late. This was taking way too long. Cheyenne had said the plan wasn't dangerous, but the truth was, it was very dangerous. You didn't mess with people and expect them to just take it. especially the kind of people they'd been messing with. Without thinking, Madison searched out Emmy again. She wasn't hard to miss in her shit-brown uniform. The fight with Jonah was over. Emmy was walking up the hill toward the bleachers. Her head was down. The wide brim of her hat hid her face. Her fists were clenched. People were staring at her, whispering about the fight with Jonah. That was how things worked in North Falls. Everybody up in your business. There wasn't a person within spitting distance who didn't know the entire story of Emmy's life, from being born to being stuck with her sad sack older brother, to representing the school at the state spelling bee, to going to college, to getting married to her middle school sweetheart, to giving birth to a son, to taking the job at the sheriff's office, to really believing her loser husband was going to be a famous musician one day when everybody knew he spent most of his time smoking weed on their couch in the house Emmy paid for. Cheyenne always said that Emmy was too pretty to waste her looks on being a cop. But the thing was, she was good at her job. She wasn't like her father, who would call your parents at work if he saw you somewhere he thought you shouldn't be, or Brett Temple, who took a real kind of pleasure in being a dick. Emmy had caught Madison smoking a cigarette once and told her to put it out, and that was that. She hadn't ratted her out to Hannah or dropped by her dad's shop for a talk, which would have been easy because it was right across the street from the sheriff's station, which meant that Emmy could be trusted. Madison clutched her hands together as she waited for Emmy to reach her at the top of the hill. She tried to think of a story in her head, something like the truth, but not exactly the truth. Something that would get them out of trouble, because she thought that probably they were in a lot of trouble. Or at least Cheyenne was, because she could be late to a lot of things, but there was no way she would be late to this. They had practiced. They had planned for all contingencies. The only explanation was that something bad had happened. Emmy looked up just as Madison was about to open her mouth. Not now. Emmy's tone was clipped. She had tears in her eyes, her nose was red, but not from the sun. Madison had no choice but to step out of her way. She trailed Emmy behind the bleachers, watched her cut in line to one of the porta-potties, then go inside and shut the door. Shit, Madison mumbled. Now what? She could see Deputy Temple still playing with his hat. He was the last person she would ask for help. He wasn't just a dick, he was mean as hell. Madison looked up at the sky again as if she could find the answer there. The sun had dimmed another few watts. The stars were faint points of light. She looked toward the old oak. No one was there. She let her gaze bounce over the crowd again, down to the lake. Swimmers were getting out, toweling off, heading toward their spots on the hill. It would be pitch dark soon. A feeling of excited anticipation filled the air. Everybody was ready for the fireworks to start. She looked at the time. 47 minutes late. Cheyenne wasn't coming. Something must have really gone wrong. Madison had to go find her. She felt a sense of purpose as she walked up the stairs toward the parking lot. There was just enough light to help her find her bicycle. She bumped the tires up the rest of the way, then rolled the bike along the sidewalk, scanning the lot in case Cheyenne had run into a guy who had a bottle or a bong. The cars were parked so close, she couldn't get between them with her bike, so she had to follow the sidewalk parallel to the first row. Madison needed her own plan. She would lift her bike over the yellow caution tape that was meant to keep people from driving onto the practice field beside the parking lot. She would go down the hill, hit Long Street, then take a left onto Carver, then cut across the big yard with the pond to get to the back roads. This was exactly the reverse of the route Cheyenne was supposed to be taking. Maybe her bike had gotten a flat tire. Maybe she'd taken something and been too high to do anything but lay on her back and stare up at the sky. Madison was about to get on her bike when she heard the first crackling flare. The fireworks show was finally starting. They had set up on the opposite side of the lake, far from the crowd. Madison heard a low whistle, saw a single line of bright white burning upwards into the night sky, then watched it explode into 1,000 pinpoints. She heard clapping and shouting as the sparklers sizzled and hissed like tiny snakes, then slowly flamed out. There was a brief interlude, then another crackle, another low whistle, another line of fire bursting into a sphere of swirling blues and whites, the school's mascot colors. The crowd cheered as a third firework went off, this one letting out a loud whir as it spun into the shape of a smiley face. Madison momentarily forgot her worries. She couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. When she was little, back when her mother was still alive, back before Hannah had forced herself into their lives, the family would spend every 4th watching the fireworks together, just the 3 of them. Her mother would pack a small cake and chocolate ice cream for Madison's birthday. Her father would take her swimming in the lake. When the fireworks started, he would put his arm around Madison so she wouldn't be scared. Then he'd call out each type of firework. The crossette, where stars broke into 4s and crisscrossed each other. The diadem, with its stationary stars at the center. The ring, with its halo shape and smiley faces. The long cylinder of a Roman candle, or the nearly 1,000-shot cake that was half a dozen Roman candles combined. Then there were the flowers, the willow and the peony, and her favorite, the chrysanthemum. All colorful explosions that could take your breath away. They still took her breath away. Madison wiped her eyes, mad at herself for crying. She had told Hannah that she was too old for fireworks, but the truth was, she missed the way she felt when her father put his arm around her shoulders, pulled her close to his side, made her feel safe. Every ooh and ah from the crowd, every boom so loud that it shook in the back of her throat, reminded Madison of everything that had been lost. She was so caught up in her sadness that she barely registered the car turning into the parking lot. Her eyes took their time adjusting. The headlights were off. She couldn't see the driver as the car rolled down the first row. He wasn't stopping. The brake lights stayed dark when the front end bumped over the curb and nosed through the yellow caution tape. It wasn't until another explosion of light illuminated the field in all its green glory that she realized what she was looking at. Cheyenne! Finally, thank God she was here. Madison's cry of relief turned into a startled laugh. Cheyenne was going to drive her dad's precious, brand-new Jetta across the soccer field. She'd wedged her distinctive neon blue bicycle into the trunk. The hot pink sparklers swayed from the handlebar grips. The snap glows on the spokes sparkled like Christmas tree lights. She hadn't tied down the lid tight enough. It popped open when the back tire hit the curb, then slammed down onto the bike so hard that Madison could hear the sound of metal crunching over the sizzles of a yellow peony firework burning itself out. "Shy!" Madison sprinted alongside her bike, hunkered down over the handlebars, racing after the car. She saw the brake lights glow as Cheyenne neared the center of the soccer field. Madison couldn't bring herself to put another break in the caution tape. She jogged down and went through the spot Cheyenne had already broken apart. Her teeth clattered when she bumped the bike over the curb. She accidentally bit the inside of her cheek. She was so elated that she barely registered the pain. Typical Cheyenne. She'd obviously changed the plan without letting Madison know. She'd decided to get the Jetta and the scotch and then meet up at the park, which made so much more sense. They should have thought of this earlier. Why double back when Cheyenne could swing by her house on the way to the park? The car stopped on the edge of the field, pointing toward a bunch of trees. Madison could hear the engine idling. She started crying again, this time from relief. Only now could she admit how truly terrified she'd been. Cheyenne had said the plan was going to be easy, but nothing was ever easy, especially when Cheyenne was involved. She could push people too far. Madison had seen it happen more times than she could count. Mouthing off to a teacher, pissing off the principal, yelling at a store clerk, screaming at her mother, her father, her little sister so loud that one time, probably not the only time, her mother had swung back her hand and slapped Cheyenne into silence. "Shy!" Madison called again, but her voice was lost to the pop, pop, pop of a chrysanthemum firework flowering open in bright purples, greens, and whites. She let her bike drop to the ground and ran the last few yards. The rapid pops were so loud she felt them crackling in her teeth. The strobe of light made every move look stuttered. She reached out her hand, found purchase on the back tire of Cheyenne's bicycle. The chain had slipped. She could see it draped across the spokes like a discarded bracelet. The night went black. The chrysanthemum had flared out. In the silence, Madison could hear her own sharp breaths. One, then another, before the next low whistle drowned it out. The whir so loud that it shook her eardrums. She turned toward the lake, watching two trails of light zip up into the blackness. Their dual reflections mirrored in the surface of the water. Then she heard the cascade of booms. Then she saw the bursts of large tendrils dropping into the shape of two massive palm trees. The roar of the crowd drained away, the pop and sizzle, the hiss and crackle. There was another sound, faint, but definitely there, much closer than the crowd, almost closer than the sharp intake of her own breaths. A whimper. Madison looked down into the trunk of the car. The bright light from the palms picked out every detail in front of her. The neon blue frame of the bike, the bent rear wheel, the broken chain, the blue tarp lining the trunk, the stretched clothesline hanging from the lid, the look of terror in Cheyenne's eyes. "Oh," Madison whispered. This wasn't Mr. Baker's Jetta. The sky went dark, another interlude. Madison was momentarily blind, but she could still see Cheyenne in the trunk, trapped under the bike, eyes wide, terrified. There was no time to think, only to act. Madison wrenched out the bike, tossed it onto the ground, grabbed Cheyenne's arm, tried to help her out. Another low whistle, another trail of fire, another explosion of stunning light. Madison froze, her hand still wrapped around Cheyenne's arm as the truth revealed itself in terrifying color. Bright red slash marks, rusty dried blood, pink pinpricks peppering the whites of Cheyenne's eyes. Her mouth was taped shut. Her nose looked broken. Her shirt was torn. More blood streaked down her chest, pooled into the top of her bra. Her wrists were tied together. Her legs were drawn up. Her ankles were tied. She was screaming behind the tape, wriggling to get out, urging Madison to hurry, to please help. It was in this moment, not an interlude so much as an echo, when Madison remembered what Emmy had told her before. Don't miss the forest for the trees. Don't worry about Cheyenne being tied up in the trunk. Worry about the man who put her there. The next explosion was so loud that Madison's teeth ached. She felt a tightening of her jaw, a contraction of her muscles, a sense of fear coursing through her body. The burning bright flares of a chrysanthemum set the sky on fire. Madison turned. She saw the man's face. Then, darkness. Chapter 2. Emmy pushed open the door to the porta-potty and sucked in a mouthful of hot, humid air. Her ears were still ringing. The fireworks display had ended with enough explosions to fill a war zone. She could smell the gunpowder and sulfur mingling with the stench of acrid sweat and stale alcohol as the revelers began the slow process of gathering blankets and coolers and searching for toddlers and trying to remember where they'd parked. Flashlights came out. The overhead lights started popping on, first at the parking lots down by the ball fields, then the parking lot at the top of the hill, then the lights behind the bleachers, then down by the lake. Then the mood shifted as people realized that the 4th of July falling on a Wednesday meant they all had to get up and go to work tomorrow morning. "Night, Emmy," someone called. "You take care," another said. Emmy forced herself to smile as she snapped the door closed behind her. In retrospect, Hiding out in a piss-and-shit-field plastic box that had baked under a hateful sun for 12 hours hadn't been one of her better ideas. It was still better than her idea to trust Jonah Lang to do something as simple as watch their 11-year-old child. "I know that look." Brett Temple was grinning as he twirled his hat between his hands. The back of his neck had pinked up into a classic redneck tan. "What'd he do now?" "Said he wasn't going to babysit Cole." Brett looked clueless, so she clarified. "It's not babysitting when it's your own kid." "Seriously?" Vanna, Brett's smugly pregnant wife, inserted herself into the conversation. Her sweat-stained purple dress sagged across her belly like a fitted sheet at a whorehouse. "You won't be like that, will you, baby?" Brett looked down at Vanna and lied through his teeth. "Course not, honey." Emmy had to look away while they kissed. She studied the crowd. She felt a niggling guilt for blowing off Madison earlier. The girl had clearly wanted to talk. "Have either of you seen Madison Dalrymple?" Brett asked. "Which one is she?" Vanna supplied. "The fat one." Emmy felt her jaw set. "She's not fat." "Well, nobody would call her skinny." Vanna laughed as she ogled Brett like a love-struck basset hound. "Madison runs around with that filthy-mouthed little hellion, Cheyenne Baker. Remember you dragged her into the station last week?" "Cheyenne Baker." Brett started nodding. "Stole a bag of Hershey's Kisses from the Good Dollar. She ditched him before I got to her, though." "Little psychopath was probably lacing them with fentanyl," Vanna said with great authority. "Might as well send her to prison now. She's going to end up there anyway." "Hey," Emmy tried to keep her tone even. "She's still a kid." "A kid with the evil already baked in," Vanna said. "I'll tell you another thing. Hannah's a saint for putting up with Madison. She ought to send her to one of those schools where they snatch the kid in the middle of the night and drop him in a desert somewhere in Utah. Get her out from under the sphere of dark influences." Emmy was stunned by the casual cruelty. "Hannah loves Madison like a daughter." "Which is why she should do it." "Tough love." Vanna rubbed her round belly like her child would never cause trouble. "Lord, I'm about to pop. Emmy, were Cole's last few weeks this trying for you?" "Not really. I felt great." Emmy figured the insomnia, back pain, 4 cavities in her teeth, and having to carry around an extra pair of pants for when she inevitably pissed herself were a walk in the park compared to dislocating her pelvis, losing 2 liters of blood, and projectile vomiting from the pain during delivery. "I barely even remember it." Vanna gave an annoyingly beatific smile. "Babies are a miracle from God." "There's something." Brett asked Emmy, "Where'd you see this Madison last? I can help you look for her." "No need." Emmy assumed whatever urgent event had made Madison desperate enough to actually talk had likely passed by now. "I'll catch up with her later." Brett gave her a careful look. Emmy shrugged him off mostly because they didn't have the time or resources to handle a 15-year-old in a fit of pique. Hundreds of people were trying to leave at the same time, and there was only one road in and out of the park. The cars up on the hill were squeezed in like sardines. The 2 small lots by the baseball diamonds were double-parked. Add to that the heat and alcohol, and the odds were high that someone was going to need a ride to the hospital before their shifts ended. The time for standing around and talking was over. She asked Brett, "Which one do you want, traffic cop or referee?" Brett groaned out a thinking noise. "Traffic. Got punched in the face last time I refereed." Vanna pinched his cheek. "You got him back good, didn't you, baby?" Emmy ignored the way Vanna cooed at him in a silly, breathy voice. The woman was only 5 years younger than Emmy, but she still acted like a teenager. That would change in a few months when she was operating on 0 sleep and Brett was taking double shifts because the risk of being shot during a traffic stop was still better than dealing with a screaming baby. Emmy told him, "Radio if you need me." She stuck her hat back on her head as she walked into the lurching mass of people heading down the hill while everybody else was trying to go up. Emmy studied the faces, tried to figure out who'd had too much to drink, who would cause trouble, who needed an escort back to their car, and who was just irritated that it was taking too long to get to the parking lot. This predictive part of policing was something they couldn't teach at the academy. Emmy had been on the job 6 years and had finally developed a cop's instinct. Sometimes it was triggered by a sudden burst of sound or even absolute silence. But most times it was nothing more than a subtle change in the air, a sort of static charge she felt on the surface of her skin that told her something terrible was about to happen. Her father called it the tickle, and Emmy figured a man who'd served in the sheriff's office since Eisenhower was in the White House could call it whatever he wanted. If Emmy knew the town like the back of her hand, her father knew it like the arteries inside of his heart. Clifton County was in the southwestern part of Georgia, with a population of nearly 20,000 people. Fewer than 1,000 of them live in the county seat of North Falls. The largest of the 4 cities was Verona, where the auto parts factory was located. Okmulgee was known for its outlet stores along US 19, and Clayville had one of the biggest vocational schools in the state, mainly because it fed skilled labor into the factory. Both North Falls and Verona were bordered by the Flint River, which started below the Atlanta airport, then flowed through the bottom part of the state into the Florida Panhandle, where it eventually drained into the Gulf. The 3 larger cities were big enough to have their own police services, but the 16-person sheriff's office serviced North Falls, which made sense. The courthouse was downtown. Deputies were in charge of the jail and prisoner transport. They also placed resource officers in the schools, performed patrol duties, assisted with investigations throughout the county, and did crowd control during public events, which was why Emmy and Brett were at the park. There was a much bigger 4th celebration on the banks of the Flint, but North Falls had always done its own thing. The money was here. The people who ran the county were here. In a region where outsiders were suspect, North Falls had a particular distrust for anything that wasn't born and bred within the 190-acre city limits of North Falls. Which was why most of the faces Emmy saw in the crowd were familiar. From the grocery store, from downtown, from the gym, from the diner, from the hair salon in Peggy Ingram's basement. Some of them smiled when they saw her, others scowled. Then there were the busybodies who stared openly because they'd seen the fight with Jonah, and they wanted more gossip. Emmy looked down at her phone as if she'd just gotten a very important message. The stupid thing had been vibrating in her pocket for the last hour, but she'd been blissfully ignorant of the goings-on. There were 6 missed calls from her crazy aunt, most likely complaining about winos swimming in her pond or hobos stealing wild blackberries off her fence row. Her cousin Tabby had sent all the girl cousins a text suggesting a Sunday potluck hosted at her sprawling family farm. She had written, "No boys allowed," which had resulted in one cousin immediately accusing her of reverse sexism. 3 cousins had bypassed the potential spat and asked what to bring. A 4th had privately texted Emmy to say she wasn't going because she still wasn't talking to Tabby. Another cousin had texted privately to suggest an alternative dinner at a restaurant where people waited on you and nobody had to cook. And then Tabby had privately texted Emmy to ask if she'd heard about this alternative dinner. A fat drop of sweat rolled off the tip of her nose and hit the screen. No way she was weighing in on the cousin drama, especially with Tabby, a shitifyingly wealthy lawyer who tackled every dispute like she was cross-examining an axe murderer. Emmy thumbed down the list to find a text from Jonah. He'd sent a kind of peace-offering photo of Cole biting down on a chocolate-covered ice cream cone, which was great because every 11-year-old should freebase a pound of sugar before bedtime. Emmy heaved out a heavy sigh. She couldn't bring herself to break Jonah's balls again, so she texted back a smiley face, then stuck her phone back in her pocket. She was supposed to be working, not worrying about her marriage. She adjusted her duty belt, which, between her gun, extra ammo, pepper spray, radio, flashlight, taser, baton, multi-tool, and keys, weighed approximately 6,000 pounds. She took off her hat and wiped her forehead with her arm. Good Lord God, it was hot. Her skin was sticky. Her hair felt spray-painted onto her skull. The Kevlar vest under her uniform had turned into the world's heaviest sandpaper, and her bra's underwire was stabbing into her ribs. And to top it off, she had a pounding headache. She'd told Madison to drink some water, but hadn't taken her own advice. Madison. There was no snowball stand. There was no sign of Cheyenne either. Emmy had picked up a kind of low-key worry over both girls from Hannah. The two were the subject of many late-night phone calls and drinking sessions at the Clifton Beer Garden. Madison had always been so easily led. Cheyenne was the kind of teenager who made life interesting and exciting. God knew Emmy understood the allure. She had been bored to tears with every person, place, and thing at that age. It was one of the many reasons she had fallen so hard for Jonah. And look where that had gotten her. Hannah was coming up the hill. Like everybody else, she looked hot and sweaty and ready to get the hell out of here. So, Jonah. Emmy rolled her eyes so hard she almost glimpsed an alternate dimension. Hannah wasn't asking for details. She was sharing in the existential angst of being married to a disappointing man. Sorry. Hannah squeezed her arm in solidarity, but didn't hold on because it was too hot. Did you talk to Madison? It went exactly like you said it would. Emmy couldn't say she hadn't been warned. Hannah had been walking the tightrope between caring adult and step monster for 5 years. Sorry, I gave it a good try. I appreciate it, Hannah said. God, it's weird. The meaner she is to me, the more I love her. Emmy couldn't help but feel the same way. She had been best friends with Hannah since kindergarten. They had either seen or talked to each other practically every day since. Her love for Hannah had easily transferred onto the complicated girl that Hannah loved. We were never like that, right? Course not. We were fucking perfect. Hannah nodded up toward the bleachers. What did Tinky Winky have to say? Emmy snorted a laugh. Vanna looked a hell of a lot like a Teletubby in her purple dress. Babies are a miracle from God. She's gonna shit all over herself when that thing rips out of her. Emmy pressed together her lips to keep from laughing again. 10 years from now, she's gonna be at the Walmart and sneeze real hard, and her uterus is gonna drop down between her legs like the clapper on a bell. That's very specific. Happened to my Aunt Barb's friend. The one with the mole? Shit, I gotta go. Emmy watched Hannah run after her husband. Paul had been drinking off and on all day, consoling himself about Madison's refusal to celebrate her birthday with the family. The poor guy could barely walk a straight line, especially with their 2-year-old in tow. Emmy's own cheeks burned with sympathy when she caught the embarrassed look on Hannah's face. Emmy Lou. Her father's deep baritone cut through the white noise of the crowd. She slipped her hat back on and walked in his direction. Emmy tried not to think too hard about the new scratchiness in his voice. Gerald Clifton had turned 74 in January, and suddenly, shockingly, her strong, capable father was wearing out. Bad knees, bad back, bad arthritis in his hands. Even the way he coughed had changed from a quick, short burst to a raggedy-sounding grumble. Her mother wasn't much better off. Myrna had been rushed to Atlanta 4 years ago for open-heart surgery. She was constantly forgetting where she'd put her keys, who she needed to call, what had happened last week on her favorite TV show. Emmy's brother had started showing his age, too. At 51, Tommy spent nearly every weekend on the couch watching the Golf Channel and buying vintage hats off eBay. Which left Emmy on her own as usual. She had been what was euphemistically called a surprise baby. Tommy was already in college when she was born, and her parents had buried 2 more children. First, Henry, then Martha a year later in between. Gerald had been too old to chase Emmy around the soccer pitch, and Myrna too set in her ways to change her schedule for game days and trips to the outlet mall. They were the only parents in Emmy's grade who'd had to balance college loan applications against deciding when to start drawing Social Security. Obviously, Emmy had always been aware of the age difference, but only now was the impact of the math occurring to her. She was hitting the prime of her life around the same time they were all sliding in the other direction. Even Tommy's quirky wife, Celia, had started to slow down. She was a badass vice principal who ran half the high school, but she told Emmy last week that her idea of heaven was wearing pajamas all day and only leaving the house to swing by the Dairy Queen drive-thru. "Emmy Lou." Myrna appeared out of nowhere. Her expression was filled with disapproval as she handed Emmy the corner of a blanket to help fold. "Did you hear your father calling you?" "I had no idea, Mother. I was just walking toward him for no particular reason." "That's a very interesting tone you're using. Do you mean to imply the opposite?" "You could infer it that way." Emmy finished folding the blanket. She knew exactly why her mother was giving her shit right now. "Go ahead and say it. I know you saw what happened with me and Jonah." "Saw it, heard about it, then heard about it again, and again." Myrna gathered up another blanket and slapped the dirt off the back. "I'm not going to say I told you so." "That's a very interesting tone you're using." "From which you are welcome to infer my meaning." Emmy reflexively took up for Jonah. "His gig over in Macon ran late last night. He had to chase down the owner to get paid. He's exhausted." "I believe you are capable of juggling full-time employment with child duties." Myrna matched the edges of the blanket. "Meanwhile, Jonah couldn't be asked to stick around long enough for his son to see the fireworks." The chocolate-covered ice cream cone. Jonah had bought it in town. Emmy was going to kill him. He said he was going to drive Cole up to the falls to get a better look. "Did he now?" Emmy couldn't lie anymore. "Mom." Myrna's chest rose and fell as she sighed. She stacked the blankets on top of the rolling cooler. When she looked up, her expression was more neutral. "I told Jonah to bring Cole by the house later. I'll make sure he gets tucked in." "Thank you." "Never to suffer would never to have been blessed." Emmy gave her a blank look. "Edgar Allan Poe," her mother, the English teacher, said. "Now where did your brother go? I can't lug this cooler up the hill by myself, and God knows Celia won't lift a finger." Emmy didn't look for Tommy. She looked for her father. She easily spotted Gerald. He was standing about 10 yards away, his head meerkatting above the crowd. Someone was talking to him, or at least trying to. Gerald Clifton didn't speak unless he felt something was worth saying. Even at home, he preferred to let Myrna fill the silence. She took off her hat again, hoping to feel the slightest breeze coming off the lake. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Probably another cousin asking for a third secret dinner, or her crazy aunt reporting a raccoon for vagrancy. As Emmy got closer to her father, she realized that he wasn't paying attention to the man standing right in front of him. He was looking at Emmy. Their eyes locked. Something was wrong. His cop radar was so much better than hers, but she felt it now, that electrical current in the air that made the fine hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The tickle. Emmy called it a bad feeling. She'd heard other cops refer to it as a hunch or instinct or, if the officer was a woman, intuition. No matter the name, what it meant was that either something really bad had happened or something really bad was about to happen. She cut through a group of stragglers, clicking the radio mic on her shoulder. "Brett, check in." "Check." Brett's voice crackled through the static. "I'm on Long Street. Truck rear-ended a Prius. Prius smacked into a telephone pole. Roads blocked both ways. Tow's 20 minutes out. Sup?" Emmy didn't think a traffic accident a quarter mile away was responsible for her bad feeling. She started to ask, "Can you—" Gerald gently took the mic out of her hand. He held it to his mouth, pressed the button. "Call in backup for the accident. Meet us on the upper lot. Eyes peeled, right?" There was a hiss of static, then Brett responded, "Yes, boss." Gerald handed Emmy back the mic. They didn't need a big discussion because you didn't talk about a bad feeling. You checked it out. And if you were wrong, you were relieved. But if you were right, the feeling put you where you needed to be. Emmy clipped the mic back onto her shoulder and followed Gerald up the hill. People moved out of his way, but not only because he was the sheriff. Her father was a big man, 6 feet 2 inches and carrying more weight than he should around his middle. His breathing was labored by the time they passed the empty bleachers and climbed the concrete stairs. Emmy had to look down so that she didn't step on the back of his shoes. He wasn't on duty, but he still had the bearing of a cop, even in a pair of old Keds with black ankle socks, gray nylon coach's shorts, and a faded black t-shirt from a 2005 Reba McEntire concert. Gerald didn't stop to catch his breath until they'd reached the top of the stairs. Emmy scanned the parking lot, her head swiveling in tandem with her father's. Cars were angled like toothpicks thrown onto the asphalt. She could see brake lights glowing, people hanging out of car windows, hands being thrown up in the air. The tension was so tight that she felt it in her back teeth. Gerald looked down at her. DFR? Emmy nodded. Yep. Don't feel right. Gerald left the sidewalk. Emmy followed him down the first row, which was like an obstacle course packed with stopped cars and irritated drivers. She silently checked in with her body, tried to keep her heartbeat steady and her mind clear. Policing was about weighing the odds, and the odds of something horrific like a mass shooting were very low. They were more likely to come up on another fender bender or a squabble over who got to merge first. Sheriff? Sylvia Wrigley, the editor of the local paper, was standing with her car door open. What's going on? Gerald held up his finger, telling her to give him a minute, as he threaded his way between vehicles. They spotted the problem soon enough. Emmy felt the tension leave her body like water swirling down a drain. Last month, the fence around the soccer pitch had been taken down so that the field could be sodded with fresh grass. Several rows of yellow caution tape had been strung up to keep people off the new sod until the roots took hold. But apparently, the driver of a red Miata had decided to ignore the warning. Or tried to, at least. The low-slung sports car had wound up stuck mid-teeter-totter on the steep concrete curb. The front end jutted into the air like the bow of the Titanic. Jackass, Emmy mumbled. She recognized Lance Culpepper's car. He worked as a clerk at the courthouse. He should have known better. Emmy looked up at her father, but Gerald wasn't interested in the Miata. He was staring out into the field. Emmy squinted, trying to force her eyes to adjust. Lance hadn't been the first genius looking for a shortcut to the main road. A white Chevy Equinox was stopped in the middle of the pitch, sidelong to the parking lot, all 4 doors closed, windows up, lights off. The tension swirled back up. Her cop brain spun through with worst-case scenarios. Mass shooter, domestic violence, road rage, murder-suicide. Emmy unsnapped the safety strap over her Glock. She slipped the heavy flashlight off her belt and rested it on her shoulder. The reach of the parking lot lights stopped shy of the penalty line. Her police-issue maglite had 4 D-cell batteries that put out 800 lumens, enough to show them the path to midfield. The glass in the SUV was tinted dark. From this distance, there was no way to tell who was inside. Gerald silently pointed out a large pool of oil, courtesy of the Miata, before he stepped onto the curb. Lance Culpepper gave Emmy a wide shrug when she looked into the car. She could tell by the way Dervla, his wife, was sitting with her arms crossed that she'd told him this was a bad idea. Emmy asked them, "You see anybody else on the pitch?" Lance shook his head. Dervla volunteered. "He was too busy wrecking the car." Emmy told them both, "Stay here." She tilted down the flashlight as she walked onto the field. The broken caution tape had been pressed into the ground by a tire with heavy treads. There was an area of rough before her feet sank into the thick, new grass. The panels of turf were still growing together. The field looked like a patched-together quilt. The grass blades were about 3 inches tall. She saw a few stray pieces of garbage, gum wrappers, a plastic fork. Except for the giant, white SUV, the pitch was mostly unspoiled. She walked several paces behind and to the right of her father, reminding herself yet again to breathe. The driver could be sitting behind the wheel thinking through his poor decision-making, or gripping a gun in his hand as he waited for the two cops to approach. Emmy remembered to calm herself. She took in a deep breath, holding it in her lungs for a second, then slowly letting it go. As she drew closer, she could hear the engine running. The license plate was from Clifton County. A North Falls Elementary sticker was on the bumper. She strained her ears. Voices. A man and a woman on the other side of the vehicle, harsh whispers, tension, anger. Gerald called, "Show yourself." Emmy forgot about breathing. Her hand tightened on the grip of her Glock as she waited. The couple walked around the rear of the vehicle. Emmy exhaled. She pointed her flashlight toward the two adults standing at the rear of the Chevy. Their hands were empty, faces tense. Hugo and Angela Sanders had clearly been engaged in a heated discussion before Gerald had interrupted them. Emmy could see Tyler, their 6-year-old, was asleep in his car seat inside the back. They'd left the engine running for the air conditioning. A long scratch had gouged paint off the side of the vehicle. Part of the front bumper was hanging off. The left fender was cracked. Emmy's first thought was that this was a strange place to have a hit and run. Then she let the flashlight travel along the ground. I didn't see it, Hugo told Gerald. It's not my fault. Emmy's heart shivered to a stop. A bicycle was trapped under the back right tire of the SUV. She dropped to her knees, frantically searching for a body under the vehicle. In front, behind it, beside it. She didn't find a body, but she recognized the bike. Cartoonish pink and yellow daisies were painted on the light turquoise frame. Glow-in-the-dark beads had been snapped onto the spokes. There was a pastel yellow basket on the front. More daisies were stitched onto the white leather saddle seat. Emmy had seen the bike countless times before, abandoned in Hannah's front yard, blocking her driveway, scuffing the paint off her porch railing. It belonged to Madison Dalrymple. The same Madison Emmy had tried to talk to under the oak tree. The same Madison she had blown off almost an hour ago. Hugo. Emmy's knees felt shaky as she stood back up. Her DFR had turned into a flashing red siren. Do you know Madison Dalrymple? No, Hugo shrugged. Maybe. What does that have to? Is that her bike? Angela asked. Where are her parents? We've only had this car for a week. You better believe Paul can afford to fix this more than we can. Seriously, Lance Culpepper had decided to ignore Emmy's order to stay put. How is this Paul's fault? You're the one who drove onto the middle of the soccer field. So did you. Hugo scowled at the Miata. Barely. I was following you, Lance said. Did you not see the yellow caution tape? It was already broken, Hugo said. Are you saying I should see things that you couldn't even see? Jesus, Lance, Angela snapped. Why didn't you go back to your little toy car? Why didn't you stop taking the Lord's name in vain? Don't tell my wife what to do. Enough! Emmy yelled loud enough to silence them. Lance, get back in your car and stay there. Hugo, you want a ticket for leaving a marked pathway? Angela, check on Tyler. Emmy made sure they dispersed before she looked at her father again. Gerald had tuned them out completely. He was staring down at the bike. There was a hard expression on his face. When Emmy was a child, she'd mistaken her father's stony silence for disapproval. Now she understood it meant that he was working a problem in his mind. She told him, that bike is Madison's freedom. She's 15, she can't drive. She wouldn't leave it in the middle of a field. He turned back toward the parking lot, his gaze on the ground. Emmy followed his line of sight. He was tracking the path the SUV had taken out onto the field. With the turf so new, the tires might as well have driven through clay. She could read the tire impressions like a road map. Dad, she asked, Gerald started walking toward the parking lot. Emmy followed, keeping well clear of the impressions. They'd only gone a few yards when her father asked, "What else are we missing?" Emmy turned back toward the SUV. In the distance, she could see a wrecker was pulling up to the accident. The line of cars was backed up on Long Street. Had Madison tried to cut across the field to go home, then dropped her bike for some reason? She told her father, "The Chevy hit the front wheel of the bike first, so it was facing west." "Too big. Think smaller." She felt her thoughts start to race again. Emmy had to remind herself that Gerald wasn't testing her. He was teaching her. If there was one thing her father excelled at, it was listening. She mentally backtracked to when they had first walked up to the SUV. The pissy little argument between Lance, Hugo, and Angela. The answer hit her like a lightning bolt. Hugo said the caution tape was already broken before he drove onto the field. Yep. If he was telling the truth, that means a different vehicle drove onto the pitch before Hugo did, probably during the fireworks display. Because neither Hugo nor Lance volunteered that someone drove onto the field before they did. Yep. Emmy pointed her flashlight back at the Miata, easily locating the deep set of impressions made by the wide tires of Hugo's SUV. This was what she had missed. There was a shadow tracing along the impressions, a second set of prints from a smaller set of tires. Hugo was telling the truth, Emmy said. Another car broke the caution tape first. Sedan, Gerald said, lighter weight. The sedan's shadow tire impressions branched out on their own about 20 yards from where they stood, taking a right toward a stand of pine trees that overlooked the hill. Emmy walked carefully across the field, keeping herself parallel to the path of the sedan. She willed her heart to stop shaking in her chest. There could be all kinds of explanations for Madison abandoning her bike in the middle of the pitch, not just the bad ones. Emmy kept trying to spin up her hope until she reached the edge of the pitch. The tracks ended. The sedan had come to a stop. She raised the flashlight toward the trees. Emmy felt another lurch in her heart. This time, like a knife had stabbed her straight through. There was a second bicycle. Vivid blue, multicolored beads on the spokes, pink streamers hanging from the handlebar grips, matching blue basket on the front. She had seen the bike countless times, abandoned in Hannah's front yard, blocking her driveway, scuffing the paint off her porch railing, resting a few feet away from Madison's light turquoise bike with the yellow basket because the two girls were practically attached at the hip. She told her father, "That's Cheyenne Baker's bike." Gerald looked down at her. He'd heard the tremble in her voice. He'd felt the same shift in the air, the tickle, the bad feeling, the don't feel right. The good explanations were gone. He tried, "These girls the types to run away." Emmy was shaking her head before he'd finished the question. She didn't know Cheyenne that well, but Madison was too smart to abandon her bike on a soccer field and run away at 10 in the evening when her parents were expecting to see her at home. She might run away, but not like this. "You got her number?" Emmy took out her phone and tapped through to Madison's cell. She fought the tears that sprang into her eyes as she listened to the single ring before the call was sent to voicemail. The mailbox was full. Emmy shook her head again. She ended the call. Her hands had started to tremble. This was bad. This was really bad. "Emmy?" Hannah called from across the field. Emmy quickly turned the flashlight away from Cheyenne's bike. Hannah had clearly heard about Hugo's accident. She was bouncing Davy on her hip as she jogged toward them. His eyelids were droopy as he fought off the urge to fall asleep. "What's going on?" Hannah asked. "I heard Hugo ran over Madison's bicycle." Gerald asked, "Do you know where she is?" "We told her to be home by 11, but..." Hannah looked at Emmy. The color quickly drained from her face. They had been best friends since kindergarten. They knew each other's darkest secrets and wildest dreams. There wasn't a lot that Emmy could hide from her. "Is she..." Hannah's voice caught again. "What happened?" We don't know, Emmy said, because that was the God's honest truth. When I saw Madison, she was holding her phone. Can Paul track it? What? You told me that Paul had a tracker or something on her phone, right? That he wouldn't let you use it? Yes, Hannah stuttered. She knew this was bad. Maybe he can. Hannah didn't finish the sentence. She ran back toward the parking lot. Davy looked at Emmy over his mother's shoulder. His eyes were wide. He'd absorbed Hannah's panic. So had Emmy. Steady. Gerald pressed his hand to the small of her back. The way you help her is to keep your head down and do your job. Emmy nodded, but it was so hard. Tell me about Madison's phone. Emmy made herself look away from Hannah. She closed her eyes, trying to summon the memory of the phone Madison had been holding. The sweltering heat, the stink of sweat and beer. Spotting Madison under the tree, getting the idea that now was the time to make Hannah's case. Madison was in pink ballet flats that were scuffed green from the grass. Lips pursed in thought. White shorts too tight. Light blue North Falls Choral Club t-shirt stuck to her chest. Antsy, irritated. Had she looked worried? Her skin was bright pink. Emmy had walked toward the girl, silently lecturing herself not to start out with a negative about getting sunburned. Then she'd stupidly told Madison to drink more water. Okay, she told her father. It was an iPhone, white case with flower stickers on the back, the same one she always has. What time was it? I saw her twice. The first time was around 8:15, 8:30. She was standing under the oak tree. I went to find her because I thought I could help with... Emmy knew her father wasn't asking about the strained relationship. Madison seemed annoyed that I was talking to her. Not the usual annoyed. More like she had somewhere else to be. She said that she'd told Cheyenne that she'd meet her at the snowball stand 10 minutes ago, but there's no snowball stand. And no Cheyenne? No, I haven't seen her all day. She's usually with Madison. And the second time? Gerald asked. It was about 10 minutes before the fireworks started. I was walking up the hill and saw Madison standing by the bleachers. I think she wanted to talk to me. I brushed her off. I went to the bathroom. I looked for her after the fireworks, but I couldn't find her. Gerald studied her with his piercing blue eyes. Did she have anything else on her? Sunglasses? A purse? Nothing, Emmy said. Hannah told me she only carries a purse when she's on her period, but there was a bulge in the front pocket of her shorts. Not a tampon or lip gloss. It was bigger. Maybe a Ziploc bag with snacks or something. Okay, he said. Let's look at the bike. Gerald took the flashlight. He kept his hand on her back as they walked the longest distance of Emmy's life. Her heart felt like it was churning inside of her chest. She fought to keep the tears from falling. Her body was registering the horribleness of the situation before her mind would let her go there. Cheyenne's bike had been thrown instead of dropped. The handlebars had turned backward. One of the grips dug into the earth. The bike had slid several feet before hitting the trunk of a tree. The pine straw was furrowed, the soil gouged. The bike had been thrown with force. Some of the bark had chipped off the base of the pine. An adult had done this. Probably a man. Emmy held her breath as Gerald trailed the light along the vivid blue frame, the colorful spokes, the pedals, the handlebars. The chain was broken. The back wheel was bent. The tire was flat. He let the flashlight beam crawl across the area, to the right, to the left. Her heart flinched at the sight of a phone, approximately 5 feet from the bike's rear tire. White case, flower stickers on the back. iPhone. The screen was fractured into pieces. Gerald pivoted the light a few feet past the phone. See? Emmy saw the earth was saturated, dark liquid pooling the same way oil had pooled under Lance Culpepper's Miata. Except this was not oil. It was blood. Okay, Gerald said. We've got a kidnapping. Chapter 3. Emmy sat in the passenger seat of her cruiser as her father sped down the road. They were on the way to deliver Cheyenne's parents the worst news they had ever heard in their lives. Their vulnerable 15-year-old daughter and her best friend were missing. Their bikes had been found abandoned. A phone had been deliberately destroyed. There was blood at the scene, not just a spot or two, but a pool of blood that had soaked the ground. This wasn't a trick the girls were playing, or even an accident. The sheer volume of blood changed everything. It told them that whoever had taken the girls was not afraid of hurting them. It was only a matter of time before their kidnapper hurt them even more. Emmy was painfully aware of the clock they were running up against. At Mercer, she had written her graduate thesis on the steady increase of child kidnappings in the United States. She could recite the statistics in her sleep. In nearly half of missing children cases, a parent or family member is the perpetrator. The victim is usually under the age of 6. Typically, there is a bitter divorce or custody dispute involved, but there is sometimes a sexual assault component. Cheyenne and Madison were teenagers. Both sets of parents were still married, and it didn't make sense that a family member of one girl would kidnap them both. 27% of cases are acquaintance abductions, and in most instances involve a juvenile offender. The victims tend to be teenage females. The motivation is almost always sexual assault and often involves a component of physical assault. But, as with a family member, an acquaintance would have much better opportunities to kidnap 2 girls than hoping they both showed up in the middle of a freshly planted soccer pitch with half of North Falls sitting 300 yards away. That left a random stranger. Someone looking to take a child. Someone seeing 2 young girls isolated and alone. Someone who couldn't control himself. Fewer than 1% of child abductions were committed by predatory kidnappers. The victims tended to be almost exclusively females with the aggregate age of 14. They were more likely to be taken in an outdoor setting and to be coerced with a firearm. The kidnapper was more often than not driving a car. In 44% of cases, the victim is murdered within the first hour. 78% die within the first 3 hours. Within 24 hours, virtually all of the victims are dead. Emmy noted the time on her watch, 10:58 p.m. They had officially been searching for the girls for less than an hour. She had last seen Madison standing in front of the bleachers at approximately 8:50. Hugo had slammed into her bicycle around 10:15. That gave the kidnapper a head start of at least 85 minutes. 85 minutes to terrify. 85 minutes to torture. 85 minutes to kill. Emmy told herself that they were searching for the living, that Madison and Cheyenne were going to beat the odds, but with every passing second, she felt her hope slipping away. Gerald coasted through a stop sign as he turned into the Verona Heights neighborhood. He dialed a new number into his flip phone, held it tight to his ear. He knew the odds just as well as Emmy. He had already spoken to the special agent in charge of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Southwest region. He'd requested a forensics team to process the bicycles and the soccer field. He'd called in the 4 Clifton Reserve deputies to join the others in a search. The highway patrol was scouring every street, highway, and interstate from here to Alabama. The Verona, Okmulgee, and Clayville police chiefs had all sent officers. Half of North Falls had volunteered for search parties. Hannah and Paul were driving every possible route back to their house. Hannah's Aunt Barb was watching Davy so they could stay out all night if needed. Hannah had called Emmy once, almost incapable of speaking. She was panicked, terrified, heartsick. So was Emmy. Madison had been only 7 years old when her mother had died from cervical cancer. Hannah had been the girl's much-loved first-grade teacher. She had gladly stepped up when Paul's life had fallen apart. First by helping Madison with homework and packing extra snacks. Then by letting her sleep over, then picking out her clothes for school, then taking her to movies and birthday parties and playdates. Then, eventually, falling head over heels for Madison's father. It should have been a Hallmark movie. But almost as soon as Hannah and Paul had started dating, Madison had turned into a seething, sullen nightmare. The marriage had only made things worse. They'd tried family therapy. They'd tried father-daughter days. They'd tried bribing Madison with the new bike and clothes she didn't need and an iPhone that was far too expensive for a 15-year-old girl. The same phone that had been found near a pool of blood. The fireworks display would have covered any loud noises. A scream, a cry for help, a gunshot. Emmy clenched her hands to stop the trembling. She was sick with worry, filled with absolute terror for what the girls were going through, and frantic to turn back the clock. She pressed her fist to her mouth as she turned to look out the side window. She kept seeing the image of Madison waiting for her in front of the bleachers, sweaty and irritable, clearly wanting Emmy to hurry up. Her forehead wrinkled with concern, her lips pursed in anticipation. Finally, blessedly ready to talk. Not now. What had Emmy been thinking? You didn't tell a troubled teenage girl, not now. You worked on their timeline. You stopped what you were doing, especially if that frightened teenager was basically your best friend's daughter. Any other friend would have listened. Any other mother would have known.
"Yep,"
Gerald said into the phone.
"Understood."
Emmy heard the clamshell clap shut. The car slowed. Up ahead, she could see a dark brown sheriff's cruiser already parked in front of the Baker's split-level home. No one was behind the wheel, but she recognized Chief Deputy Virgil Ingram's ride. Gerald nosed into the curb and put the gear in park.
"House is empty. Neighbor on the right reports the family left in their minivan around 3. Half an hour later, Cheyenne left on her bike. Family drove toward the river. She went toward town. Virgil's tracking down the father's cell phone number."
Emmy nodded. Virgil was one rung below her father. She was glad he was here to take her place. She couldn't face Cheyenne's parents. She told him, "Radio someone to pick me up. I can help with the search."
"Nope," Gerald said. "Talk it out."
"Dad." His impassive expression stopped her. Emmy smoothed her lips together. They occasionally did this when they were alone in cars, just the two of them. The people who never talked to anybody would talk to each other. "I fucked up." Emmy had never said that word in front of her father, but anguish had pushed it out of her mouth. "I knew Madison wanted to talk to me. I could tell that something was wrong. Knew it in my gut. But I was all in my head about Jonah and I wanted to be alone and I fucked up. I had Madison right there, close enough to touch, and she was finally ready to ask for my help. But instead of helping her, I hid in the fucking shitbox and now she's gone." Gerald lifted up in the seat so he could retrieve his handkerchief from his back pocket. The cotton was damp from the heat, but Emmy used it to wipe her nose. He asked,
"Does Hannah know?"
She shook her head. "I don't know how I'm gonna tell her."
"It'll eat away at you like poison until you do."
Emmy folded the handkerchief to find a fresh corner. "You called my name when I was walking through the crowd. It had to be around the same time Hugo drove onto the field and hit Madison's bike. How did you know?" He shrugged.
"Got the tickle."
"I felt it." She looked down at her hands, felt the memory of holding on to Madison's hand under the oak tree. "Not then, but earlier. I felt it with Madison, that something was wrong, but I ignored it."
"Mistakes can give you a reason to forgive."
"To forgive yourself or other people?" Emmy asked. "Or for people to forgive you?"
"Any?"
He shrugged again.
"All."
She missed his meaning on purpose. "You've never made a mistake in your life."
"Got the big ones out of the way early on," he said. "Used to be too rigid. Always saw things in black and white. I turned some people out of my life. Shouldn't have done that. Can't change what happened. Too late to apologize. Had to teach myself never to do it again. Had to learn how to forgive."
She looked at her father's chiseled face. Tommy had talked about how different their parents were before Emmy was born, but she had never known her father to be anything but patient and understanding. I can't imagine you being that way.
I'm glad.
Emmy looked out the window. Virgil was walking down the driveway in a t-shirt and jeans. He was holding his handkerchief to his forearm as though he'd injured himself. He shook his head to let them know there was no sign of the girls. Gerald patted Emmy's hand before opening the car door. She held back a moment, checking the messages on her phone. Nothing from Hannah, but her mother had let her know that Jonah had dropped off Cole. Emmy's relief was clouded with even more guilt, because it felt wrong that she knew her child was safe, and Hannah did not. She got out of the car and was hit by the suffocating heat. Her sweaty uniform had dried in the air conditioning. The stiff collar chafed her neck. Virgil wasn't doing much better. He winced as he lifted the handkerchief on his arm to look at the deep scratches. He was supposed to have the night off, but he looked far from rested. Virgil had told her in January that he was planning on coasting into retirement at the end of the year. The 2 bikes at the park had put an end to his peaceful dream. His lined face had an ashen look. His brow was even more furrowed than usual. Emmy looked up the driveway to the baker's house. The garage door was open. A dark-colored Jetta was parked on one side. The other side was empty.
Cut my arm on a damn wild rosebush trying to look through the kitchen window.
Virgil's tone was somber as he glanced back toward the house.
Family's not home, but I reached Felix Baker on his cell phone. I told him what's going on. They haven't heard from Cheyenne since they left the house around 3. Thought she was at the park with Madison. They should be here any minute.
Emmy felt the weight of his words. She had been so focused on Madison that she'd treated Cheyenne almost as an afterthought. The Bakers had to be terrified. She couldn't imagine what that drive home must feel like. Her father knew, as did her mother. Twice in their lives they had gotten a phone call telling them that one of their children was dead. First Henry, then later Martha. Both lost in terrible accidents. Emmy had no idea how they had managed to carry on. She couldn't breathe if she let herself think even for a second about losing Cole.
Okay, Gerald said. What do we know?
Emmy was glad for the question because it gave her facts to concentrate on. 85 minutes elapsed between the last time I saw Madison and when Hugo ran over her bike. Cheyenne's bike was found secluded in the trees along with Madison's crushed iPhone and a significant amount of blood. Tire tracks indicate the vehicle used to take away both girls as a sedan. Virgil supplied. Cheyenne Baker was last seen at the family home around 3 this afternoon when her father Felix, mother Ruth, and 10-year-old sister Pamela departed in their blue Honda Odyssey minivan to watch the show at the Flint River Basin. Cheyenne was supposed to ride her bike to the park and watch the fireworks with Madison, then return home directly after. No one reported seeing Cheyenne at the park. She has a cell phone, but she's not answering. Her parents don't have it tracked. They expected her to be home when they got here. Gerald asked,
What do we think we know?
Emmy went first again. After I saw Madison, she must have gotten her bike. She would have pushed it up the stairs to the parking lot. Maybe she was going to cut across the field to get to Long Street. I think she went looking for Cheyenne. She was agitated when I saw her. I think Cheyenne was supposed to meet her at a set time, but she was late.
What time?
Gerald asked. Emmy plotted the route in her head. On the back roads, it would take Cheyenne 20 minutes, tops, to bike from here to the park. That would put her at a 3:30 arrival. When I saw Madison around 8:30, she seemed worried, but she wasn't panicked like you'd expect if Cheyenne was running 5 hours late. Virgil suggested, Could be Cheyenne wanted to spend the afternoon alone, then meet up with Madison right before the show to watch the fireworks. That's not how girls work, Emmy said. The point of being at the park wasn't to see the fireworks. It was to hang out together. Plus, today is Madison's birthday. Cheyenne wouldn't roll up at the last minute, especially if she had a curfew.
I'll take your word for it.
Virgil only had sons.
Is there a calculation Madison makes when she realizes Cheyenne is late? Like you said, it's only a 20-minute bike ride. At what point would Madison jump on her bike and come check the house?
I think no more than an hour, Emmy said. Madison would have been texting her, calling her cell, calling the house.
Virgil said, I've got warrants in the works for phone records, both girls, both house landlines.
There's something else. Emmy took out her spiral notebook. She made a rough sketch of the soccer pitch, plotting the locations where they'd found the bikes, then marking the broken caution tape. She used dashes to trace the sedan's route. The tire tracks take us here, to Cheyenne's bike. Madison's bike was way over here, maybe 100 yards away and out in the open. We know from the tire tracks that the sedan was nowhere near Madison's bike.
Virgil said, Okay, so Cheyenne showed up late, and she and Madison were together with their bikes near the cluster of trees. The kidnapper rolls up in his sedan, gets out. Maybe they talk. He grabs Cheyenne, conks her on the head. She's out cold, bleeds onto the ground. Madison drops her phone, jumps onto her bike, pedals across the field. He's on foot. He runs, snatches her up too, leaves the bike, puts both girls in the sedan, drives away.
Emmy had seen the blood. I think one of them was shot.
Gerald nodded. Agreed.
Emmy felt bile rush into her mouth. She nearly gagged as she tried to swallow it down.
Virgil asked, Who's our bad guy? Family, acquaintance, stranger? Stranger, Gerald said. Emmy is Hannah's best friend.
She had to swallow again. Her father didn't need statistics. He only needed a pair of eyes. Emmy's cruiser was routinely parked in front of Hannah's house. She was generally in uniform when they went for a drink after work. Emmy was also the sheriff's daughter. Everyone in town knew the connection. Everyone in Madison's circle would know about it too. Even the most craven offender wouldn't be reckless enough to target Hannah's girl. It had to be a stranger.
Gerald said, Madison's bike was left out in the open. Cheyenne's bike was tossed under the trees. He panicked, Virgil said. It's pitch dark. He figured if one bike was found, no one would search for the other one. We'd focus on one girl instead of both, probably starting with the parents and working out from there. Needed us to waste time, Gerald said. Wanted to get away.
Emmy took a quick breath, trying to dive back in. From a logistical standpoint, it's incredibly risky to go after two 15-year-old girls at the same time. They're too unpredictable. The likelihood that one or both would fight back is too high.
He took Cheyenne first, Gerald said.
He must have talked to her, Emmy said. Maybe he drove up to her on the street. She was on her bike. He showed her the gun, told her to get into the car. She started bargaining with him, trying to talk him out of abducting her, like, my friend is waiting for me. If I don't show up, she'll come looking. She knows where I am. Her stepmother's best friend is a cop. Then the kidnapper decides to use Cheyenne as bait to draw out Madison.
We'll know from their cell phone records if she called or texted Madison, Virgil said. Maybe the kidnapper had some kind of sick fantasy he's always wanted to act out, two girls at once.
Emmy looked down at the ground so that they couldn't see her expression.
Gerald said, GBI said call the FBI.
Emmy knew her father wasn't big on federal involvement. They tended to break more things than they fixed. What are you going to do?
Don't know.
They all turned when a set of headlights swung onto the street. Emmy checked her watch. They had hit the 3-hour mark. The chances of the girls still being alive had dropped to 22%. Virgil stepped into the driveway as a blue minivan raced toward them. Ruth Baker jumped out of the vehicle before her husband had time to stop. Her face was red, eyes swollen from crying. She was frazzled, scared, panicked.
Have you found her? Where is she? Tell me what happened.
Ma'am, Gerald said, we haven't found her. I need to ask you some questions.
What questions?
She grabbed onto his arm.
You should be talking to Hannah and Paul. We told them Madison was a bad influence. Whatever mess Cheyenne has gotten into is that little bitch's fault.
Emmy tried to keep her composure. The woman was distraught, grasping at straws. It still hadn't hit her that the small things didn't matter anymore. The kidnapper didn't care.
"Ma'am," Gerald said, "the girls were taken by force. We found a significant amount of blood at the scene. The situation is dire."
Ruth's mouth opened, but she said nothing. She was too stunned to even blink.
"Sheriff?"
Felix Baker held onto his youngest daughter's hand. Pamela looked as wide-eyed and shocked as her mother.
"What can we do?"
Gerald said, "Tell me about your afternoon."
"Yes, of course."
Felix took a deep breath. Emmy recognized the coping mechanism. He was trying to be calm and clear.
"I had some work to do, but I came home to help pack the van for the picnic. We left for the river basin around 3. I told Cheyenne to come home directly after the fireworks." "That was the last time you saw or heard from her?"
"Yes."
Felix's lip trembled when he looked at his wife.
"Both of us. That was the last time."
"She didn't go with you to the Flint?"
"She wanted to be with Madison."
Ruth's voice was strained.
"She begged me. I should have said no, but—"
Gerald kept his attention on Felix.
"You drove straight to the Flint River Basin?"
"I dropped them off."
Felix nodded toward his wife and child.
"I had a couple more hours of work to do. I'm a mechanical engineer. I went to the factory to review some schematics, then left around 7 and met Ruth and Pamela at the river basin."
Emmy did the math. That was more than a couple of hours. Maybe they were wrong about their predator profile. It wasn't lost on her that a father whose daughter and her best friend were missing had a shaky alibi.
"Why are you wasting time with minutia?"
Ruth had found her voice again.
"Whatever happened, Madison is the one who got them into this. Cheyenne never got into trouble until we moved to this backwater. Felix, tell them."
Felix was shaking his head, but then he said,
"She's right. Cheyenne changed when she met Madison." "When was this?"
Gerald asked.
2 years ago.
Ruth gave a startled laugh, as if she couldn't believe it was that recent.
2 years. And she ruined our damn lives."
Emmy tried to check in on Pamela, but the child was staring at the ground. This was not a conversation to be having in front of a 10-year-old. And the neighbors. Emmy could see lights on in the surrounding houses. She wondered why her father hadn't suggested they go inside.
"Sheriff," Felix said, "are you sure she didn't run away?"
Gerald asked,
"Do you think she ran away?"
"I thought—"
Felix stopped to swallow. His composure was slipping.
Before this, we were talking about moving back to Iowa, to be closer to family, and Cheyenne didn't want to do that. She said she would run away if that happened."
"Had you made any firm decisions?" Gerald asked.
"No."
He glanced at his wife.
"No, we didn't."
"You don't know!"
Ruth yelled.
"She could have run away!"
"No," Gerald said. "The girls didn't run away."
"How can you be sure?"
Ruth demanded.
"Whose blood did you find? Maybe Madison attacked her. Maybe they're both hiding somewhere."
"Mrs. Baker," Gerald said, "tell me about the changes in Cheyenne."
Ruth's mouth opened, then closed again. She didn't answer because she wanted to hold on to the fantasy that maybe the girls were playing an awful game. Felix cleared his throat.
"It was so fast. She met Madison, then practically overnight she was different."
"How?"
Gerald pressed.
"In every way possible."
Ruth tried to use the hem of her shirt to wipe under her eyes, but her hands were shaking too hard.
"Before Madison, Cheyenne was our perfect little girl. Then suddenly, she didn't want to be seen with us anymore. Refused to go to Mass. Started skipping school. Everything was a secret. Then the lying started. Lying about where she was going, who she was going to be with. Spending a lot of time alone in her room. being very unkind to Pamela.
To Emmy's thinking, that sounded a lot like the behavior of a teenager. Gerald asked,
"Were there any boyfriends?"
No.
Ruth sounded emphatic.
Never.
Emmy would have missed Pamela's furtive look had she not been staring directly at the child. Felix added,
"Cheyenne isn't allowed to date. She's not old enough."
Emmy bit her lip. Hannah had reported spotting a hickey on Cheyenne's neck on more than one occasion. Gerald asked,
"Do you have any family members in the area?"
Felix shook his head.
"They're all in Iowa." "Did Cheyenne have other friends?" Gerald asked.
No,
Ruth said.
She was popular when we first moved here, but then her circle got smaller and smaller until...
Emmy watched tears roll down the woman's face. Ruth's throat was visibly strained as she swallowed. She had exhausted all of the blame and excuses. Now it was just cold, hard facts. Her daughter was missing. She might never come home.
"Okay," Gerald said. "My deputy would like to search Cheyenne's room. Felix, could you show her the way?"
Felix looked surprised that the request was directed toward him. He'd assumed that the sheriff would want to talk to the calmer parent. He didn't know this sheriff understood that people who were calm tended to be careful about what came out of their mouth. Gerald had noticed that Felix's alibi was shaky too.
"Of course."
Felix reached for Pamela's hand. "Ready, sweetie?" Pamela's eyes lingered on Emmy a moment too long before she let her father lead her up the driveway. Emmy matched their slow pace. She thought about Pamela's furtive look when Gerald had asked about boyfriends. The girl was 5 years younger than her sister. There were 22 years between Emmy and her brother, but she had treated Tommy as a full-on subject of interest. He couldn't send an email or make a phone call without her Veronica Marsing his ass. Emmy had known he was going to ask Celia to marry him before he did. It had to be worse with sisters.
"Sorry."
Felix used his key to unlock the front door. "We didn't have time to clean up." "No problem." Emmy scanned her surroundings as he took her up the stairs to the main level. She could have drawn the floor plan standing at the curb. Almost every house in the neighborhood had a similar design. Decades ago, some distant Clifton cousins had built split levels all over Verona. The engineers at the factory loved the 20th century modern look. Their wives detested the basement floor laundry room and 2 sets of stairs you had to climb to get from the garage to the kitchen. The baker's house wasn't messy, considering 2 busy adults, a tween and a teen, lived here. The furniture was nice, if mostly bland. The couple seemed to favor variations of browns and whites. Emmy could see the same color scheme in the kitchen, the hall, the powder room. There didn't appear to be any pets, only a few paintings hung on the walls. There were no rugs to warm things up or even throws and pillows to make people feel at home. If Emmy had to use one word to describe the place, it would have been temporary. The family hadn't started talking about moving back to Iowa because of Madison Dalrymple. Ruth had clearly refused to set down roots here. She was looking for any excuse to go back home. "This way." Felix nodded for her to follow. All the doors off the hallway were closed. Emmy guessed that was an Iowa thing. The hardwood floors were old and cupped from the humidity. Every footstep was accompanied by a particular kind of squeak. She imagined it was difficult to sneak out of the house at night. She also imagined that Cheyenne had figured out a way to do it. Felix paused at the last closed door on the right. His hand wrapped around the knob, but he didn't open it. Emmy let him have a moment. "Dad," Pamela whispered, like she was embarrassed that he had forgotten how to open doors. "It's okay, sweetie." He gave a self-conscious laugh. "Your sister's going to be furious when she finds out I let a stranger go into her room." Emmy heard the shakiness in his voice. She gave him some space to make the decision. Opening the door meant that Cheyenne was really missing. That she might not come back. That someone had probably hurt her. Felix took a deep breath, then opened the door. She had been expecting the usual teenage mess, but Cheyenne's bedroom was next level cluttered. Unlike her mother, she'd set down deep roots. Posters of every band and singer you would expect had been taped on the walls. There were multiple sets of collections: stuffed animals, horse figurines, perfumes, lip glosses, earrings, dried flowers, candles, Harry Potter, the Twilight series, makeup sets, so many clothes and shoes that the closet door wouldn't close. Felix gave a dry laugh. She likes her stuff. Most girls do. I yelled at her this afternoon, he said. I wanted her to go with us to the river. I told her it was important to do things as a family. Emmy gave him some grace. It's hard raising a teenager. He gestured toward the eyeshadows and blushes strewn across the desk. We gave up the battle over her makeup. Ruth said she was too young, but she would put it on as soon as she left the house, so... Emmy heard his throat work as he swallowed. Cheyenne was right, he said. She told me I wouldn't be at the river anyway, that I would get tied up at work and that I would be late. So what did it matter if she was there or with Madison? Emmy studied his face. She felt his regret was genuine, but she didn't have the luxury of giving people the benefit of the doubt. Did she have a laptop or... Ruth took away her laptop last year. He shrugged. Cheyenne figured out a way around the parental controls. We didn't want her using social media. She's only allowed to use the desktop downstairs for homework. Can you get the laptop for me? I'm sorry, I think Ruth donated it to the church. The nuns have a program for underprivileged youth. That's okay. Emmy would follow up on it later. What about her phone? It's an old flip phone I tossed in a desk drawer a few years back. Ruth was furious at her for scratching her initials into the plastic. His voice trailed off as he seemed to realize that he'd wasted too much time being angry over stupid things. We monitored all of her online activity. She wasn't allowed to have internet access outside the house or at school. There are so many bad people out there that Emmy watched his face collapse as he realized that the bad people had gotten to his daughter anyway. She told him, I should get started. Of course. Felix clasped his hands together. Do you need my help with this, or... The sheriff probably has more questions for you. Right, he said. Right. Emmy watched him leave. His footsteps were heavy in the hallway, squeaking every floorboard. She heard his tread down the split-level stairs. The click of the front door. Emmy was about to get started on the search when she heard a soft squeak closer by. Pamela peered around the edge of the open doorway. Emmy smiled at her, but the girl quickly pulled back. Her footsteps were light as a mouse across the hall. One of the bedroom doors opened, then closed. Going after her was an option, but Emmy had to weigh the fact that Pamela was a 10-year-old whose sister was missing against the probability that she had any useful information. The girl would probably remember every part of this night. She didn't need to remember being terrified of an aggressive sheriff's deputy. Besides, the worst way to get something from a child was to demand they speak up. Emmy started the search of Cheyenne's bedroom with a quick visual scan in case anything obvious was lying around. Cheyenne seemed to like pink and blue, which was unsurprising considering how she decorated her bike. This wasn't a little girl pink on the walls, though. The color was closer to hot pink, likely chosen to annoy her mother. The bedspread was an almost identical vivid blue to Cheyenne's bicycle. The sheets were an explosion of multicolored flowers. The throw pillows were in a similar range. Glow-in-the-dark stars had been stuck onto the ceiling and pressed onto the blades of the ceiling fan. There was a fake sheepskin rug on the floor. The edges were curled. A pair of deep gouges had damaged the hardwoods. The top of the desk was almost completely covered with various types of makeup. 3 bottles of dark nail polish rested beside a history textbook. Underneath was a yellow legal pad with doodles drawn in purple ink. Emmy knew both girls were in summer school because they'd failed social studies during the regular year. She checked to make sure the doorway was still empty before taking a pair of gloves out of her pocket and pulling them on. She paged through the textbook, skimmed the class notes. Cheyenne's handwriting was a girlish loop with circles instead of dots. From what Emmy could tell, none of her notes were personal in nature. There was a backpack leaning against the side of the desk. She bent down to look inside, another textbook, a copy of Romeo and Juliet, a Twix bar, an empty water bottle, a school ID, 3 crumpled dollar bills, 32 cents in loose coins, and what looked like a furry tic-tac. Emmy stood back up. She started with the low-hanging fruit, ran her hands between the mattress and box spring, peered under the bed, opened the bedside drawers, checked inside, then slid her fingers along the wooden undersides. Then she performed the same routine with the dresser drawers. She rifled the closet shelves, rummaged through the trash, searched random pockets and clothes, looked inside the zillions of pairs of shoes tossed into the closet. Bingo. Emmy found a small, metal lockbox tucked into the very back corner of the closet. She didn't waste time looking for a key. The box was flimsy, the sort of thing you would give a child, not engineered with a patented lock from Fort Knox. Emmy unclipped the multi-tool on her belt and found the auger. She jammed it into the keyhole and twisted. The box opened. Huh, she mumbled. There had to be at least $3,000 in the box. She took out the bills to count them. The money wasn't Cheyenne's only stash. There was a baggie of weed, more seeds than stems, but still. She placed it all on the floor. The only thing left in the box was a strip of photos like one you'd get from a booth at the fair. Each of the 4 squares showed Madison and Cheyenne, arms around each other, posing for the camera. They were dressed up, probably for a party that neither set of parents had known about. Madison's eyeliner was too heavy, her lips ballooned out with cherry red lipstick. Cheyenne's too-tight shirt gaped open wide enough to show her black bra underneath. The gold necklace with her name spelled in script practically disappeared into her cleavage. Madison had a matching necklace with her name, but in contrast, she was more modestly dressed, as if she hadn't been able to fully commit to the look. The last photo on the strip raised an interesting question. Cheyenne was holding Madison's head in her hands as she kissed her on the face. Not the cheek, not the lips, but somewhere in between. Emmy didn't want to read too much into the kiss. At that age, she had constantly developed crushes on girls, but there was never a sexual component. It was more like she wanted to be them, rather than to be with them. To have Celia's quick wit, or Taby's unwavering certainty, or Hannah's dark sense of humor. To be anyone but herself. It was so hard to be a 15-year-old girl. She heard the hallway floorboards creak again. Emmy glanced into the mirror over the dresser. She could see Pamela peering around the door jamb. Emmy sat back on her heels. Again, she thought about Pamela's furtive look in the street. At 10 years of age, Pamela was old enough to understand something bad had happened to Cheyenne, but not old enough to grasp that she really needed to help. Any past promises or pinky swears or even bribes were inconsequential. Pamela needed to confess it all. Emmy tried to think of a way to convey this truth without pushing the girl too far. Cole was 1 year older, but probably half as mature. The only real power you had at that age was silence. She took out her phone and carefully photographed everything she had found. Then she placed the photo strip back in the metal box. Then the bag of pot. Then she started counting the cash. 20s mostly, a few 10s, several 50s, which was surprising. Emmy had been wrong in her estimate. There was closer to $5,000 in the lockbox. The amount was staggering for a teenager to have hidden in her closet, and it wasn't as if Cheyenne could go to an ATM. Who the hell had given dozens of crisp $50 bills to a 15-year-old girl? Pamela's shadow fell across the shoe collection. The girl squatted down beside Emmy. She was wearing a yellow dress that was stained down the front, likely from a red popsicle. Her knobby knees had cuts and scrapes. She had red clay under her fingernails from playing in the river basin. She smelled almost overwhelmingly sweaty, but in that way that children could stink but still smell sweet. Emmy kept quiet as she started counting out the bills again, placing them in stacks like Monopoly money. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched Pamela pressing the seeds in the baggie like she was popping bubble wrap. Emmy tidied the stacks of bills. She bit her tongue so that she didn't ruin this moment. She had spent so many hours doing busy work in the kitchen or pretending to care about dusting books on the shelves or arranging PlayStation CDs while she waited for Cole to finally tell her what was bothering him. This should have been easy compared to that. But she was so desperate to find Madison and Cheyenne that her hands ached to grab Pamela by the arms and shake her. Instead, she scooped up the 50s and started turning the faces on the bills in the same direction. Pamela kept pressing her thumb into the seeds. Emmy decided to take a risk. I guess your dad doesn't know about Cheyenne's iPhone. Pamela stiffened. It's not a big deal. Emmy had seen Cheyenne with the iPhone on Hannah's couch. The two girls had been sitting a foot away from each other and still texted rather than opening their mouths to speak. I won't tell anybody. Pamela went back to pressing the seeds. She had broken apart most of them. Emmy wondered if she knew what was in the baggie. Rather than ask, she picked up the 20s and started to face them all in the same direction. There's more, Pamela said. Money? Emmy kept arranging. Yeah. Emmy waited until she had finished with the bills. Where? Pamela didn't answer. The guilt of revealing Cheyenne's secret was obviously weighing heavy. Again, Emmy forced her mouth to stay closed, scooping up another stack of bills as her ears strained for any break in the silence. Finally, Pamela tapped Emmy on the arm. She waited for her to look, then her eyes rolled up toward the ceiling in the closet. The kid was a better investigator than Emmy. There was an attic access panel at the top of the closet. Pamela stood up. She threw back the sheepskin rug and dragged the desk chair across the floor. That explained the gouge marks in the wood. Emmy was wondering how the kid managed to get to the panel when Pamela started piling books onto the seat, which was not only dangerous, but unnecessary. I've got it, sweetheart. Emmy stepped onto the chair. She reached up over her head and pushed away the panel. She felt blindly around the attic joists. Pink insulation rained down into her mouth and eyes. She coughed, using her arm to wipe grit from her eyes. She was about to ask Pamela for more guidance when her fingers touched the edge of a plastic bag. Ziploc, gallon-sized. Thick enough for the freezer. She pulled down the bag through the opening. She blinked her eyes, but not from the insulation, because she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Another giant wad of cash. A blister pack of birth control pills with 4 tablets missing, more pot, what looked like 2 8-balls of cocaine, and 10 tabs of Molly. She looked down at Pamela. Emmy was done being careful. She asked, Does Cheyenne have a boyfriend? Yeah, the girl said. His name is Jack. Chapter 4. Yet again, Emmy sat beside her father as he drove her cruiser, this time to another house with another family that was about to have their lives turned upside down, though for very different reasons. The Jack that Pamela had named was the 16-year-old son of Dr. Carl Whitlock, a pediatrician whose patient list touched almost every person in North Falls, including Emmy, who'd seen him as a teenager, and Cole, who'd never known another doctor. Carl's wife, Monica, had been nearly 20 years younger than him and had never taken to small-town life. She'd remarried and moved to Atlanta a few years ago, but they'd kept Jack in North Falls so that he could finish high school. Gerald asked,
"She on your radar?"
He was asking about Cheyenne. Every cop had a list of potential criminals on their radar, the kind of people who'd been lucky or clever enough to avoid getting arrested. Emmy had never suspected anything other than teenage angst behind Cheyenne and Madison's steely silences whenever she walked into the room. The stash of drugs and money had thrown her for a loop. She told her father, "I knew the girls were getting high sometimes, but I had no idea Cheyenne was messed up in anything like this. If I had, I would have told Hannah to get Madison the hell away from her."
"Okay."
Emmy studied her father's profile. His okays had several layers. Sometimes they could be taken at face value as an agreement. Sometimes they were meant to acknowledge that words had been spoken and they'd been heard. But that was the extent of it. They both knew Jonah spent most of his days either drinking or getting high. They both chose not to talk about it. "Dad, there's a big difference between a couple of joints and 2 8-balls and a dime of Molly." Emmy tried to take the petulance out of her tone. "The hard drugs change things. Between the lockbox and what I found in the attic, Cheyenne was sitting on nearly $16,000 in cash and 1,000 more in drugs. That's a significant amount of business."
"What's Jack's involvement?"
Was he dealing, or were they holding for him? Emmy stared at the blur of the road as she considered the possibilities. "His father is a doctor, but I don't see Dr. Carl losing track of his prescription pads. And the drugs we found aren't legal pharmaceuticals. If I'm a drug dealer, I might get Cheyenne to hold my stash, but I wouldn't trust her to keep that much money. Plus, if he abducted the girls in order to get the cash back, the cash would be gone. According to the neighbors, the baker's house has been empty since 3:30 at least."
"Take the drugs out of it."
"It doesn't change anything. Jack would have better opportunities to abduct the girls. He could tell them to swing by his house, but why would he take them in the first place? Where would he hold them? Why take them both at the same time? This feels too calculated and controlled for a 16-year-old boy to pull off." Gerald asked,
"What are the other scenarios?"
Emmy tried to think of how the drugs could tie into the disappearance of the 2 girls. "The biker gangs out of Macon run coke and oxy. The militia runs—"
"Emmy Lou,"
he said, his tone not exactly making fun of her, but not exactly not making fun of her. The humbling part was that he was right. Whoever had supplied Cheyenne with the drugs was at least 10 rungs below the organization that trafficked them into the state. "They're 15-year-old girls," Emmy said. "They can't drive, can't hang out at bars, can't really leave the house without permission. Everywhere they go is on their bikes, so that limits their world even more. They're not following politics or the news. Their entire lives are whatever happens at school and whatever happens at the outlet mall. And even then, it's all focused through the narrow lens of their own existence."
"So?"
"He probably met them at the outlet mall." Emmy silently flipped through the carousel of small-time drug dealers in the county. Most of them were middle-aged men with receding hairlines who were barely scraping by. I mean, even the street-level dealers have a moral compass. I could see them dealing to older kids, but I don't see any of them snatching up 2 girls no matter what they did.
"Focus on Madison,"
Gerald said. Emmy felt her throat tighten. Talking in theoreticals had given her some distance, but now she was reminded that at the heart of everything were 2 terrified, endangered children. They were not hardened drug dealers or streetwise hustlers. They were Felix and Ruth Baker's oldest daughter. They were Paul and Hannah's baby girl. 16 grand is a lot for a teenager to hold on to, Emmy said. It takes an enormous amount of discipline to not blow it on clothes and makeup. They were saving up for something important, probably to leave town.
Why?
Because that's what you want to do when you're a teenager. Everybody treats you like you're a kid, but you think you're an adult. Your parents are stupid, school is a waste of time, it's boring hanging out every day at the outlet mall. You see the same people over and over again, hear the same stories. Emmy paused, trying to think back to being stuck in that hellish limbo. The Bakers claim Madison is the one who corrupted Cheyenne. Hannah and Paul say that Cheyenne is the bad seed. I think it's more likely that they egged each other on. Cheyenne is from out of town. She's exciting and flashy. Madison soaks up the drama and emotion like a sponge. In order to keep Madison's attention, Cheyenne has to keep taking bigger and bigger risks. If I'm a skeevy drug dealer, Cheyenne is the one I approach. Gerald said,
Paul and Hannah are North Falls people.
Emmy knew what he meant. There were a lot of assumptions baked into the phrase, North Falls people. The town's real estate market was tight and restrictive. The citizens, particularly the women, tended to be tough as nails and long-lived. Generally, if you owned a house within the city limits, it was because your grandmother had passed it on to you, and her grandmother had passed it on to her. People in the city had more money, more education, more political reach, and more resources. In other words, if you were doing something covert or illegal, you would stay as far away from North Falls people as possible. And you would especially want to avoid their privileged, spoiled children. The kidnapper probably watched them before he decided to make his move. Emmy's stomach twisted into a knot as she considered the possibilities. Maybe he only sold weed to them in the beginning. Then he talked to them a bit. Then he figured out that Cheyenne was the leader, so he chose her.
Okay, Gerald said. What's his angle?
Sex. She felt a tinge of heat in her cheeks. Hannah and I talked about this when Madison turned 13. Suddenly, all these creepy adult men came out of the woodwork. We both remember it happening to us around that age, too. What you wear, how you walk, how you talk, how you breathe. There's always a skeevy older guy who's paying attention, noting your vulnerabilities, flattering you, flirting with you, because he's trying to groom you.
For sex.
Sure, but also for power, control, manipulation. Small men can't handle grown women. They go after girls because most girls are pliable and desperate for outside approval. At that age, you'll do almost anything for attention, even if it feels bad and you know it's wrong. Emmy shrugged when Gerald looked at her, because it really was that simple. He asked,
They wouldn't tell their parents.
Parents get mad about the wrong things. What were you doing talking to him? Why were you hanging out there? Why didn't you walk away? What were you wearing? Why did you lead him on?
Okay.
He cut the steering wheel into a sharp turn.
Explain the drugs.
The knot twisted tighter. He must have used them to expand his drug business into the high school. Summer school is in session until the end of the month. Both girls are enrolled. That means kids from Verona, Okmulgee, Clayville, and North Falls.
Not good.
I'll see what Dylan knows. Emmy took out her phone and started texting Deputy Dylan Alvarez, the sheriff's resource officer who was in charge of the high school, to see if he had any useful information about dealers or the girls. Dylan patrols the halls every day. He can tell us which kids we need to talk to. Gerald's phone started to ring. He flipped it open, put it on speakerphone.
You got both of us.
No news on the girls. Virgil was obviously standing outside. The chirp of crickets filled the background. Paul went online and pulled up Madison's cell phone records from the last 6 months. Other than Paul and Hannah, Madison only ever called 3 numbers. The first one matches the flip phone Cheyenne's parents knew about. The second number was registered to a pay-as-you-go account. A burner phone, Emmy said. The number could belong to the kidnapper. How frequent are the calls?
Nearly nonstop and not short, Virgil said. Some last 30, 40 minutes, some are over 2 hours. The number of texts is ridiculous. I don't have the content, but I've got the timestamps. We're talking quick bursts. Sometimes a text was sent every 4 or 5 seconds.
That sounds more like 2 girls, Emmy said. Is there a pattern between Madison's phone, Cheyenne's flip phone, and the burner? Like, did Madison text with both Cheyenne and the burner simultaneously?
Hold on.
Virgil was clearly looking at the records.
Okay. The short answer is no. It looks like Madison only called Cheyenne's flip phone before and after summer school hours. During school, she was exclusively contacting the burner, and that's like, Jesus, a lot. 50, maybe 100 texts over the course of 6 hours. Then they stop when school is out. Then they pick back up around midnight and continue off and on until the morning.
The burner has to belong to Cheyenne, Emmy said. A predator or dealer wouldn't be on the phone that much. It leaves a record. He'd want to interact in person. Less chance of being overheard, lower risk of the parents finding out. Gerald asked,
"What about the third number?" "That's the interesting thing," Virgil said. 8 days ago, the burner phone went dark, then a third number came online, also pay-as-you-go. Madison stopped communicating with the old number and picked up the new one. Same frequency, same hours.
Maybe the burner was lost? Emmy asked. Stolen?
Whatever the reason, we need to lay our hands on those phones, Virgil said. You have to have the actual device to read the texts. Paul gave us the password for Madison's iPhone, but I couldn't get the damn thing to power on. It's not just the glass that got cracked. The bits and pieces are loose inside.
Was it backed up to the cloud? Emmy asked.
No, they opted her out because she had so many texts and pictures it was blowing through their data plan, Virgil said. I've got the phone bagged and ready to go to the GBI lab along with the baker's desktop computer. Delay that, Gerald said.
Emmy looked at her father. She knew that he'd decided to call in the FBI. She asked Virgil, "What about the bakers? Can they access records on Cheyenne's flip phone?"
"Felix doesn't have an online account. You need a code to activate it. He's going to call the business office as soon as it's open in the morning."
Emmy thought it was weird that an engineer didn't have everything set up electronically. If you're trying to be sneaky, you buy a burner phone because you can pay cash and you don't have to give your real name. You wouldn't buy it online because you'd have to use a credit card, so you'd go to a brick and mortar to get it. There can't be more than a couple of places where Cheyenne or Madison could buy a burner. I'd start with the Good Dollar and the kiosk at the outlet mall.
Gerald said, "Could be the kidnapper bought the phones."
She hadn't thought about that, but it made sense that the man controlling Cheyenne would also control who she spoke with.
Gerald said, "The bulge in Madison's pocket."
Emmy felt her heart sink. She'd stupidly thought Madison had packed a bag of snacks. She could have had a flip phone on her at the park. Dad, there's no way this was random. The kidnapper is sophisticated and seasoned at grooming girls.
Gerald said, "Put a team on the list."
Emmy had known it was coming, but it still hit her like a hammer to the chest. The list referred to all the registered sex offenders in the county.
"Shit,"
Virgil mumbled. He was feeling it too.
"Yes, boss."
Gerald closed his phone and slipped it into his pocket. His eyes stayed on the road. Emmy listened to the white noise of the car wheels traveling over asphalt. They were on Vernon Road, named after her great-great-grandfather. Soon they would take a left onto Delilah Avenue, named after her great-great-grandmother. Hannah lived just behind Delilah on Clay Street, which was named after the first Clifton who'd stolen the land from the Creek tribe in 1822 and plastered his name all over the county.
"Emmylou,"
Gerald said. She turned to look at him. She knew what was coming before he even said it.
"You're gonna have to talk to Hannah."
Emmy slowly nodded her head.
"Need to search Madison's room. Find out if she's been hiding anything. Look for the missing burner. Any other burners. Cash, drugs, pills."
Emmy kept nodding. Gerald pushed up the turn signal to take a left onto Delilah. Emmy looked at her watch. It was 1 a.m, yet the lights were on in every single house. There were open garage doors, empty carports, so many people walking in the street with flashlights that they looked like a swarm of fireflies. They were all looking for Madison and Cheyenne. Gerald nosed the car into the curb in front of Dr. Carl's house. Emmy checked her phone as she got out. 2 more texts from her crazy aunt. The cousin's text had blown up again, but the potluck versus restaurant argument had reached a détente. Taby had created a spreadsheet that referred to a map overlaid with search areas she had assigned to various branches of Clifton's. No one was questioning her authority. For once, they were all in complete agreement about what had to be done. The last text was from her mother. Cole had finally nodded off in Emmy's old bed. She let herself feel the relief of knowing her child was cared for. Emmy was about to return her phone to her pocket when it started to ring. She answered on speakerphone so her father could hear. "Dylan, we're both here. What do you have?" "Nothing," he said. "I know Cheyenne and Madison from seeing them in the halls, but they've never been in trouble with me." Emmy was disappointed but not surprised the 2 girls had managed to stay clear of the school's law enforcement officer. They were demonstrably good at keeping secrets. "What about Jack Whitlock?" "Dr. Carl's son?" Dylan sounded slightly alarmed. His 14-year-old daughter was probably a patient. "Jack's not in the popular group for sure. Kind of quiet, kind of a loner. I've never had any one-on-one with him." Again, not surprising. A school resource officer's job was safety and crime prevention. Dylan's days were filled with breaking up fights, tracking down petty thieves, and walking the hallways to remind the students there was a cop on duty, none of which would put him in direct contact with kids who knew how to stay out of trouble. Or, at least, give off the appearance. She asked, "Who are the dealers at school?" "Nobody," Dylan said. "North Falls High does not have a drug problem." Emmy almost laughed. "Are you kidding me?" Gerald cleared his throat. "Dylan, Emmy will meet you at the school first thing in the morning. Give her the rundown. She'll need to talk to the guidance counselors, teachers, kids. Make a list." Like Virgil, he hesitated, but only for a second. "Yes, boss." Emmy ended the call. She asked her dad, "What was that?" Gerald didn't answer. He walked up the driveway toward Dr. Carl's house. Emmy followed, trying to turn her brain away from the strange phone call and concentrate on the task at hand. As of right now, Jack Whitlock was their only lead in the disappearance of Cheyenne Baker and Madison Dalrymple. The girls had been missing for over 4 hours. The odds that they would be found alive were dropping into the single digits. Emmy let her gaze travel around the property. The red brick, ranch-style home with crisp, white trim and a carport on the left-hand side was another Clifton family special. This one designed to take advantage of government-backed mortgages provided to returning World War II veterans who were eager to start their families. 3 bedrooms, ensuite in the primary. Hall bath, living room, kitchen, den, no basement. There was only one vehicle parked in the carport, Dr. Carl's black Volkswagen Jetta. The rest of the space was taken up by a long workbench and several metal storage cabinets. Everything was tidy and in its place, unlike the yard, which had gone to hell since Monica had left. The flower beds were mostly weeds. The grass looked parched. No one had cleaned out the gutters in a good long while. The bigger problem was that, unlike every other house on the street, the lights at Dr. Carl's were turned off. Not even the porch light was on. Gerald glanced back at Emmy. All the bad explanations passed wordlessly between them. Torture, rape, murder, patricide, suicide. Jack Whitlock was a 16-year-old white male who was unpopular at school and described as a quiet loner. Emmy knew for a fact that Dr. Carl kept at least one weapon in the house. She had seen him at the shooting range with a SIG MCX that had a 16-inch hammer-forged barrel, a skeletonized side-folding stock, and a 30-round magazine. The nearly $3,000 rifle was billed as a home defense weapon, but the military styling had an ungodly appeal to weekend warriors, divorced fathers, and school shooters. Emmy unsnapped the strap around her Glock for the second time that night. Gerald walked up the 2 steps to the front porch. He waited until Emmy was positioned behind him and to his right. He raised his fist and gave the door 3 hard knocks. Each one was loud enough to sound like a gunshot, which was by design. You didn't knock tentatively if you didn't know what was waiting for you on the other side. Emmy saw a light switch on in the far corner of the house. She knew it came from the primary bedroom. She silently counted off the steps to the front door. Up the long hallway, through the living room, turn left at the kitchen, another short hallway, then the foyer. An interior light came on, sparkling through the etched glass panels in the top of the door. Then the porch light glowed amber. Then the door was opened, and Dr. Carl was standing there in a white undershirt, tucked into a pair of white boxers. He blinked behind his glasses. "Gerald?" Carl sounded surprised. He glanced out into the street. "What happened?" "Cheyenne Baker and Madison Dalrymple are missing." Gerald nodded inside the house. "Can we come in?" Yes." Carl stepped back, opening the door wider. "What can I do? When did this happen?" Emmy watched Carl start turning on lamps in the living room. He looked concerned but not frantic. She told him, "Madison was last seen at the 4th celebration at the park. Cheyenne was last seen this afternoon at home. We suspect foul play." Jesus. Carl's glasses bumped up as he rubbed his eyes. He was still caught somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. Dental records would be—" "That's not why we're here," Emmy said. "Can we talk to Jack?" "Jack?" Carl asked, but he didn't push for clarification. He turned back toward the dark hallway. "I thought he was asleep." Emmy could see a faint blue light slipping out from under a closed bedroom door. She didn't wait for an invitation. She walked down the hall with her hand on her holstered Glock. "Gerald," Carl said, "what's going on?" Behind her, Emmy heard the low register of her father's deep voice as he answered the question. But all of her attention stayed on the door. She reached out, carefully resting her fingers on the handle. She made herself let out the breath she'd been holding. Then she opened the door. Jack was sitting at his computer, turned away from Emmy. The large monitor was the only source of light in the room. He was seated in an office-style rolling chair that was pulled up to a large wooden desk. Papers and books were piled across the top. A pair of Beats headphones were attached to his iPhone by a red cord, but the volume was turned up loud enough for Emmy to make out the pounding synth pop of Poker Face leaking from around his ears. An atom bomb could have gone off behind him, and he would have been oblivious. Emmy stepped carefully into the room. She had to open her mouth to breathe. The smell hit her hard and fast. Sweat and testosterone, with a hint of Axe body spray and hand lotion. The bed was unmade, the fitted sheet pulled back to expose the bare mattress. Clothes were strewn across the floor. Shelves had been built into the open closet. The posters on the wall were filled with women suggestively caressing vintage sports cars. Everything was messy, disordered, tossed around. She looked at the monitor. Jack was staring at a Facebook page for someone named Rex Delilah, which sounded like he'd fallen for that phishing scheme that claimed to generate your porn name but secretly collected the name of your first pet and your childhood street so the thief could break into your passwords. While Emmy watched, Jack hit refresh on the comments. Dozens of new posts loaded. She squinted at the monitor, which was so large that she could read it from 6 feet away. "Can't stop thinking about the last thing Cheyenne said to me. She wanted to copy my homework, but I said no. If I had have let her, maybe she wouldn't be missing right now. I used to have lunch with Cheyenne when she first moved here. People grow apart, but I always considered her a friend. I pray to God for her safe return. Hashtag Clifton Strong. She was always a bitch, and so was Madison. Mad snapped me a pic of her pussy. Want to see it? I love Madison. We were friends in middle school, and her mom was so sweet. She made the best cupcakes. Do y'all remember? I like Mrs. Dalrymple too, though. She was my teacher. Cheyenne told me she'd give me a BJ for $50. Cheyenne, we love you and Madison both. Please come home. Hashtag Clifton Strong. Link to Mad's pussy. We need to pray for both of them to be returned safely. The Lord hears the prayers of children first. Let's lift up our voices in the school quad tomorrow. Hashtag Clifton Strong. Get on your knees before me and I will give you something to pray about real hard. LMFAO. Hashtag Clifton Dong. Emmy heard Jack snort a laugh. From triumph? From vicarious pleasure? He reloaded the page again like a junkie seeking a fix. More posts scrolled up. Emmy checked for her father. Gerald was standing in the hall. He had a light step for such a large man. Emmy moved to her left, positioning herself between the twin bed and the window. Gerald blocked the door, effectively cutting off any chance of escape. He slid his finger under the light switch. He waited for Emmy's nod before flipping it on. "Dad!" Jack yelled, standing up so quickly that his chair slammed into the bed. His beats were yanked off his head in the process. Poker Face had reached the chorus. The drums sounded tinny when the headphones hit the carpet. "What the?" Emmy heard the sharp snap of his teeth as his mouth closed. He looked at Emmy, then her father. Instinctively, she knew he was hiding something. She asked, "Where are Madison and Cheyenne?" "What?" he asked. "How would I know?" "You know they're missing." "Yeah, but..." "You've been reading that Facebook page all night." "That's not..." "What am I going to find when I search your room?" Jack opened his mouth to answer, then snapped it closed again. His gaze went toward the door. Carl was standing behind Gerald. "Dad, I'm a minor. They're not allowed to talk to me without your permission." Carl asked, "Do you know why they're here?" Jack shook his head. "No, sir." "Son, you obviously knew the girls were missing." Carl sounded appalled. "Why didn't you wake me up? Madison has been my patient since she was a baby. Hannah and Paul must be terrified. You didn't think I'd want to help look for her?" Jack's head tilted down. The motion had a practiced feel. "Sorry, Dad." Emmy looked at Gerald. He was taking in the room, the posters, the state of disarray, the vitriolic posts on the Facebook page. He didn't have to step close to read what was being said. His cataract surgery had given him sharper vision than she'd ever had. Gerald turned back to Carl. "You mind letting Emmy talk to your boy alone?" Carl shook his head but said, "Yes, of course she can. Let's go back to the living room. I've got some scotch, or..." Emmy blocked out the rest of the conversation as the two men walked away. She kept her focus on Jack, asking, "What am I going to find in your room?" "Nothing." "So if I look under your bed?" "Shit," he hissed. "Okay, fine." Jack got on his knees and reached between the mattress and box spring. He tossed an object onto the wrinkled sheets. She saw a black plastic flashlight. Except the part that was supposed to have the light was silicone, and the silicone was formed into the shape of a labia. As if that wasn't awful enough, the words "pocket pussy" were etched onto the side. "Are you happy?" Jack demanded. Emmy was not happy. "Put that thing on the floor and sit in the chair with both hands where I can see them." Jack grunted, but he complied. "There's nothing else, I promise." Emmy knew what a guilty 11-year-old boy looked like. She guessed at 16 they weren't that much better at feigning innocence. She took a pair of gloves out of her pocket, but she wasn't going to search blind. She tilted up the twin mattress onto its side. She didn't recognize half the kinky shit Jack had hidden under there, but the kid was definitely at the height of his sexual awakening. There wasn't enough money in the world that would compel her to take a black light to this room. She checked on Jack. He was rocking back and forth in the chair, furious, impotent, ashamed. Emmy was reminded of a line she'd read from a study of school shooters. They seek to reaffirm their masculinity by attacking students and teachers who they perceive to be thriving within the social entity that they feel has diminished their masculinity. Emmy let the mattress drop back into place. She checked the bedside table and dresser drawers. Nothing. She searched the shelves in the closet. Nothing. The dirty clothes basket was full. She kicked it onto its side. Nothing. She kept Jack in her line of sight while she flipped through the paperbacks on the desk. The Last of the Mohicans, A Room with a View, Beloved. The spines were cracked. Post-it flags stuck out from the pages. She assumed he was knocking out his summer reading assignment for AP English. She used the toe of her shoe to push over his backpack. More books, including The Complete Stories of Flannery O'Connor. His desk drawer was filled with index cards and pens. Nothing alarming or unexpected was in the room if you left out the veritable red light district under the mattress. Jack crossed his arms over his chest. I told you there wasn't anything else. You did. Emmy walked across the room and leaned against the windowsill. Talk to me about Madison and Cheyenne. I hate them. I hope they're dead. Emmy listened to his tone of voice. He seemed almost matter-of-fact about it. She asked, Do a lot of people hate them? He shrugged but said, You mean everybody in the entire school? Sure. Why? They're bitches. Both of them. If you look at them wrong, then your life is over. How? They tell people your dick is tiny, or that you're a bad lay, or that you tried to touch them when you didn't. Did you have sex with either of them? They're not my type, he said, his voice so filled with anger and longing that Emmy could practically feel it on her skin. I have a girlfriend. What's her name? He looked down at the carpet again. His leg had started to shake. Madison told everybody I'm gay. I'm not gay. Okay, Emmy said, but it wouldn't matter to me if you were. Well, I'm not, he insisted. She lied to the whole school, and they believed her. I'm sorry she did that to you, Jack. Sometimes people can be really mean for no reason except they need to be mean. Emmy didn't have time to dissect the Byzantine cruelties of high school girls. Tell me what you think happened to Madison and Cheyenne tonight. Jack shook his head, but she gathered he was really considering the question. I mean, it's bad that they're missing, right? I hate them, but whatever happened is bad. It is, she confirmed. Did you watch the fireworks at the river tonight, or... He snorted an incredulous laugh. I watched them with my dad on the back porch. In case you didn't pick up on this from the last 5 minutes of our conversation, I'm not very popular. Emmy had guessed as much the second she'd seen him at the computer wearing his tidy whities and faded Weezer t-shirt. She mentally took a step back to really look at him. His hair was greasy. Acne spotted his cheeks. He would grow into his looks one day, but for now, his body was caught between boy and man. Scrawny arms and legs, concave chest, a smattering of hair on his upper lip that he probably had to shave every third day. He was not only reading his summer assignments, but taking notes. He was using a pseudonym to lightly stalk his peers. He was probably subjected to the worst kind of ridicule every time he stepped foot inside the school. She said, Jack, let's start over. I'm not here to embarrass you. I know high school can be difficult. He snorted again. I know you're a Clifton. Not the right kind of Clifton. Emmy tried another approach. My grandfather didn't want to work at the factory. He sold his shares and joined a traveling circus. Jack stared at her. For real? Yep, she said. The Great Depression hit. The factory almost closed down. Grandpa decided he'd be better off taking the money and running. Except he didn't get far. Broke his back on the trapeze, came home in a wheelchair. That's why my father dropped out of high school and joined the sheriff's department. He had to help support the family. Damn, Jack said. What about the money from selling his shares? Went to prostitutes and gambling debts. Damn. Damn is right, Emmy said. There was a reason Taby grated so much. She had the arrogance of a rich Clifton, which was hard for a poor Clifton to swallow. Jack, I'm going to be honest with you. Whatever you've got in your room is your business. I don't care about your girlfriend or your toys or your browser history. I just want to know how I can find Madison and Cheyenne. His right shoulder went up in a shrug. They're already dead. Don't believe everything you read online. Emmy tried to sound like she wasn't losing hope. Do I have to explain to you what could be happening right now to two teenage girls who've been kidnapped by a stranger? He bit his bottom lip. She could tell he was affected by the question. No, ma'am. Was there a particular person you noticed was angry with either of them? Not specifically, but I wasn't lying before. The entire school hates them, no matter what's happening on Facebook. What's happening on Facebook? All the popular girls are suddenly acting like they weren't total bitches, like Shy and Mad were friends with everybody, but they weren't friends with anybody but themselves. Nobody liked them. Not really. They were only popular because people were afraid of crossing them. And now that they're gone, it's like nobody remembers how cruel they are. Jack looked out the window, but Emmy knew he could only see his reflection. He wasn't a bad-looking kid, but he had that thing about him, that aching need for acceptance, that painted a bright red target on his back. Emmy said, I know Cheyenne was dealing hard drugs. Jack looked surprised, but not for the obvious reason. How'd you find out? I'm a cop. I find out things for a living. She smiled, but just to soften the next question. Is it possible that Cheyenne pissed off one of the other drug dealers at school? I'm not mixed up in that stuff, Jack said, but he'd confirmed her belief, which was that there was no way a high school that enrolled around 2,000 kids a year from every rung on the socioeconomic ladder did not have a drug problem. She asked, What about the outlet mall? I don't hang out there, he said. It's boring and all the stuff is overpriced anyway. Okay, she said. Let's focus on school. This is really important, Jack. Whoever took them isn't playing around. I understand why you don't like them, but do you hate them enough to stay silent while they're being hurt? He shrugged again, but he was clearly considering the implications. I mean, at school, the only guy who's, like, a straight-up gangster type is Woody, but I doubt he'd care. Emmy nodded for him to continue. His real name is Wesley Woodrow. Have you heard of him? No. 'Cause he's sneaky smart, Jack said. He lives in Clayville, but he won't sell to North Falls kids. He straight up refuses. So he wouldn't be mad about Shy and Mad dealing to them. Probably wouldn't even notice. What if Cheyenne started cutting into his customer base? Honestly, he asked, there's no way. Woody is terrifying and Shy isn't stupid. It's not like she can shut him down by spreading a rumor and making him anorexic. He would beat the shit out of her. Even though she's a girl? He nodded. For real, he's done it before. Emmy made a note to follow up on that. Was it only Cheyenne who was selling, or was Madison involved too? No way Madison's doing anything other than tagging along. I've known her since kindergarten. She's always been a chicken. She's scared of everything. Emmy felt oddly relieved that her read on the girl had been right. Was Madison seeing anyone? Boyfriend, girlfriend? He shook his head. No, ma'am. Are you sure about that? Emmy pressed. She wasn't hanging out with anybody or maybe had a crush on somebody? I only ever saw her at school with Cheyenne. She could have had a crush, but Mad hasn't talked to me since middle school. None of the girls I used to know back then give me the time of day now. He did the shoulder jerk again, but the snub was obviously still raw. I'm in chorus and band. Singing the Seal Lullaby and playing violin didn't turn out to be the aphrodisiacs I thought they'd be. Emmy smiled at the joke. Cheyenne's little sister thought you were her boyfriend. He didn't laugh or rail against the very idea. He gave her the umpteenth shrug. Shy could be nice sometimes. You just had to get her away from people and do things exactly the way she wanted to. Emmy thought about the post on Facebook claiming that Cheyenne would give a blowjob for $50. There had been a lot of 50s inside her closet lockbox. Did you pay her for sex? Jack licked his lips, but he didn't answer the question. I helped her dad clean out his shed over spring break. It took a while because he would try to throw stuff away, like snow tires and winter things, and Shy's mom would pitch a fit because she thought they would need them if they moved back to Iowa, so we had to put it all back in. Like, this went on for over a week. Pamela probably saw me and Shy talking. Like I said, she was different when nobody else was around. Softer. Nicer. Spring break, Emmy said. Is that when you found out that Cheyenne was dealing? I knew before then. Maybe as far back as Christmas last year, but she never said anything to me about it. To be honest, I was really shocked the first time I heard. Not because she wouldn't do something stupid like that, but her folks are super strict. Like, they won't even let her have her own computer. She was late for curfew once and they grounded her for an entire month. You seem to know a lot about her. It's easy to see everything when you're basically invisible. Emmy didn't have time to let her heart break for this kid. Did you see Cheyenne dealing at school? No, ma'am, but I heard about it in the locker room. Guys were saying if you needed Oxy or Addies, then Shy could hook you up. The Oxy and Addies were new information. This just kept getting worse. Do you know where she was getting the drugs? He shook his head. No, ma'am. Is it possible Woody was supplying them? Possible, but not probable. The guy is so careful, he wouldn't even talk to you if you were North Falls. And everybody knows. Emmy waited for him to finish, but all she could hear was the end of the fame coming from the Beats headphones on the floor. She prompted, Everybody knows what? Jack let the half shrug come back into play. That you're a cop and you've got Madison's back. Emmy let the words sit in her brain for a moment. She hadn't had Madison's back tonight. Probably the one time in the girl's 15 years that it could have made a difference. Okay, she said, borrowing her father's multi-layered placeholder. Who would Cheyenne get drugs from if Woody wouldn't sell to them? He shook his head, but said, The perv, probably. Emmy felt the hairs on the back of her neck go up. Who's the perv? I don't know his real name. Everybody just calls him the perv. He's an old dude. Hangs out at the chili treat sometimes. The ice cream parlor wasn't far from the sheriff's station. Is he old like me or old like your father? I don't know, like just regular old. Dark hair, light hair, tall, short, fat, skinny. Jack started shaking his head again. Dark hair for sure. Not tall or short, just average. Kind of average weight, I don't know. It's not like I get invited to hang out a lot. I just saw him a few times when I went to get takeout at the chili. Why is he called the perv? Another shrug. I guess 'cause he's at parties sometimes, like parties with kids in my class, but he's older, like way out of high school, so it's weird. What kinds of parties? Nothing, like at somebody's house, but They go up to the falls sometimes, just a bunch of kids, no warning or anything that it's going to happen. Then a text gets sent out or a post goes up and people go there with beer and other stuff.
Emmy had hung out with Jonah and Hannah at the waterfall back when they were in school. She knew what happened there. Stuff like drugs?
He nodded. Yes, ma'am. At least, that's what I hear.
Is that why the perv was at these parties, to deal drugs?
I mean, probably. But also to party with them?
Jack's shoulder jerked up in yet another defensive shrug.
I've only heard about it after the fact, like guys saying, "Did you see how wasted the perv was last night?" Or like, "I gotta hit up the perv for more weed," that kind of thing.
Who else would be at these parties? Emmy asked. If you had to guess.
The football team, definitely. The popular girls, Caitlin, Ashley, Brandy, Connor.
Emmy took out her spiral notebook and wrote down the names. If I showed you some photographs, do you think you could pick out the guy you're calling the perv?
Like a lineup?
Exactly like that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yes, ma'am, he said. I could do that.
She heard a light knock on the open door. Her father nodded that it was time to go. Emmy told Jack, "I'll be in touch in the morning, okay? Try to get some sleep tonight. Turn off your computer. I need you sharp and focused when you look at the lineup tomorrow, all right?"
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your help, Jack. I really appreciate it. He didn't answer, but she saw the blush on his cheeks when he reached for his headphones. Emmy followed her father back to the living room. Carl was leaning on the arm of the couch. He'd changed into jeans and a t-shirt. He told Gerald, "I spoke to Father Nate. He says there are enough searchers. I volunteered to work the food and coffee line."
"Good," Gerald said. "We'll be in touch."
Emmy opened the door and walked out onto the front porch. The humidity wrapped around her like a wet towel. She could feel sweat breaking out on her skin. By the time she made it halfway down the driveway, the back of her collar was chafing again. She asked her father, "Did you hear what Jack said about the perv?"
"Yep," Gerald said. "Carl watched the fireworks at home with Jack."
Jack said the same thing. Emmy confirmed. Taby's daughter Caitlin was on Jack's list of popular girls. I can swing by their house in the morning before I go to the school and see if she can offer any information. I also want to figure out why Dylan is being coy about drugs at the school.
"Okay."
Gerald stopped at the car but didn't get in.
"Highway patrol found a necklace on one of the back roads. Gold, cheap, broken in the middle. Something missing, maybe a locket. Looks like a scuffle took place. Bike tire tracks, shoe prints, big ones like an adult male, small ones like a girl's. Found some blood, too."
Emmy felt the lump back in her throat. She'd had a respite with Jack, feeling that she was getting information and moving forward. Now reality was hitting her again. The statistical chance of the girl surviving would be past the decimal point soon. It's not a locket. Emmy reached into her pocket for her phone. She showed her father the photo she'd taken of the series of photo booth pictures Cheyenne had kept in her lockbox. Cheyenne and Madison have matching gold necklaces with their names spelled out in script. They got them for each other at Christmas last year. They never take them off. Gerald nodded toward Carl's house.
"Told me Madison went on birth control back in March of last year."
Is he allowed to share her personal medical information?
"Nope."
Emmy guessed Carl had weighed the consequences. Hannah didn't know. She would have told me. Did Dr. Carl say anything about Cheyenne?
"Not his patient."
Jack knew that Cheyenne was dealing. He wouldn't cop to paying her, but it sounds like she was prostituting herself. $50 for oral sex. That could explain some of the cash.
"Madison?"
Emmy felt her stomach roil at the thought of Madison taking money for sex. She was just a baby. Both of them were. I don't know, Dad. I hope not. Gerald took the car keys out of his pocket.
"Hannah's home."
Emmy knew he was dismissing her. She watched him climb behind the wheel. She waited until the cruiser was down the street before she put her head in her hands.
Her skin felt gritty. Exhaustion finally caught up with her. Fear gripped every muscle in her body. Nothing that Jack had told her pointed to anything but trouble for Cheyenne and Madison. The drugs and sex were excruciating to learn about. But the girls hadn't stumbled into those things on their own. Someone had led them there. Someone had groomed them, tricked them out, put them in jeopardy. All without their parents even noticing. The chilling fact was that Ruth and Felix were very involved in their daughter's life. Hannah and Paul were so wrapped up in Madison's daily dramas that it was almost claustrophobic. Both sets of parents had tried their best, done their best, loved their girls, listened to them, cherished them, tried to protect them. And they had still been stolen away. Emmy forced her legs to move, her feet to walk down the street. She took a left, then a right, then she was standing in front of Hannah's house. Red brick ranch, crisp sage green trim, carport on the right-hand side. Emmy had helped pick out the color for the trim. She had gone with Hannah to buy the Jeep in the driveway. She had pushed Hannah into accepting Paul's invitation for a first date. She had been standing with Hannah in the bathroom when they both looked down at the pea stick that told Hannah she was pregnant with Davy. Cotton swelled into her throat. Emmy had to open her mouth to breathe. She touched her fingers lightly to the hood of the Jeep as she passed. The metal was hot. Hannah had only recently gotten home. Paul's Honda was nowhere to be seen. She assumed he was out combing the streets, shouting Madison's name, desperate to have his child back. Hannah opened the door before Emmy could knock. "We haven't found them," Emmy said. She watched the last bit of hope drain from Hannah's expression. Then Hannah collapsed into her arms, wailing in grief. Emmy had to hold her up so that she didn't fall down. Tears filled her own eyes because this was awful, and they both knew that there wasn't going to be a happy ending. They clung to each other in a way they hadn't since they were children. In the long history of their friendship, there had been heartache and tears, but nothing like this. Hannah started to tremble from the weight of it. Her sobs had a keening quality. The sound was like a razor flaying open Emmy's heart. She closed her eyes and only saw Madison, not on the couch eating a Pop-Tart or rolling her eyes as she moved around the kitchen or even standing under the oak tree. She was waiting for Emmy at the top of the hill in front of the bleachers, lips pursed, hand clutching her phone, eyes anxious, ready to confide, ready to share. Not now. "Emmy," Hannah moaned. "Emmy, what am I going to do?" Emmy tried to swallow. The cotton in her throat turned to glass. She remembered her father's words. "The way you help her is to keep your head down and do your job." "Hannah." Emmy gripped Hannah's arms in her hands. The sight of her tear-stained, swollen face was almost too much to bear. Think really hard. Was anyone hanging around Madison, making her uncomfortable, looking at her weird, or... "No," Hannah said. "I would have told you. You know I would have told you." "Okay." Emmy knew she was right. "What about her laptop?" "I already tried to get in, but I couldn't guess the password." "Okay." Emmy repeated, her heart shaking as she tried to think of next steps. "What about money?" "Her allowance?" "Did she seem to have more money than you would expect her to?" "Money?" Hannah's head started to shake back and forth. "No, she was always begging me for cash. Why are you asking about money?" "Never mind," Emmy said. "I need to search Madison's room." "Yes, I was just going through it." Hannah excitedly grabbed Emmy's hand, pulling her toward the back of the house. Emmy nearly stumbled on the rug in the living room. The house had belonged to Hannah's mother. She had grown up here, dragged Emmy back to her room 1,000 times before to tell her secrets or commiserate about boys or get away from her mother, but never anything like this. "I've already gone through everything, but you're better at this." Hannah turned the corner into Madison's room. "You take that side, I'll go over this side again. Maybe I missed something? She could have left a note or a clue. You know how clever she is." Emmy didn't have the heart to tell her that she should have stayed out of the room. Hannah hadn't searched so much as thrown clothes out of drawers and frantically thumbed through paperbacks that she dropped onto the floor. "Hannah," Emmy tried to be gentle. "Maybe let me do this." "I can help," Hannah said. "Oh shit, the mattress. You're always saying to check the—" "Hannah," Emmy caught her wrists. "Let me do this, okay?" Hannah's eyes flooded with tears again, but she nodded, backing up to stand in the doorway. She watched as Emmy put on a fresh pair of gloves, lifted the mattress, and found nothing. Hannah started wringing her hands when Emmy checked the drawers, top and bottom, ran her hand along the closet shelf, moved around the shoes, rummaged through pockets, and checked clothes. There was no attic access in the closet, no lockbox, no Ziploc bags, no secret stash. Hannah asked, "What did she say to you the second time?" Emmy looked up from searching Madison's backpack. "What?" "Louis Singh told me that he saw you with Madison in front of the bleachers." Emmy slowly let the backpack drop to the bed. Her face felt like it was on fire. "We didn't talk." Hannah looked puzzled. "But Louis told me you said something to her, and Madison followed you behind the bleachers." Emmy's hand went to her stomach. She hadn't known that Madison had followed her. "Em?" Hannah's head tilted to the side in confusion. "What aren't you telling me?" "I'm not—" Emmy took a quick breath. "I didn't know she followed me. I went to the bathroom." "But what did she say?" "She didn't—" Emmy kept her lips parted but couldn't catch her breath. "We didn't talk." "But Louis said you spoke to her." Hannah's hands went to her hips. Emmy had joked that this was her teacher stance, the one she used when a kid was bullshitting her at school. "Are you saying Louis was lying?" "No, Emmy forced air into her lungs. "Hannah, I didn't—" Hannah waited, but when Emmy couldn't find the words, she asked, "You didn't what?" She lost her nerve. "Ruth Baker told Dad that she talked to you about Madison. She thought that she was a bad influence on Cheyenne." Hannah's laugh was so loud that it sounded like a bark. "Are you kidding me? That bitch made one passing comment in the hall about how maybe Madison was the problem. I told you about it when it happened. It was parents' night right before Christmas break, don't you remember?" Emmy remembered now. "Why?" Hannah asked. "Is Ruth trying to blame Madison for this? What could it possibly matter?" "Hannah," Emmy pressed her fingers to her eyelids. She couldn't keep putting this off. It was too cruel. She made herself look Hannah in the eye. "Madison was waiting for me when I came up the hill. I knew that she wanted to talk, but I told her, not now." Hannah's brow furrowed. "What?" I went to the bathroom. I didn't know she'd followed me around the side of the bleachers. I needed a moment to collect myself." "Collect yourself from what?" Something flashed in Hannah's eyes. She huffed out air between her lips. "Jonah." "He was—" Emmy couldn't even remember what the argument had been about. "We had a fight in front of everybody. I just needed a minute." "You needed a minute." "Han, you know how it is." Emmy tried to make light of something that wasn't light at all. "We complain about our husbands all the time." "I complain about Paul's shoes not matching his belt. You complain about Jonah being so stoned that he forgot to pick up Cole from school." Hannah's tone had turned frigid. "It's not the same thing." Words temporarily eluded Emmy. In the silence, she felt the shallow rise and fall of her chest. She had never seen Hannah like this before. There was an aura around her, a shimmering kind of anguish and rage. Emmy said, "I looked for Madison when I came out. After the fireworks were over, I looked for her. You saw me with Brett. I asked him and Vanna if they'd seen her because you ignored Madison so you could hide in the toilet and cry over Jonah fucking Lang. That's not what? Accurate? That's not the exact same thing you've been doing since that worthless jackass sat down at our lunch table in middle school?" Hannah didn't wait for a response. She took an aggressive step forward. "Do you know why you don't remember Ruth Baker telling me that Madison might be the problem?" Emmy felt the spit leave her mouth. Because the next day, Jonah charged $800 on your credit card for a new amp for his guitar, and you went insane. You slept here on our couch. Do you remember that? We sat at the kitchen table right down that hall talking about how you were going to leave him, making plans, drawing up a budget, compiling a list of things to take to your mother's house. Did you leave him? Emmy forced herself not to look away. No, you didn't leave him. And you could have. You make the money. You own the house. You own the car. You'd get full custody of Cole. All you'd have to do is lay down your Clifton card at the courthouse, and they'd give you whatever you want. Hannah. And if you had left him, your head wouldn't have been up your ass today when Madison needed you. That's not. You didn't talk to Madison because you were upset with Jonah. That's exactly what you just said. Tell me I'm wrong. Emmy took a stuttered breath. But please, You what? Hannah demanded. Jesus fucking Christ, Em. How many times has Jonah disappointed you? How many times has he pissed you off? Argued with you? Fought out in the open with you? Humiliated you? Lied to you? Fucked with you? Totaled your car? Cheated on you when you were pregnant, abandoned you when you went into labor with Cole, even pushed you down the stairs. And the one time my girl looks for you, needs to talk to you, when she actually stands at the top of the hill waiting for you, then follows you around the bleachers like a lost puppy, you're too wrapped up in Jonah's bullshit to stop and listen? I'm sorry, No! Hannah yelled. You're not sorry. People who are sorry don't keep making the same mistakes over and over again, especially with a person who's supposed to be their best friend. Emmy couldn't think what to say. She felt like her brain had filled with stinging hornets. This was horrible. They would never come back from this if she didn't find a way to stop it. She should get on her knees. She should beg for forgiveness. Hannah was right. Everything she was saying was right. Look at you! You can't even defend yourself! You know exactly what you did. You chose him. You chose that malignant, narcissistic asshole over a precious, struggling young girl. Hannah threw up her arms, almost incandescent with rage. She's not just precious to me, Em. You watched her grow up too. You love her almost as much as I do, and now she's gone. We both know that's true. Some hateful monster stole her away from us, and he's probably raping her or killing her, and you couldn't take 3 seconds to stop that from happening because all you cared about was that useless piece of shit who will never love you the way you love him. Hannah's voice was so loud that it echoed through the house. She looked staggered by her own words, but she was still not backing down. She demanded, Tell me I'm wrong. Emmy took another stuttered breath. You're right. I know I should leave him. Hannah huffed out air between her lips again, this time in disgust. Fuck no, we're not doing this again. You're not going to leave him. We've been here so many times, I've lost count. It's been nearly 20 years of, this time I'm going to leave him. No, this time I really mean it, Han. I promise, I mean it, Han. It's all bullshit! Bullshit! Emmy's hands flew up to block herself as Hannah grabbed her by the shoulders, then forced her to turn around. "Get out of my house!" Hannah pushed her into the hall. "I want you out of here. Don't call me, don't email me, don't text me, don't try to talk to me. Don't even send me a goddamn letter." "Hannah, please. You don't love Jonah. You're addicted to his brokenness. You can't fix your fucked up family, so you try to fix him." Hannah's hands were back on her hips. "Paul and I laugh about it, you know. How you're this badass strong bitch who carries a gun and puts criminals away, but then you go home and roll over for whatever bullshit Jonah wants." "Hannah, please." "No." Hannah grabbed her shoulders again, forced her up the hall. "This is it for me, Emmy. I'm getting off this bus. If you see me in the street, go to the other side. If you see me in the store, turn around and go home." Emmy stumbled as Hannah gave her a hard push into the living room. She caught herself before her face hit the wall. Dozens of framed photographs looked back at her. Madison, when she was 8 and still occasionally crawled into Hannah's lap. Paul and Madison at her middle school graduation. Madison on her bike. Madison rolling her eyes and smiling and laughing and living, and she might still be all of those things if only Emmy had stopped to listen to her. Hannah swung open the front door. "Get out." Emmy wiped away tears she hadn't known were falling. "Hannah, please." "You always chose Jonah." The anger had left Hannah's voice. She was talking as if it was already over, even back in high school. "I would ask you to go to the movies or hang out at the mall or listen to me whine about my mom. And all Jonah had to do was snap his fingers, and you'd be gone. You always chose him over me. Always." "That's not—" Emmy caught herself because she couldn't say it wasn't true. "If I could get back all the hours I spent listening to you obsess over that prick, all the excuses you made, all the lies you told yourself, Jesus fucking Christ." "You're right," Emmy said. "You're right about all of it. About Jonah, about Madison. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry. Tell me how to fix this." "How can it be fixed?" Emmy was stopped short by the question. "Even if Madison is alive, even if, by some miracle, she's brought home to me and Paul, what is her life going to be like? How the hell is she ever going to recover from it? And how on earth can you be in my life if all you do is remind me of losing the most precious thing I've ever had?" Emmy shook her head. "It was too much. It was all too much." "Paul will never forgive you for this," Hannah said. "I don't know that I'll ever be able to forgive you either." "Please," Emmy said. "You're my best friend in the entire world. I don't even know how to live my life without you." "Figure it out," Hannah said. "You chose your husband. Now I'm choosing mine." Chapter 5. Emmy walked down the stairs into her mother's kitchen, squinting at the slice of early morning sun cutting through the window over the sink. Her head was pounding from grief, heat exhaustion, and sleeplessness. After leaving Hannah's, she'd made herself keep moving forward, swallowing her emotions as she knocked on door after door of sex offenders from the list. There were 128 total perpetrators registered in the county. 87 had been convicted of some form of offense against a minor. Emmy had been assigned to the team covering Clayville. She was sickened by the details in their arrest records. Sexual exploitation of a child molestation, solicitation of sex with a child, sodomy against a minor, aggravated sodomy against a minor, statutory rape, incest. Madison, Cheyenne. Madison, Cheyenne, Madison, Cheyenne. None of the offenders appeared to be connected to the kidnappings, but every disgusting man she'd come across had made her skin crawl. Not because they looked like grotesque monsters, but because they looked like what they'd been in their former lives. An elementary school janitor, a fast food restaurant manager, a Sunday school teacher, a volunteer at the children's hospital. Thick glasses and chubby bodies, and nervous smiles and grandfatherly crinkles around their eyes, and by the time Emmy had gotten to her parents' house, all she could do was stand under the hottest shower she could tolerate, then curl up into bed beside her beautiful son. That was when it had really hit her. The fear for Cheyenne and Madison was a constant simmer on her nerves, but the fight with Hannah had scalded her to the bone. How on earth can you be in my life if all you do is remind me of losing the most precious thing I've ever had? She was right. She was right about everything. Morning. Her mother padded into the kitchen wearing her house dress and matching slippers. She stopped in front of the empty coffee maker. You didn't make coffee? Emmy didn't answer because the answer was obvious. No, please allow me. Myrna gave her a disapproving frown before grabbing the carafe and filling it with water. Her long gray hair was down around her shoulders. She had a lost look on her face when she turned back to Emmy, asking, How many scoops? Emmy cleared the grief from her throat. 12. I don't know where my brain is lately. Myrna shook her head as she grabbed the canister. Your father already left for the station. No news to report from overnight. He left the keys in your car. The FBI has sent a team down from Atlanta. He said he'll call you later, but you should go to the school this morning as discussed. Emmy cleared her throat again. What time does the staff show up? Myrna looked at her watch. Not for another 30 minutes, but if you wish to speak with your sister-in-law, Dr. Clifton will breeze in when she pleases. Emmy stared all of her irritation into her mother. Myrna had never gotten along with Tommy's wife, mostly because they were both strongly opinionated women with dueling English degrees. But tempers had boiled over 4 years ago, and neither had spoken a word to each other since. Myrna stared back. What's wrong with your face? Have you been crying? Mom. Emmy didn't know where to start. The fight with Hannah was an open wound. But Myrna had never been the kind of mother who held you while you cried. She wanted to make plans, to take action, to do something about it. What is it? Myrna sounded impatient. Her hands were on her hips, classic teacher stance. The pose was a mirror image to Hannah's. Emmy lost her nerve. I think the girls are dead. I think you're right. Myrna glanced at the doorway to the living room before she punched on the coffee maker. Faded lines on the door jamb marked the growth of her 4 children. Emmy, Lou, and Tommy, Martha, and Henry. The woman was intimately familiar with the devastation of losing not 1, but 2 teenagers on the precipice of their adulthood to 2 tragic accidents. She said, Hannah will need to lean on you more than ever now. I don't know, Mom. Last night, Emmy wanted to tell her about the fight, but she couldn't find the words. Everything was still painfully raw. There was no going back from it. The wound would fester for the rest of her life. That Poe quote you said to me in the park, something like, if you don't suffer, you won't be blessed. Myrna sat at the table with a heavy groan. She clasped together her hands on the placemat. She looked at Emmy, quoting, Never to suffer would never to have been blessed. Were you talking about suffering Jonah to be blessed by coal? Poe disdained didacticism and allegory, though, like all writers, he seldom followed his own rules. I take from your deflection that you were making a point about my marriage. Your take would be accurate. Emmy's throat went tight again. Hannah had said that she and Paul had laughed at Emmy for believing Jonah's bullshit. What had her parents said to each other? Were Tommy and Celia making fun of her too? Were the cousins gossiping about her behind her back like they gossiped about everybody else? She felt nauseated by the thought of all the text chains she'd been left off of. What an absolute fool she'd been. Well, Myrna asked. Emmy was saved further humiliation by the sound of car wheels crunching against the gravel driveway. She stood to look out the door, recognizing the silver Mercedes ML400 by the red UGA Law School alumni plate on the front. Taby was strangling the steering wheel with both hands as she pulled down the driveway. Her daughter, Caitlin, was in the car beside her. She grabbed onto the dash as Taby came to an abrupt stop. The emergency brake raked up. The driver's door popped open. Taby got out wearing white cowboy boots with a long white linen skirt and blouse. Her jewelry was understated, yet somehow managed to convey the full power of the Clifton fuck you money that had propelled her side of the family to success after success. Emmy reflexively clenched as Taby shut the car door, then opened it and closed it again. Then she tapped the hood with her knuckles and pointed at Caitlin before walking toward the house. Her makeup was perfect. Her skin was like a china doll's. There had always been something terrifying about her cousin. She was breathtakingly beautiful, thin as a rail, and shockingly bossy. "Hey," Emmy pushed open the screen door, asking, "What's up?" "I volunteered to wrangle all the kids. Considering what's going on, it's best to drop them off at the farm where they can all be together and play in the dirt. I'm doing court in an hour, so you need to tell Cole to shake a leg. Never mind, I'll get him. I brought Caitlin with me so y'all can talk. Move it, baby. Your Aunt Emmy doesn't have all day." Taby breezed into the house, shouting a needlessly loud, "Good morning!" to Myrna on her way up the stairs, ostensibly to fetch Cole. Her fingers tapped along the railing to a beat only Taby could hear. There was no question who was going to win the Xbox war this morning. Emmy slipped on a pair of flip-flops before walking down the porch stairs. The heat was already brutal. She held up her hand to block the intense sunlight. Emmy could feel it burning her skin. Her sleeveless shirt and shorts turned into sandpaper against her body. It said a lot about the state of her marriage that she lived a 10-minute walk away but still kept extra clothes at her parents' house. Caitlin took her time getting out of the car, her thumbs sliding furiously across her phone. She was the reverse image of her mother, dark hair and olive skin, where Taby was blonde and almost translucent. She got her coloring from her father, Terrell, who was also a Clifton, but not the same branch as Taby, which had inexplicably compelled Taby to hyphenate her last name to Clifton. Hannah called her the Extra C, though not for that reason. Emmy said, "Mornin', sweetheart." "Mornin', Aunt Emmy." Caitlin's smile had a quiver as she tucked her phone into her dress pocket. She was 17, 2 years ahead of Madison and Cheyenne, but her beauty and money had given her advantages the other girls would never have. There was a reason Jack Whitlock had listed Caitlin first among the popular girls. She could be as terrifyingly confident as Taby, but being smart and pretty had its disadvantages, too. Emmy asked, "Did you want to talk to me?" Caitlin nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Let's find some shade." Emmy led her across the driveway. She smoothed her thumb into the palm of her hand as she walked. She couldn't let go of the sense memory of holding Madison's hand under the oak tree. It seemed fitting to stand with Caitlin under the magnolia that draped across half the front yard. The second time in as many days that Emmy had stood under a tree with an anxious-looking teenage girl. Caitlin was clearly troubled, too. Emmy gently tucked the girl's hair behind her ear. She could be a pill sometimes, but she was only ever mean to her mother. Emmy promised, "Whatever you have to say is between us." "You can tell Mama," Caitlin said. "We already talked. That's why she dragged me here. She said you needed to know what they were up to." Cheyenne and Madison. "Yes, ma'am." Caitlin grabbed onto Emmy's hand like she needed the physical reassurance. Her palm was still cool from the car's air conditioning. I don't know much, but I know that Cheyenne was seeing an older man. I heard her talking about it with Madison the last week of school. We were waiting for Mr. Loudermilk to let us into the auditorium for chorus practice. Emmy's brain flashed up the image of Madison wearing a light blue North Falls Choral Club t-shirt the day before. Can you remember what she said specifically? Not in her actual words, but Cheyenne made a joke about how the guy was so old that he couldn't get an erection sometimes, and then she said that she wished his penis was as big as his wallet. Emmy didn't note any signs of embarrassment in Caitlin's face. Tabby worked in family law. She had never shied away from using the proper words for things. What else? She said that the guy was boring, but that having sex with him was the only way they were going to get enough money to leave town. Caitlin tightened her grip on Emmy's hand. Madison started laughing. Then she said something about them staying in a suite at the Ritz-Carlton in Atlanta. Then they saw me standing on the other side of the lobby and stopped talking. That was it. I've never really had a reason to talk to them. They weren't in my grade. Does that help you? Yes, it does. Thank you, sweetheart. Emmy stroked back her hair again, wishing she could smooth the worry from the girl's brow. What about drugs? Were they using? I don't know about using, but it would make sense. I heard that Cheyenne was hooking people up, but I'm not into that. I mean, I don't mind when people do it, but I don't like being stoned, and alcohol tastes gross. Emmy hoped that never changed. Do you know a guy who's called the Perv? She shook her head. No, ma'am. Who's he? I've heard that he's a drug dealer. He's older, dark hair, shows up at parties down by the falls. That place is nasty. Connor got hookworm there last month. Nobody goes anymore. Emmy wasn't surprised that Jack's information had fallen out of date over the summer break. He wasn't being forced to make up failed classes like Cheyenne and Madison. Can you remember anyone else hanging around the girls or the school building? Someone who didn't belong or made you feel uncomfortable? No, ma'am. I would have told my mom, immediately. Emmy believed her. What about the outlet mall? Only kids go there. It's really boring. Emmy didn't tell her that she was still a kid. I know you've probably talked to your friends about the disappearances. Does anybody have any theories? Are there rumors, even crazy ones? No, ma'am. That's why everybody's so freaked out. Nobody knows what happened. If they're safe, if they'll ever come home. They didn't hang out with anybody else. They only ever had each other. And now they're both. Emmy watched her lips start to tremble. She pulled the girl in for a hug. Caitlin buried her head in Emmy's neck. Emmy told her, "It's okay, sweetheart. I know this is hard right now. We're going to find out what happened." Caitlin started to cry in earnest. Emmy rubbed her back, feeling the sharp edges of her shoulder blades sticking out like wings. Caitlin was taller than Cheyenne, thinner than Madison. All that Emmy could think about was the list. The arrest records of men who were 6'2" and 3", north of 200 pounds, and the damage they could do to a young girl's body. The screen door banged open. Cole bolted down the porch stairs. "Mom, we're going to the farm. One of the horses is having a baby." Caitlin peeled away, taking out her phone, bowing her head so that her hair covered her face. Emmy let herself smile as Cole gave her a drive-by hug, his arms gripping her waist for less than 2 seconds before he jumped into the back seat of the Mercedes. Emmy gathered from the matching shirt and shorts that Tabby had worked her magic. His cowlick had been tamed, both shoes were tied. Her cousin was an enchantress. "Seatbelts, y'all!" Caitlin stopped dawdling. "Hop to." Tabby rapped her knuckles on the hood of the Mercedes 3 times as she walked toward Emmy. "Hi, and I forgot to tell you, Aunt Millie was blowing up my phone yesterday saying she needs to talk to you about how the man she hired to work on her pond has been smoking cigarettes and attracting riffraff. I don't have time to figure out her craziness, but you need to give her a call before I have to drive over there and strangle her to death. You're okay with Cole going to the farm, right?" Emmy laughed because it was a bit late for the question. I'll tell Jonah to pick him up before supper." "Sure thing." Taby plastered a smile onto her face as she opened the car door. They both knew that Jonah would be late, if he even remembered. "Em, I'll tell you what. You mind if Cole sleeps over? Terrell's got a mare foaling, and I know he'd love the company." Emmy felt the spit leave her mouth. She had never before realized how artful Taby was at solving the Jonah problem. "Thank you." "Thank me when I send him back covered in horse shit and afterbirth." Taby started to get into the car, but she stopped to study Emmy. "Tough day ahead. You got this, lady?" Emmy nodded. "I've got it. Call me if you need me." The door closed with a rich thunk as Taby started the car. She adjusted the mirrors, moved her seat up a bit to give Cole room in the back. He started furiously waving goodbye as they reversed out of the driveway. Emmy waved back until the Mercedes turned the corner. It occurred to her that Taby had said she was wrangling all of the kids, but she'd only had one kid in the car that wasn't hers. Emmy hugged her arms to her waist, her eyes blurred with tears that she refused to let fall. She had told herself in her darkest moments that she was staying with Jonah for Cole's sake. But what lessons was she teaching her son about women? That they could be badass strong bitches in their jobs, but the second they got home they rolled over for whatever bullshit their husband spewed? "Emmy Lou," her mother called from the kitchen door. "Your father's on the phone." Emmy felt like an anvil was on her head as she walked back across the driveway. Myrna wasn't there when she reached the kitchen, but she'd rested the receiver on top of the wall-mounted phone. The cord dangled down like a hangman's rope. The upstairs pipes rattled. Myrna had turned on the shower. "Dad," Emmy said into the receiver. "The blood at the scene. 2 liters, medical examiner says. Looks like a head wound, probably a gunshot." 2 liters of blood. Emmy had lost that much during labor. The surgeon had told her that she would have died without a transfusion. "So we know that one of them is dead." "Blood type is O positive," Gerald continued. "Had Dr. Carl look up Madison's. She's A positive." Despite the dire implications, Emmy felt a sliver of hope. Madison could still be alive. Could be. Gerald's tone was absent hope. "FBI wants a press conference. Tip line's gonna be busy." "I'll swing by the school, then report to the station." She was about to hang up the phone, but then she realized that her father was still speaking. "How'd it go with Hannah?" Madison's room was clean. No cash, burners, drugs, nothing. Emmy listened to his pointed silence. "It wasn't good, Dad. She's not going to forgive me." "Okay," he said, but he wasn't finished. "Been thinking about what you told me in the car. Need to talk it out." Emmy leaned her back against the wall. She could hear the noise of the station under the rasp of his breathing. He wasn't referring to the case. You didn't talk it out unless it was something deeply personal. She told him, "Go ahead." "When you were Madison's age, those men who came out of the woodwork, the ones who made you feel bad, you were right. I would have gotten mad about the wrong thing. I'm sorry." "I was talking about parents in general, not you." Again, Emmy listened to his silence. He didn't believe her. Probably because she wasn't telling the truth. "It's okay, Dad. It was a long time ago." He held the silence for another long while. "Okay." Emmy let out a slow breath. She couldn't have this conversation right now. She was her mother's child. She wanted to make plans, to take action, to do something. "Caitlin told me she overheard Cheyenne telling Madison about a sexual relationship she was having with an older man. She was taking money from him. They were both planning on running away to Atlanta." "Overheard it when?" "At the end of the school year, so the last week of May." "Recent." $16,000 in a lockbox takes more than 2 months to accumulate. Could be the kidnapper wasn't the only older man who was paying Cheyenne for sex. "Tricked her out?" Pimps don't let their girls hold on to that much cash.
Jealousy motive.
Maybe, but why take Madison too? Emmy realized that there were always explanations for Cheyenne, but never any for Madison. They couldn't keep running in that circle. The thing that tied the girls together was the thing that would lead them to the kidnapper. Did they manage to get any fingerprints off the broken necklace that was found on the back road?
Chain small. Takes a special process. FBI sent it to Quantico.
Was anything else found on the pitch? Bullet casings or...
Unclear, Gerald said. FBI's tracking down the tire impressions. GBI's working the trace evidence.
I told Jack Whitlock that he needed to swing by the station to look at a lineup this morning. I need to put together some six-packs. Hopefully Dylan or somebody at the school will be able to steer me in the right direction. I have to think someone called the perv is in our records. Emmy's brain was finally waking up. She needed to write this down. I also want to try to track down Cheyenne's laptop that the mother donated to the church, and we need to locate the flip phone that's on her family's plan. The father told me last night she scratched her initials into the plastic casing. We should update the searches so everybody knows to look for it. I'll get to the station as soon as I can.
Okay.
Emmy slipped the receiver back on the hook. She looked at her watch. The staff was probably shuffling into school. There was no time for reflection. Only one blood type had been found at the scene. They were less than halfway to the 24-hour mark since the kidnapping. Fuck the statistics. Madison could still be alive. Emmy ran up the stairs. She changed into a fresh uniform and twisted her hair into a knot on top of her head. She rushed back downstairs to the kitchen, filled a thermos with coffee, and was walking out the door when the pipes in the wall rattled again from Myrna turning off the shower. North Falls High School was a 15-minute walk from her parents' house and a 5-minute drive. Emmy used the time alone in her cruiser to set her mind toward the investigation. Drugs, sex, money. Everything they'd found so far pointed to Cheyenne Baker being involved in something she couldn't control. But maybe they were looking at it the wrong way. Maybe Madison wasn't a bystander. Maybe she was wrapped up in it too, but of the two girls, she was the better liar. Emmy recognized her brother's blue Honda CR-V in front of the main building. Tommy had parked beside Celia's hunter green Alfa Romeo convertible that had belonged to her father. She was one of 6 vice principals, so she worked year-round. Tommy was teaching summer school for the extra money. Emmy assumed if they knew anything useful about the girls, they would have already volunteered the information. But she should probably speak to both of them before she left. She was getting out of her cruiser when her phone buzzed in her pocket. Aunt Millie was calling again. Emmy silenced the call and walked inside. Deputy Dylan Alvarez was waiting for her in the reception area. He was thumbing through a file, but he looked up when Emmy's equipment belt set off the metal detector. Dylan was an attractive man, recently divorced, and usually hard to read. Her heart clenched at the hope edging into his expression. "We haven't found them." Emmy felt his disappointment like a pair of hands pressing down on her shoulders. "What have you got for me?" "I pulled their schedules. They both failed social studies during the regular year, so they're doing summer school with Mrs. Burrow from 8 until noon. Cheyenne was making up personal fitness and health, so she had to stay until 4. She failed PE? Coach T didn't buy that she had her period every day for an entire semester. You talked to him already?" He winced. "I hope that's okay. I spoke with Mrs. Burrow, too. I figured it'd be good to get a head start before the kids show up. I can't say I got much out of them. You know how potential witnesses get when bad things happen to complicated people, especially children." Emmy had seen as much on Jack's Facebook page. No one wanted to speak ill of the possibly dead. "Were you able to read anything between the lines?" "Both girls were insular and very clingy, but only with each other. You see that around this age sometimes, where girls are intensely focused on each other. They feed off the drama of being isolated. Us against them. Nobody understands us. We're smarter than everybody else. I'm glad my girl's not too wrapped up in that. It's not an easy way to live." Emmy knew that Dylan had taken the job as school resource officer in part to keep an eye on his 14-year-old daughter. "How about their teachers from the regular school year? Are any of them working over the summer?" Other than Coach T, he paged through Cheyenne's records and traced his finger down her class schedule for the previous year. Then he did the same for Madison. Dr. Hardy is here, chemistry teacher, kind of a loon. Both girls were in choral club. That's surprising. I got the impression they were mouthy. Mr. Loudermilk doesn't play. Emmy knew Dale Loudermilk from her own high school years. He ran his classroom like a Marine Corps drill instructor. Is he here? No, he works part-time at the rec center during the summer. Won't be back until show choir auditions the week of pre-planning. I want to talk to Dr. Hardy before I go. I'll track down Mr. Loudermilk on my way to the station. What did you mean last night when you said North Falls High does not have a drug problem? Dylan nervously glanced toward the principal's office. Let's get moving. Dr. Clifton told me she'd meet us at Cheyenne and Madison's lockers over in the arts pod. Emmy kept in step with Dylan as they walked down the main hallway. She heard a loud whir start up like a jet engine. One of the janitors was pushing a floor buffer. Another man in painter's overalls was using a roller to touch up the walls. Yet another was adjusting doors on the hall lockers. The system was on a year-round calendar. They had to do all of the repairs before school was back the first week of August. It was no small task. The North Falls High student population was so large that the building was sectioned into pods that spoked out from the main hallway like a wagon wheel. The ninth grade academy, STEM, English, history, athletics, and the arts each had their own pod that included classrooms, a counseling center, and a vice principal's office. The architecture predated the epidemic of school shootings. Wide open spaces and windows were everywhere, offering very little cover. Emmy felt extremely exposed as they cut through the cafeteria, which was the size of an aircraft hangar and had a balcony that ringed the perimeter like a sniper's nest. She heard pots and pans clanging in the kitchen. Like Emmy, Dylan was in full uniform. The heavy treads of their work boots and creaking equipment belts echoed around the cavernous space. Emmy was about to prompt Dylan to talk when a woman wearing a paper hat walked through the swinging doors. She started stacking cutlery into the dispensers. Another woman came out to help. Word had clearly gotten around that Emmy was here. She had grown up with teachers. She knew how gossip could spread around a school. She asked Dylan, "What grade is your girl in?" "Jenna," he supplied. "She just finished 9th. 1 B- in algebra, but the rest are all A's." "That must be a relief." Emmy lowered her voice. "I mean, because of the divorce. I'm sure it was hard on her." "She was upset at first, but once we got custody figured out and she had a routine, things got a lot better. You know how kids are. They need for things to be predictable." "Were you happy with your lawyer? I mean, was he fair?" Dylan gave her a curious look as he held open the door. The hallway was empty, the lights were off. Still, he waited until they had some distance from the cafeteria to answer. "You don't want fair in a divorce lawyer. If you're asking for a recommendation, your cousin Taby chewed me down so hard she's probably still got some of my short hairs in her back teeth. That's who you need." Emmy felt a rush of heat go through her body. She knew that the decision had been made. There was no going back now. "It can't be Taby. I don't want my family to know how small I've let myself get." She wanted to slap her hand to her mouth, but it was too late. The words were already out there, hanging like a shroud of shame. Dylan's eyes went to the floor as they kept walking. Emmy felt heat burn her face. She couldn't tell if he was shocked or appalled or feeling sorry for her. None of those options sat well. She shouldn't have asked him such a personal question, let alone revealed something so pitiful about herself. They didn't have that kind of relationship. "My guy's Ramon Rodriguez," Dylan said. "Smart, honest, above board, but willing to get in the mud if he has to. I'll ping you his contact info." "Okay." Emmy let out a slow breath. She looked into the windows of the classrooms as they passed. The lights were off. There was no one working in this part of the building. They were finally alone. "Tell me about the drugs." Dylan let out his own sigh, but his seemed to come from frustration. All the schools in the state run a software program called School Plus One. Everything gets a code. Grades, sure, but also suspensions, fights, assaults, thefts, stalking, drugs. The data gets reported to the State Department of Ed. Bad data, bad reputation, more meddling from the state, possible loss of funding, accreditation issues, angry school board, pissed off parents. They're not coding the drugs accurately. Emmy was disappointed, but not surprised. How do they explain the suspensions? Not suspensions, detentions. The violations get coded as fights, class disruptions, low-level problems. Your sister-in-law refuses to participate, but once it crosses the railroad tracks, the code is magically changed. He was referring to the tracks that ran between the high school and the Clifton County Board of Education. Emmy was not surprised Celia was telling the county office where to stick it. One of her quirks was being a contrarian. Tell me about Wesley Woodrow. Thug in the making. Sells pot, oxy, addies, mollies. Coke? That's more of a college thing, Dylan said. Woody's the worst kind of dealer because he's smart. 16 years old, lives with his grandma over in Clayville. He's done one stint in juvie, hasn't made it to big boy prison yet, but the little shit's birthday is burned into my soul. 1 second after midnight on February 16th, he's all mine. I'm not following. He stopped walking, so Emmy did too. Dylan explained. School law is different from regular law. I can't touch a kid until they're 17. Before that, only the administrators can deal with them, which can be good because all the school needs is reasonable suspicion to search a kid. As a cop, I have to meet a higher standard of probable cause. I can bring in drug dogs, but I can only search the lockers, which is performative, to say the least. I can't search the kids. I can't toss their cars or their backpacks. Woody knows the rules better than anybody. He could teach one of my classes. Emmy had forgotten that Dylan was going to law school at night. I heard that Woody won't deal to North Falls kids. Dylan laughed. Bullshit. Who told you that? Jack Whitlock. He winced. Yeah, that kid's not your best source for intel. He's pretty low on the food chain. I do my best to protect them, but the gay kids don't have an easy time here. He's gay? Super gay. Dylan shrugged. Nice kid, though. What else did you get out of him? Emmy was never going to let the words pocket pussy leave her mouth, but she said, I don't think he's gay. He let me think that he paid Cheyenne $50 to give him a blowjob. Maybe? Dylan shrugged again. At that age, sexuality can be fluid, especially when a blowjob is on the table. What about the cost? You could get a blowjob for $20 at the truck stop off the highway. I've got no idea what the going rate is, but something is worth whatever people are willing to pay for it, Dylan added. Besides, Jack would get his ass kicked at the truck stop. Those ladies are mean as shit. You don't sound surprised that a 15-year-old girl might be trading sex for money. It's terrible. But high school is terrible. Half of them would walk off a cliff if a Kardashian did it first. The other half would yell at them to walk faster. These kids make astoundingly bad choices. Sometimes I look at them and I think, how is this jackass still alive? He seemed to remember himself. So, no. I'm not surprised Cheyenne was selling herself. I'm kind of heartbroken if you want to know the truth. Emmy felt the same way. What about an older guy who the kids call the perv? The perv? Dylan looked unsettled, but he shook his head. Never heard of him. What's the context? Jack, Emmy said, but now she was wondering how reliable his information really was. He told me the perv is a dealer who hangs out with kids at the chili treat and the falls. Dark hair, not tall, not short, average build, super helpful. I can ask around, but if this perv's really a bad guy, it'd be weird for him to not to already be on my radar. Emmy didn't doubt it. Did you know that Cheyenne was dealing? That's not from Jack. I searched her bedroom and found 2 8-balls, some pot and molly, and a shit ton of cash. Seriously? He looked surprised. I had no idea, but take that with a grain of salt. Most times when I'm working a case, I'm navigating through overlapping circles, like some of the stoners hang with the nerds, and this nerd knows a goth who knows a mean girl who might know a jock, and Eventually, that leads me to the source of the problem. Nobody overlapped with the Cheyenne and Madison circle. It was only the two of them. Emmy was running out of questions. They were back to circles again. Madison tried to talk to me yesterday at the park. I blew her off. She was taken less than an hour later.
Shit, I'm sorry.
But you can't beat yourself up about it. Even if you'd talked to her, there's no guarantee she would have been honest. And sure as hell no guarantee that she would have let you help. Dylan looked down the hallway. There's Dr. Clifton. Tommy's wife was tall and slender, usually given to flowing dresses and butterfly hair clips that kept her dark brown hair neatly pulled behind her head. Today, Celia was wearing jeans and a North Falls Cougars t-shirt. Her reading glasses were on top of her head. A large ring of keys circled her wrist. She held a two-way radio in her hand. Emmy could hear the low static as Celia listened out for trouble brewing in other parts of the building. Dylan said, I'll leave you guys to it. Students are going to be hitting the doors soon. Emmy, let me know when you're ready to talk to their teachers. She watched him take out his phone as he turned to go. A few seconds later, her own phone buzzed in her pocket. She knew that he had sent her the contact details for his divorce lawyer. I've got the master key on here somewhere. We can start with Cheyenne's locker. Celia had put on her reading glasses so she could go through the ring. What a fucking shit show. The county office is on my ass. Parents are screaming at me on the phone. Teachers are telling me they can't come in. Why? Celia cut her a look like she was slow. They're scared their kids are next. Emmy was slow. She'd only thought about the town coming together to search for the girls. She hadn't considered that fear would make them tear each other apart. How well did you know Cheyenne and Madison? Should I read into your use of past tense? Emmy was surrounded by pedantic English teachers. Cheyenne is probably gone. Celia froze as she let the news sink in. And Madison? She could be. Emmy felt her hope draining away again. It's not looking good. Shit. Celia sighed out the word. I've had both of them in my office 3 times this summer. Cheyenne was usually the ringleader, but when Madison got into trouble, she could be sneaky as hell about it. It's always the quiet ones who will shiv you in the shower. Emmy should have known that Celia was the one person in this school who would be brutally honest. What were they doing? Talking back, not paying attention, using their phones in class. The usual tedious bullshit that requires every bit of my PhD in 20th century American literature. Celia's tone was strident, but when she looked up from searching the keys, her expression suddenly softened. Believe it or not, I actually liked them. Cheyenne was always pushing buttons, but she could be funny as hell. And Madison was so smart. Too smart. I always had to be on my toes with her. Don't get me wrong, they ate up a lot of runway. But given time, they would have eventually found a soft landing. Emmy could hear the pain in her voice. I'm sorry. Well, when you catch the bastard, give me 5 minutes alone and I'll make sure he never hurts anybody else ever again. Celia shoved a key into the locker. Emmy heard a click. The door swung open. She saw a textbook and a brown paper lunch bag before the odor of pot hit her like a sledgehammer. But that wasn't the worst of it. Emmy had to clear her throat before she could ask Celia, Can you step back? She used her flashlight to illuminate the locker's interior. 6 photos had been taped to the back, 4 by 6, 2 across, 3 down. Madison and Cheyenne were posing for the camera, lips pursed, one hand on a hip, one knee bent, chests thrust out. In 4 of the photos, the girls were together. In the other 2, they had taken turns sprawling alone across a king-sized mattress. They were wearing heavy makeup and the cheap costume jewelry they favored. Each girl was dressed in a barely there lace bra and matching thong panties. Madison's set was white, Cheyenne's was black. Good versus evil, angel versus vixen. Emmy didn't want to, but she leaned in to get a closer look. The mattress was on the ground. The concrete floor was unfinished. The wall behind the bed was painted white. No bookshelves or artwork. No sheets. No identifying features, just a king-sized mattress and 2 vulnerable children. Jesus, Celia whispered. I wish I hadn't seen that. Emmy felt the same. There was something so painful about their expressions. They were smiling and laughing and pouting and teasing, and they clearly thought that they were the ones who were in control, not the filthy man who'd persuaded them to contort their bodies into sexually aggressive positions for the camera. Let's hope they were just playing around, Celia said. Yep, Emmy said, but the photos had to be on the internet. No one went to these lengths for a private collection. They did it to brag, to share, to humiliate, to exploit. Emmy clipped the flashlight back on her belt. She used her phone to photograph what she'd found so far. Then she slipped on a pair of gloves so she could examine the actual contents. Cheyenne's name was written in looping cursive on the front of the brown paper bag. Emmy guessed that Ruth Baker had packed her daughter's lunch, though she doubted the woman had put the 6 bags of weed and 4 smaller packets of yellow pills inside. Emmy photographed them together. She'd have to get some evidence bags out of her cruiser. Deputy Alvarez, Celia had the radio to her mouth. Keep all staff and students out of the arts pod, please. A burst of static preceded Dylan's answer. Yes, ma'am. Emmy paged through the health textbook before placing it on the floor. Then she put the paper bag on top. Only one other item remained in the locker. Again, she used her phone to document a white mailing envelope. The return address showed a C-shaped gear with a lightning bolt cutting through the middle. Emmy recognized the logo for the Clifton Tool and Die Company. It was the de facto family crest. Celia asked, Cheyenne's father works at the factory, right? Felix Baker. He's an engineer. Emmy opened the envelope. There was another photo. This one showing Cheyenne fully nude. On the bare mattress, on her back, legs splayed, arms out, mouth open. Dear God, Celia said. What were they mixed up in? Emmy put the photograph back in the locker, face down. She didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to know all the things that Cheyenne Baker had lost in that single moment when the camera had captured the image. She told Celia, Cheyenne was taking money for sex. Damn it. Celia sounded disgusted, but more with herself than the girl. I had no idea. Was she doing it in school? I don't know. I need copies of all the CCTV footage from the last month. The cameras only covered doors and hallways. She could go into one of the empty classrooms, bathrooms, changing rooms. Not that she'd have to. Everyone knows that the system is glitchy. Celia pointed up at the camera behind Emmy. We just got that one back online last week. Maybe we'll get lucky. Emmy doubted it, but she would go through the footage anyway. Have you heard any of the kids talk about someone they call the perv? That's a bit on the nose, Celia said. But no, I haven't heard of him. Is he your suspect? Could be, Emmy said, but she was questioning Jack's reliability. Where's Madison's locker? Down here. Emmy waited while Celia slipped the key into the lock. She held her breath, bracing for the horrors they might find. The door swung open, but there wasn't anything as dramatic as Cheyenne's. No photographs, no textbook, no brown paper bag. In fact, the locker was empty but for a SIM card that had been cut into 3 pieces. Those little shits, Celia muttered. I confiscated Cheyenne's phone last week. Madison must have stolen the SIM card. Emmy immediately recalled the conversation about Cheyenne's burner phones. One of the numbers had gone offline 9 days ago, and a new number had replaced it. Where's the phone? If I've still got it, it'll be in here. Celia motioned her down the hall. 2 days after I took Cheyenne's phone, Madison came to my office asking for a tampon. I told her to go to the nurse, but she said she was too embarrassed. I can't believe I fell for it. I left her alone in my office. She must have stolen the SIM card then. You're sure it was 2 days later? Absolutely. We had a fire drill that morning. Madison was standing outside my door when I came back from the football field. Was your office locked during the fire drill? Yes, but I unlocked it so she could wait inside. I told you she was sneaky. Emmy was more interested in the logistics. Why not take the phone? Why only steal the SIM card? And why destroy it? If they were right about Madison's phone logs, Cheyenne had replaced the confiscated burner with a new one the same day. Then, 2 days had passed before Madison had stolen the SIM card. Cheyenne clearly didn't need a phone at that point. Who had told them to get the SIM card back? And why hold on to the plastic pieces when cutting it up destroyed whatever data was stored on the card? Maybe they were supposed to show it to somebody in order to prove that it had been destroyed. Maybe the kidnapper had sent Madison to steal it. Celia walked through the counseling center to her office in the back. Her desk was piled with neat stacks of papers. There were 2 framed photos, one of Emmy holding Cole, and one of Tommy playing the banjo. It was an old photo. He still had most of his hair. Emmy scanned the bank of monitors above the filing cabinets across from the desk. They showed the empty hallways, the auditorium entrance, the doors into the back of the building. Dylan had done his job keeping out the kids. The only thing that looked out of place were the contents of Cheyenne's locker that were still laid out on the floor. Emmy thought about the photos inside. Madison had turned 15 only yesterday. Her body was less woman than child. Here you go. Celia grabbed a cardboard box off one of the filing cabinets and plopped it down on her desk. Emmy felt her heart sink. There were at least a dozen phones. Do you remember what brand Cheyenne was caught with? They all blend together after a while. Phones are my white whale. Celia handed her a clipboard that had a list of names and dates. I make the kids sign them in so I don't have to touch the screens. God knows I don't need to get pink eye. The rule is if you use it in class, I keep it for 4 school days. If that's over a weekend or a holiday, sorry about your luck. Emmy looked at the long list of scribbled names. There were no checks or X's to indicate when the phones were returned to students. How do you know if a kid gets their phone back? They're scratching at my door by the 4th day. Phones aren't cheap. Would you notice if one was missing from the box? No, Celia said, but they wouldn't know that. 99% of my job is making kids believe I've got the time and the wherewithal to outsmart them. Emmy guessed that was why Madison stole the SIM and left the phone. She found Cheyenne's name on the list. Cheyenne signed her phone in on Tuesday of last week. Do you remember her asking for it on Monday? Celia's brow furrowed in thought. I honestly can't remember. Emmy still had her gloves on. She rummaged through the box. Flip phones mingled with iPhones and Androids and a chunky Samsung. All of them were powered off. There was every kind of case. Some of them had sports mascots or rainbows. A lot of them had cats. None of the flip phones had initials carved into the plastic. Emmy was resigning herself to going through them one by one when she spotted a very distinctive shade of blue on an iPhone case. The same blue as Cheyenne's bike. The same blue as her bedroom sheets. Emmy asked, Do you have a paperclip? Celia pulled one from a stack of papers. She didn't have to be asked to twist it around so that the pointy end was sticking out. Emmy slid the paperclip into the tiny hole on the side of the iPhone. The SIM card slot popped open. The tray was empty. That's weird, Celia said. What's he doing here? Emmy turned around. Celia was looking at one of the monitors. Dale Loudermilk was in the hallway. He looked exactly like what he was. A 40-something-year-old high school chorus teacher who was married to a church secretary. Thick glasses, push-broom mustache. Ned Flanders' haircut. Ron Swanson body. He was dressed in the green shirt and tan cargo shorts uniform of the North Falls Recreation Center. He had stopped in front of Cheyenne's locker, probably wondering why all of her stuff was on the floor. The truth must have hit him, if only because of the suggestive photos taped to the back. Instead of walking away, he looked left, then right. Then he reached inside. He picked up the photograph that Emmy had left face down in the locker. She expected him to be repulsed, to immediately return it to its place, to feel sick and disgusted, to do anything but what he actually did. He stared at the lewd photo of Cheyenne splayed on the mattress. His expression was completely passive. Emmy stepped closer to the monitor, studied his bland features, the casual way he was looking at a piece of child pornography as if it were a bus schedule. She found herself counting off the seconds. She got to 10, then 20. She had almost reached 30 seconds when Loudermilk finally returned the photo to the locker and walked away. Emmy told Celia, "Radio Dylan, tell him to get down here now." She didn't wait for a response. She jogged back through the counseling center. Her skin felt like it was on fire. The tickle, the bad feeling, none of what Dale Loudermilk had done felt right. Instead of running into the hallway to confront him, she peered around the edge of the door. Loudermilk was walking away from her, heading toward the auditorium. His hands were in his shorts pockets. His head stayed straight, his pace was quick. He didn't stop until he'd reached the auditorium doors. He turned his head left, then right, then went inside. Emmy held down the equipment on her belt as she jogged after him. She paused outside the doors in order to keep her distance. She entered the lobby, went into the dark auditorium, gently closed the door. The exit signs acted as nightlights. She saw Loudermilk, hands still in his pockets, walking down the center aisle. Emmy hung back. She waited until he had disappeared into the wings to follow him across the stage. She clenched her teeth when the soles of her heavy boots squeaked on the black floor. He didn't seem to hear. He was too focused on moving forward. Emmy passed dressing rooms and bathrooms. She paused, waiting until he took a left down a narrow hallway. No lights came on. No doors opened or closed. She peered around the corner. Loudermilk was walking toward the end of the hall. The exit sign glowed ahead of him. His hands were out of his pockets. She could tell that he was holding something small that fit neatly into the palm of his hand. Instead of taking the exit, he turned sharply into the stage manager's office. Emmy kept to the shadows, inching down the hall until she could position herself to see through the glass window into the office. Loudermilk was reaching behind a filing cabinet. He pulled out a laptop. He sat down at the desk, opened the computer, and slid a thumb drive into the side. Immediately, he started clicking and dragging his fingers across the trackpad. The light of the screen reflected into his glasses. In the silence, she heard the hard drive spinning, the fans waking up. He was copying files onto the thumb drive. Emmy knocked on the glass.
Jesus!
Loudermilk slammed the laptop closed as he jumped up from the desk.
What do you want?
Emmy walked into the small office. She turned on the overhead lights. What files were you copying?
His eyes went to the laptop, then back at her. Song sheets. Show choir auditions are next week. I need to prepare.
Auditions aren't until the end of the month.
I meant I have to get ready next week for the auditions that are coming up. It takes preparation.
His eyes slicked toward the window. Celia had followed them. He straightened his shoulders, trying to assert some authority.
Dr. Clifton, could you explain to this young woman that I have work to do?
Celia told Emmy, "That computer belongs to the school. I have admin authority." Emmy nodded for Celia to give it a try.
You can't.
Loudermilk reached for the laptop, but Emmy blocked his way. She asked, "Why did you hide your laptop behind the filing cabinet?"
It wasn't hidden. I stored it there to keep it safe over the summer, but—"
His eyes shifted as he desperately searched for an explanation.
"Anyone could access it. I haven't been here since post-planning. Any one of the janitors could have—"
Could have what? Emmy crowded into his space. What files were you copying?
Nothing. Loudermilk's hand went to his mouth. "Please, this is a misunderstanding. It's not what you're thinking. I'm a good man."
"I'm in," Celia said. Emmy leaned down to look at the laptop. A progress bar showed on the middle of the screen. 968 files were being copied. Emmy opened the thumb drive, which was titled Sheet Music. There were more folders than she could count. Hymns, oratorios, magnificats, cantatas, psalms, Christmas.
"See?" Loudermilk pointed to the files. "I told you that I needed to print out some song sheets for—"
"Shut up." Emmy toggled the dates to show the most recent folder. Sacred Concertos jumped to the top of the list. The contents must have been massive. The progress bar estimated the task would take 48 minutes. She moved the cursor to the folder.
"Please don't," Loudermilk begged. "Just walk away. We can all just walk away."
Emmy tapped open Sacred Concertos. It was like a Russian doll. More folders appeared, one for almost every letter of the alphabet. She started with the A's. Thumbnails loaded for dozens of JPEGs. All of the file names followed the same pattern: a name, a dash, a number. Abigail, dash, 10. Allison, dash, 10. Andy, dash, 11. Angela, dash, 10. Anna, dash, 9. Emmy tasted bile in her mouth. She opened the B folder, then the C. They were all the same. Alphabetized. Indexed. A name, a dash, a number. She didn't open any of the photos. The thumbnails alone were nauseating.
"I can't explain,"
Loudermilk tried. Emmy didn't need an explanation. Dale Loudermilk was a pedophile with easy access to both of the missing girls. Chapter 6. Emmy sat beside her father in the viewing room inside the sheriff's station. The lights were off. There were 2 monitors on the table in front of them, both showing different angles of the interrogation room 30 feet away. One camera was focused on Dale Loudermilk, who was sitting ramrod straight in a chair, hands folded together in his lap. The other was on Lionel Faulkner, the lead FBI agent from Atlanta who'd spent the last 3 hours trying to get Dale to confess to the kidnapping and likely murder of Cheyenne Baker and Madison Dalrymple. So far, all that he'd gotten were emphatic denials.
"Dale."
Lionel's voice was gratingly calm through the cheap speaker between the monitors. "Where are the girls?" Emmy watched Dale shake his head, the same as he'd done each time Lionel had asked him the question before. The man who'd panicked when she'd walked into the stage manager's office was a distant memory. This version of Dale was the one Emmy remembered from school. Smug and condescending, annoyed that you dared even speak to him. He clearly thought he was smart enough to talk his way out of trouble, when the truth was, if he was really smart, he'd shut his mouth and get a lawyer. "Agent Faulkner, I've told you this 1,000,000 times," Dale said. "My answer will not change. I have no idea where the girls are. I had nothing to do with their disappearance. I am wholly innocent."
"Why do you keep lying to me?"
"I am not lying. I'm telling you something you don't want to hear." Dale sounded as if he was lecturing a student. "I am an educator. I would never harm a child. The very idea is anathema to my system of beliefs."
Let's get into that. Lionel sat back in his chair. He crossed his legs, acting as though he had all the time in the world. What made you want to become a teacher?
Emmy huffed out her frustration. She had picked up Lionel's pattern early on. The agent would lean in, physically intruding into Dale's personal space as he aggressively questioned him about the missing girls, then pull back and ask an innocuous question about choral arrangements or what it was like to work at the rec center. The technique was textbook, designed to gradually destroy the suspect's sense of control. You set the tone. You chose the topics. You told them where to sit, where to stand, when to talk, when they got to eat, when they could pee, and eventually, they broke down out of desperation and confessed. It was a variation of good cop, bad cop meets Stockholm Syndrome. But from where Emmy was sitting, Dale Loudermilk wasn't buying it. He wasn't sweating. He wasn't pleading or begging. He wasn't shaking and crying. His leg wasn't jiggling. His hands weren't wringing. For all intents and purposes, he could be in a student-teacher conference where a parent was trying to get him to change a grade. Dale wasn't going to change anything. "Dad, this is crazy." Emmy couldn't hold back her irritation. "Faulkner's been doing the same yo-yo back and forth for the last 3 hours. Dale hasn't cracked an inch. Why isn't he using any of the information we gave him?"
"Don't know," Gerald said.
"Look at him." Emmy waved at Dale's imperious face on the monitor. "He still thinks he's walking out of here. Faulkner needs to start turning the screw. Talk about Cheyenne's phones, the SIM card, the sex, the drugs, the CCTV from the school. Half the FBI is busy tearing up Dale's house and car, doing a colonoscopy on everybody he's ever met. Faulkner needs to start making it clear that Dale's entire world is closing in on him. Madison could still be alive."
"Frustrating,"
Gerald said. "You're damn right." Emmy felt her temper ramping up. "Can't we go in there?"
"Nope."
"Dad, he needs to throw the book at him."
"Book's not always heavy enough."
"What does that mean?" Emmy demanded. "You've always told me if something isn't working, to try something new. Madison could be baking in the trunk of a car or tied up in a hunting cabin. How long can she last in this heat without water?" Gerald didn't answer. He was laser-focused on the monitor that showed Dale Loudermilk sitting in the catbird seat. Emmy was about to press her father for an assignment that got her out of this stifling dark room when a sharp cough rattled the speaker. Dale's hand went to his mouth. He coughed again. Emmy watched Lionel Faulkner point to the plastic cup on the table. He told Dale, "Drink some water." Dale made a show of lifting up the cup. He sipped loudly, smacked his lips, returned the cup to the table. Emmy squeezed her hands together until she felt the bones shift. She kept thinking about holding Madison's hand under the oak tree. She had failed the girl once. Now she was watching another cop fail her again. Dale was never going to tell Faulkner where they were. It took every ounce of her willpower not to run down the hall, burst into the interrogation room, and slap the pompous look off his face. Lionel said, "You recruited Cheyenne and Madison when they were 9th graders. Dale gave a heavy sigh. "It's not a recruitment. I hold auditions. Any child can try out. Cheyenne is a solid contralto. Madison has a very rich tessitura that goes well with my senior tenors."
That's just a fancy way of saying she's a good singer, right?
Lionel waited for Dale to dip his head in a nod.
They're pretty girls, aren't they? Cheyenne, in particular.
Don't be disgusting.
Madison, though. Lionel clicked his tongue against his teeth. Got those nice curves on her. Gives you something to hold on to.
Emmy felt the acid burning in her stomach.
Lionel said, "Madison was in your show choir. You took her to the state championship in Atlanta last year."
I took an entire busload of students on that trip. Madison Dalrymple was but one of them. You stayed in the same hotel as Madison, the Marriott Marquis on Peachtree Center Avenue. Your room was right next to hers. My wife was right next to me in bed. Dale seemed to enjoy the wordplay. Mrs. Loudermilk helped chaperone the trip. You can talk to her. She'll tell you she didn't see anything. I don't know if Esther is the best judge of character. Lionel let a sense of familiarity play in his tone. After all, she had no idea she's been living with a pedophile for 20 years. Dale's hands had drawn into fists. He slowly extended his fingers, a kind of reminder to himself that he needed to stay calm. You had no right to talk to my wife without my permission. I feel like you don't understand the situation you're in, Lionel said. You've been arrested for possessing child pornography. You were caught red-handed. I think you're the one who misunderstands, Dale countered. I've told you repeatedly that I donated my old laptop to the drama department. I haven't seen it in over a year. The head of the drama department doesn't remember you giving it to her. I'm not surprised. She's a flighty woman. Dr. Clifton says the laptop is still registered to you. I wouldn't trust her record-keeping if I were you. She's very sloppy. We checked the laptop for prints, Dale. We only found 2 sets. Dr. Clifton's are on the keyboard, which makes sense because she unlocked the computer. We found your prints on the inside, the outside, and the thumb drive you were using to download the porn. Ah, I see the misunderstanding. The machine was covered in dust. I wiped it off before I used it. Dale picked up the cup of water, but he didn't drink. I told you I haven't seen the thing in a year, not since I got the new one. Right, Lionel said. The PTA bought you a brand new MacBook Pro after the Choral Club won first place at regionals. We found it in the briefcase inside your vehicle. Dale placed the cup back on the table. I'll give you the password. You have my permission to check it. All you'll find is lesson plans, choral arrangements, and sheet music. Lionel leaned forward again. Let me tell you what the FBI does when we get a case like this. Can I tell you? Dale gave a heavy, put-upon sigh. He hadn't put it together that Lionel asking for his permission to relay information and repeatedly using the phrase, "let me," were meant to give him the impression that he always had a choice. He waved his hand, saying, I'm listening. We search your house. We search your vehicles. We search your place of work, your storage unit where you keep your garden tools, your gym locker at the rec center where you keep your jar of Gooch Guard. We talk to your wife. We talk to your family. We talk to your neighbors, your co-workers, your preacher, the men on your softball team, the dude at the feed store who loaded 6 bags of mulch into your truck last week, the woman who trimmed your hair on Friday. Emmy hissed out a stream of air between her teeth. Faulkner was finally laying out the details that would let Dale know his life was under a microscope. The agent said, Dale, let me be brutally honest with you. Does that mean you haven't been brutally honest prior to this moment? You're going to prison. Dale shook his head. I'm not going to prison. Lionel guffawed in the face of his certainty. My dude, you were literally caught in the act by a sheriff's deputy. Emmy Clifton is a child. She only got the job because of her father. Dale seemed to think he'd scored a point. My dude. Seriously, man, you sound high on your own supply. Should I drug test you? Dale snorted in disgust. I don't even drink alcohol. Listen to me, Dale. I don't know what unicorn fantasy world you're living in right now, but let me tell you how the real world operates. Let's take what you did to Cheyenne and Madison out of the picture for a minute, okay? Dale started muttering. That's ridiculous. The state of Georgia is about to hit you like a Mack truck. You don't know it yet, but you are going to be laid out flat to the ground. They've got some of the most brutal penalties for possession of child pornography in the country. Each download is considered an offense. Each download. You following me?" Dale didn't respond, but he was suddenly paying close attention. "We're talking felonies, not misdemeanors. We're talking fines up to $100,000 each. Sentencing guidelines of 5 to 20 years each." Lionel had yo-yoed into Dale's personal space again. "I know you're not a math teacher, so let me scratch out the numbers for you. Let's say you get the minimum, right? That's not what you're gonna get, but let's cut you a break. 5 years times 968 pornographic images of girls from the ages of 9 to 11 equals your ass is gonna die in prison." Emmy saw Dale's tongue dart out under his mustache as he licked his lips. The information had clearly hit him hard, but his cool demeanor would not break. Again, Dale insisted, "I'm not going to prison." You keep holding on to that. But from where I'm sitting, the only question is, which prison are you going to die in, and how long is it going to take? That's 2 questions. Let me answer both of them for you. Lionel offered. It's either going to be Dooley State Prison, where they house all the other pedophiles, or it's going to be the Georgia Diagnostic and Classification State Prison, where you'll spend about 15 years in isolation inside a cell before they walk you down the corridor, strap you to a gurney, stick a needle in your arm, and kill you. Dale's lips parted. His sharp breath whistled through the speaker. "Look around this shitty little room, man. This is the Taj Mahal compared to what your cell is going to be like. You can stretch out your arms and touch the walls on either side." Dale couldn't stop himself from looking around the room. Lionel said, "We know Cheyenne's already dead." Dale bit his bottom lip to keep his mouth closed. Lionel asked, "Is Madison dead too?" Emmy heard another whistle of a sharp breath. Dale cleared his throat. He stared at the wall across from his chair. His expression was blank, but Emmy saw a thick bead of sweat roll down from his sideburn. He said, "This is all a mistake." "Do you know how many dudes are in prison because they made a mistake?" "I didn't say I made a mistake. I said you made a mistake." Dale took a moment to calm himself by finishing off the water. The plastic cup made a popping sound when he returned it to the table. "Why would I need 2 laptops? My MacBook Pro is the far superior machine. As I've stated repeatedly, I haven't laid eyes on the old one in months." Emmy felt all the air leave her body. He'd used silence to think of another excuse. "Okay," Lionel said, rolling with it. "How did you know the laptop was hidden behind the filing cabinet?" "Everyone knew it was back there. It wasn't hidden, it was stored there." "Stored by who?" "By whom, and I wouldn't know." "How long has it been there?" "No idea." "Okay, let me get this straight," Lionel said. "What you're telling me happened is Cheyenne Baker and Madison Dalrymple are kidnapped, and by some weird coincidence, you show up at the school bright and early the very next morning to get a laptop you haven't laid eyes on in over a year, or a year exactly, or in months, or you don't know how long, but you know it's stored between a filing cabinet and a wall that somehow everybody has seen but nobody else has ever touched because you wanted to copy some sheet music, but unbeknownst to you, the only file you copied onto the thumb drive you brought from home is the only file on the laptop that has nearly 1,000 photos of child pornography." Dale licked his lips again. He knew it sounded preposterous. "Yes." Esther was at her sister's house up in Carrollton to watch the fireworks with her kids. Said she talked to you on the phone, but didn't see you in person. Neighbors were all at the fireworks shows. Nobody saw you. You don't have an alibi. I was at home. Your neighbor says you were in your driveway this morning, washing and vacuuming out your car. Do you usually wash and vacuum your car at 5:30 in the morning? Is it not summer in Atlanta, too? Dale's smugness had returned. You do things in the morning because it's too hot later in the day. That makes sense, Lionel agreed. But what gets me is, I've never heard of a man using bleach to clean out his car, leastwise, not an innocent man. Dale's gaze returned to the blank wall in front of him. On those forensic shows, they always tell you bleach can destroy blood evidence and DNA. Tricks all the tests we have, right? Lionel paused, but there was no response. The thing is, it's the fact of you cleaning the car with bleach that's the red flag. Tells me that you were worried we'd find DNA and fingerprints and trace evidence from Cheyenne and Madison. I wouldn't be surprised if you did, Dale countered. I drive kids home from practice all the time. I always get permission from the parents first. You can ask Hannah and Ruth. We did, Lionel said. You drove Cheyenne home a lot. Verona's a 20-minute drive in the opposite direction from your house. Dale said nothing. Tell me about the Glock 20 that's registered in your name. Lionel waited, but Dale didn't respond. We didn't find it in your house or your car. Where is it? Dale's head tilted down. He stared at the empty cup on the table. This isn't looking good for you, man. Lionel paused a moment. You're not stupid. You know how bad this looks. Emmy watched Lionel lean in again. She hadn't noticed before, but Dale's posture had changed dramatically over the last few minutes. He was no longer sitting ramrod straight. He'd slouched into the chair. His shoulders had rolled inward. He was shutting down. According to the textbooks, this was the most dangerous time during an interview. There were only 3 things that could happen now. He would confess, he would ask for a lawyer, or he would go completely numb. Dale whispered, It wasn't me. Okay, buddy, I hear ya, but let me sum up where we're at. Lionel said, 2 kidnapped girls. You know them both. Blood at the scene indicates a gunshot wound. Your Glock is missing. You scrubbed down your car with bleach. You don't have an alibi for last night. You were caught downloading child porn from your laptop this morning. Dale shook his head, muttering, It's not my laptop. Lionel asked, Did you know computers keep a record every time a user logs in? Dale's head popped up. He obviously had no idea. He sat up straighter in the chair, tried to get his confidence back. Passwords can be stolen. The last time your laptop was accessed was on May 12th of this year. The contents of the Sacred Concertos folder were viewed for 21 minutes during your lunch hour. Everyone has lunch at... No, listen. Lionel held up a finger to stop him. We've got the CCTV camera showing you going into the auditorium 3 minutes before the login and leaving 4 minutes after the logout. You were in there for 28 minutes. Then, on May 24th, same pattern. You go into the auditorium at lunch, log in for 24 minutes, log out, then the camera catches you leaving the auditorium. Emmy held her breath, leaning forward in her chair, silently begging Dale to finally crack. Dale cleared his throat. The hallway camera is broken. That was true until recently, Lionel said, but the camera behind the ticket counter in the lobby has always worked fine. Emmy watched the color drain from Dale's face. He gripped his hands together in his lap. The arrogance had finally melted from his features. He looked scared. She mumbled, Finally. Dale, Lionel said, we're going to keep looking at that CCTV, and we're going to match it to the logins, and that's how we're going to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you accessed your school laptop during school hours to masturbate to child pornography. Dale started to shake his head. No. Let me tell you what I think really happened this morning. Lionel said, you were bleaching down your car, thinking through all the weak points that could trace the girls back to you, and you panicked about the laptop. No, Dale insisted. You knew the town was crawling with cops. You knew it was only a matter of time before they talked to the girls' teachers. You were scared one of them might find the laptop, or that somebody from the school would remember seeing it shoved behind the filing cabinet. Not mine. You knew the serial number would be traced back to you. You knew if anybody saw the files on that laptop, you would be connected to the kidnapping, because what are the odds that a pedophile who jerks off to pictures of exploited and vulnerable children isn't the same raping murderer who abducted 2 little girls he's known for 2 years? They're not little girls, they're practically adult women. You telling me you like them younger? I'm telling you that you're wrong. Dale's tone had changed. He was angry. If your insane theory is true, and it's not, by the way, why wouldn't I just take the laptop and destroy it? Lionel chuckled, like the answer was easy. Because you think you're smart, Dale. Because you already went through all the bullshit excuses about the laptop in your head. I lost it. I don't remember who I gave it to. I accidentally dropped it in the toilet, and you realized that the only solution was to erase the hard drive and hope that would be the end of it. Dale looked down at his hands, but not before Emmy saw the stunned expression on his face. He did think he was smart. He had panicked. Lionel leaned forward again, elbows resting on his knees. My partner's the one who spoke to your wife. Both rooms were so quiet that Emmy heard Dale's throat gulp as he swallowed. He told me Esther works a part-time job as a secretary at the Baptist church. He says she comes across as a good Christian lady. Do you agree with that description of your wife, Dale? He breathed out the word. Yes. Esther's devastated, Dale. She couldn't stop crying. She actually threw up when we told her. My partner had to call in a doctor. For the first time since all of this started, Dale looked concerned for someone other than himself. She suffers from anxiety. She's suffering right now, Lionel said. She's worried about Madison and Cheyenne. Emmy saw Dale's lower lip start to tremble. His eyes were wet with tears. Lionel said, one of the most important tenets of Christianity is forgiveness. Do you think Esther will ever forgive you for this? Dale swiped under his glasses, wiping away the tears. I think Esther will forgive you eventually, Dale. Your wife believes in the Bible. She's a God-fearing woman. Lionel paused. But she can't forgive you if you don't tell the truth. And that's what you really want, isn't it? You want to tell the truth. Dale started to nod, but he didn't say the words. The laptop belongs to you, doesn't it? Dale shook his head. Tell me where the girls are, Dale. Let me take them home to their families. He kept shaking his head, but still didn't speak. Dale, help me bring Cheyenne and Madison home. Ruth needs to see her baby. Hannah wants to hold her little girl one last time. Emmy felt her own tears flooding into her eyes. She looked at her father. Gerald hadn't moved. His gaze had stayed locked on the same monitor as before, the one that showed Dale Loudermilk's face. Tell me, Lionel said. Unburden yourself, man. Tell me where they are. Dale finally broke down. A loud sob shook the speaker. He threw his glasses on the table, covered his face with his hands. He started to cry. But then his cries turned into a kind of wailing. He rocked back and forth as if to soothe himself. Emmy gripped the arms of her chair as she watched him. She could only think of Madison and Cheyenne. Had they cried like this? Had they felt terrified, helpless, abandoned? Was Cheyenne thinking of the end of her life when Dale shot her in the head? Was Madison wailing like a child in the dark place he'd taken her?
Dale, listen to me, man.
Lionel put a hand on Dale's shoulder to steady him.
Look at me, okay? The way you free yourself from this guilt is to tell me where they are. That's all anybody cares about. Tell me where they are.
Dale kept his face in his hands. He was mumbling something. His voice was too muffled for the microphone to pick up.
What is it?
Lionel couldn't hear him either. He pulled away Dale's hands, looked at his face.
Tell me.
I said I didn't do it!
Dale screamed. He pushed away from the table, started waving his arms, shouting,
I didn't fucking do it! I didn't fucking do it! I didn't fucking do it!
Emmy could hear his screams and echo coming from the hallway first, then half a second later from the speaker.
Shit,
she hissed. She wanted to punch the monitor. She told her father, He's never going to give it up. You know that. Gerald reached toward the speaker and clicked off the sound. The muffled screams stopped just as abruptly. Emmy saw that Lionel had stood up. His hands were out as he tried to get Dale to calm down. Gerald said,
Cheyenne's locker. Show me.
Emmy took out her phone. She tapped through to the photographs and handed the device to her father.
What am I missing? Don't know.
His fingers were clumsy on the screen. It took a few tries for him to zoom in.
No necklaces.
Emmy felt stupid for not making the connection. They got them for each other last Christmas. I don't think they would have taken them off for the photos. They're still wearing their other jewelry. That means the photos are at least 7 months old. Gerald swiped across the screen. He did the same thing Emmy had done at the school, looking closely at the backgrounds for clues as to where the photo session had taken place. He asked,
Color printer?
Yeah, the ink and paper's not going to help us. It's the kind you get at Office Depot. There's no watermark or timestamp. He swiped again.
Tell me about Cheyenne's phone.
I entered the serial number into the system. The iPhone was reported stolen in Atlanta in February of last year. We've got APD trying to track down the original owner, but the thing is, all the data on the phone was wiped. Cheyenne did a factory reset. Emmy anticipated the next question because she'd had the same one. Celia told me that Mrs. Burrows sent Cheyenne to the office to turn over the phone. She was on her own in the hallway. She had plenty of time to wipe it on the walk over.
But she didn't take the SIM card.
She probably didn't know that she needed to wipe that too. That's why Madison went back 2 days later.
On whose order?
They both looked at the monitors. Dale was sitting down now, arms crossed over his chest. He didn't come across as particularly tech-savvy. Gerald asked,
What do we know?
Emmy checked her watch. We're coming up on 17 hours since the kidnapping. A man who taught both victims is a pedophile. We've got 2 crime scenes, the soccer pitch where the 2 bikes, Cheyenne's, blood, and Madison's phone were found. The other scene is on the back roads where a broken gold necklace was found along with bike tire marks, a pair of large footprints, and a pair of small footprints.
What do we think we know?
There's a man called the Perv we can't identify and who might not even exist. A drug dealer named Wesley Woody Woodrow, who might be their supplier. Cheyenne's flip phone that her parents know about is out there somewhere. The second burner phone she bought to replace the one Celia confiscated is out there. The confiscated phone was erased by Cheyenne for some reason. For some reason, Madison risked getting into trouble to steal the SIM card out of Celia's office 2 days later. She cut the card into 3 pieces, but she held onto it, even though there's no way to access the data, which implies she was going to give it to someone as proof that it was destroyed.
What data?
A SIM card stores the phone number, network authorization, contact lists, and a limited number of text messages. The data transfers with the card to whatever phone you put it in.
Photos, videos?
No, Emmy said, but Cheyenne could have backed them up to the cloud. You can use a debit card to buy storage. Fake your name and address. It's not hard.
Is our kidnapper in some pictures?
Gerald asked.
Videos?
Emmy hoped like hell that she wasn't the officer who found them. The FBI says it's not likely they'll be able to restore the data on the wiped phone. There's an encryption key or something technical I didn't understand, but the upshot is it's a lost cause. They think they'll have better luck with Madison's phone, or if we find the second burner Cheyenne was using, or maybe her flip phone.
Too many phones,
Gerald said.
Go back to the envelope in the locker.
Emmy knew he'd seen the Clifton Tool and Die logo on the return address. Felix Baker works at the factory, so he could have had some envelopes lying around the house, but he told us that he dropped Ruth and Pamela off at the river basin, then went to work. He's got 4 hours that we need to account for.
Done,
Gerald said.
Called the factory this morning. Talked to security. Baker's key card swiped in at 3:28, out at 6:51. CCTV caught him in the building. Minivan was parked in the lot.
Emmy wasn't ready to let Felix Baker off the hook. I know his wife said he got to the river around 7:30, but can we trust her? Leaving at 6:51 still gives Felix time to go to the park and take the girls, do whatever he was going to do, then show up in time to drive Ruth and Pamela home. Gerald reached for the phone on the wall, punched in Virgil's extension, then hit speakerphone. The rings warbled in the dark room.
Yes, boss,
Virgil said.
You got the logs?
They just hit my inbox, Virgil said.
The license plate on Felix Baker's minivan was picked up by GHP at 7:16 last night, turning onto Front Basin Road. Got scanned again, leaving at 11:02.
Emmy knew all Georgia Highway Patrol cruisers had license plate scanners mounted on their front grills. Front Basin Road was the only way in or out of the county fireworks display, so Felix Baker was in the clear. Gerald asked,
What about phone records?
I'm expecting Madison's activity from yesterday to update any minute now. Meantime, I'm working with the phone company trying to get the call logs on the 2 burner numbers. The only thing I know so far is that the first burner number came online in August of last year.
And the flip phone?
Gerald asked. Felix sent Cheyenne's call logs over this morning. The flip phone only communicated with 4 people: Felix, Ruth, Pamela, and Madison. Emmy said, That's not surprising. Cheyenne knew that her parents were keeping a close eye on her digital life. Ruth donated her laptop to the church after she got caught bypassing the parental controls. I made a note to call them this morning, but then Dale happened. I can go.
No.
Gerald motioned for her to stay seated.
Virgil.
I'll take care of it, he said. The last thing is, I sent Brett to both the cell phone kiosk at the outlet mall and the Good Dollar. They sold a total of 6 phones with SIM cards on the day Cheyenne's replacement number came online. We tracked down all the purchasers. 1 is a bookie, 2 are single moms down on their luck. The other 3 admitted they were using the phones to cheat on their wives. Emmy said, Cheyenne's first burner phone was reported stolen in Atlanta over a year ago. The second burner was probably stolen too, but the SIM card could have been purchased locally. You don't have to buy a new phone to get one. You just swap them out. All the phone company could tell me was that both SIMs were activated in North Falls. I've got the 20-digit ICCID numbers from the cards, but the things are sold in batches. They don't have value until someone puts money on them. It's like a gift card that hasn't been activated. There's no way to track it back to a seller.
Okay.
Gerald sounded ready to move on. He told Virgil,
Irma Woodrow goes to your church.
That's correct.
Her grandson's Wesley. Goes by Woody. Been selling drugs. Need to know if he had contact with Cheyenne or Madison. Maybe see if Father Nate will go with you. On it, boss.
Gerald ended the call. Emmy thought he was going to stand up to leave, but he crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in the chair. He told her,
Tap the weak spots.
This was another game they played, even when they were certain they'd arrested the right person, A good defense attorney would always look for the weak spots in the case. A good cop always made sure there weren't any. Emmy turned toward the monitors, following their prime suspect's movements across the interrogation room. Dale was pacing, was still animated, undoubtedly still insisting that he had done nothing to do with kidnapping Cheyenne and Madison. What if that part of his story was the truth? There was no doubt that Dale was a pedophile, but was he the pedophile who'd kidnapped 2 girls? Or was he another pedophile, just like the 87 pedophiles already on the register? She said, "The FBI pulled Dale's bank records. Between the mortgage, Esther's car payment, and their student loans, there's barely enough left over at the end of the month. She works in the church office. He has to take the job at the rec center every summer to make ends meet."
Okay.
Cheyenne had 16 grand hidden in her room. Meanwhile, Dale's handing out towels at the rec center 8 hours a day for minimum wage. Emmy thought of something else. Caitlin overheard Cheyenne making a joke about the older man she was seeing. She said something like, "I wish his penis was as big as his wallet." Dale doesn't have a big wallet.
Could be more than one older man.
The child porn Dale kept on his laptop, Emmy said. The girls he was looking at were tweens. 9, 10, 11. Cheyenne and Madison had already gone through puberty. There's a difference. Gerald looked at the monitors, too. Lionel was pointing his finger in Dale's face. He'd finally stopped yo-yoing, though the new tactic looked about as effective as the old one. Gerald said,
"Let's go for a ride."
Emmy hadn't realized how claustrophobic the room was until she was out in the hallway. She blinked at the bright overhead lights. Her eyes took so long to adjust that she heard Brett before she could see him. "Boss," he sounded excited. "That other FBI agent said I could sit in on the interview with Dale's wife. That okay with you?"
"Nope,"
Gerald said.
"Find a man called the Perv. Hit the streets, bring him in."
Brett did a half-assed job hiding his disappointment. "Yes, boss." The door to the interrogation room opened. Emmy caught a whiff of stale sweat as Lionel Faulkner came into the hall and pulled the door closed behind him. He kept his voice low, telling Gerald, "Guy's a hard nut to crack."
"They usually are."
"Got any insight?"
"Easy when you don't know anything, to talk yourself into knowing something."
Lionel laughed. "That's a riddle inside of a puzzle."
"Good luck."
Lionel looked more than a little perturbed as Gerald continued up the corridor. Emmy gave the agent a shrug before she followed her father out the side door. She tossed him her keys, then got into the passenger side of her cruiser. The car had baked in the sun. She crossed her arms so her bare skin didn't touch the scorching seats. Gerald cranked the key in the ignition. Hot air from the vents blasted into her face. It would take a good 5 minutes of misery before it cooled down. Emmy waited until they were halfway down Main Street to ask her father about the interrogation. Gerald had clearly seen something on the monitors that made him change course. She asked, "What did I miss?"
"DFR,"
he said. "Don't feel right." Emmy tried to listen to her body. The knot was twisting inside of her stomach again. She had accused Lionel Faulkner of being a physical yo-yo, but emotionally, Emmy was doing the same thing. Her feelings had gone up and down at least 20 times in the last 4 hours. 1 minute, she was telling herself that Madison was alive and would be found. The next, Emmy was certain that she was dead. She'd felt almost elated when she'd arrested Dale, certain that he would tell them the truth. Then she'd sunk back into a depression because he wasn't talking. Dale was never going to tell them what had happened. He would not lead them to the bodies. The girls would never be found. Gerald said,
"Not sure it's him."
"What?" Emmy's head snapped around. "We tapped some weak spots, but nothing broke. Dale looks perfect for this."
"Run the pros and cons."
She didn't have to think through the pros. Of course it was Dale. There was a stack of circumstantial evidence piled against him. She listed He had both girls in his classes for 2 years. He's had each of them alone in his car. It wouldn't be hard for him to find private time during school hours. His afternoons are free, his gun is missing. He bleached his car clean this morning. He wasn't shocked by the child porn in Cheyenne's locker. He tried to wipe his collection off his laptop. He doesn't have an alibi for last night. He fits the profile of an abuser. He's arrogant, thinks he's smarter than everybody else. He's used to being in control. He seeks power by...
Emmy Lou.
I know you don't like the theory stuff, but it's true, Dad. There are profiles for people like this. You told me last night that the money and drugs could be a distraction. Maybe you're right. The girls could have been taken because they're 2 young girls. Bad men don't need a logical reason to do bad things to women. They hurt them because they want to.
Okay, he said, do the cons.
I did the cons. The money. Dale's wallet isn't big. Emmy knew he wanted more. She took a moment to think. If it's not Dale, it's someone like him. Someone in the community who hides in plain sight. He's probably in a bad marriage or divorced. He probably started out watching child porn on his computer. Then he decided to act on his fantasies.
Last night?
No, he's been grooming the girls for a while. That's the only way to explain the burners, the cash, and the drugs. If we assume from the photos in Cheyenne's locker that the kidnapper met them before they bought their necklaces last Christmas, then this goes back at least 7 months. Something set him off recently. Gerald slowed the car to make a turn.
Walk me through it.
Last Wednesday, Cheyenne had to give up her phone to Celia. She must have told the kidnapper what happened. By Friday morning, Madison was in Celia's office stealing the SIM card. She cut it into 3 pieces, but she left it at school over the weekend. Maybe he didn't take her word for it that she destroyed the card. Maybe he got worried and decided he had to shut them up permanently. He's older, so he's patient, calculating, knows how to bide his time. He knows they're going to be together at the park for the fireworks show. Not just them, but the whole town is going to be out. The streets will be empty. He decides to take them on Wednesday night.
How?
He must have told Cheyenne to meet him somewhere first. That's why Madison was worried. Cheyenne was late. She was supposed to meet Madison at the park under the oak tree.
When?
Probably 8 o'clock, 1 hour before the start of the fireworks. That would mean that Cheyenne was supposed to meet the kidnapper around 7 or 7:30. Madison would know the details of the meeting. That's why she was antsy when I talked to her. Then, when I blew her off, she decided to grab her bike and go look for Cheyenne on her own.
And?
She closed her eyes for a second too long. The image of Madison waiting for her in front of the bleachers was so real that Emmy could still feel the anxiety that had radiated off the 15-year-old like heat from a roaring fire. Why hadn't Emmy taken a moment? Why hadn't she held onto Madison's hand again, told her she could be trusted, listened to what the girl had to say? Gerald said,
Something stopped her.
Emmy took a moment to reset. She imagined Madison watching her sulk off to the toilet, then leaving the bleacher area, finding her bike, dragging it up the concrete stairs. She said, Madison took her bike to the parking lot. It was dark. The lights were off. The fireworks were about to start. The kidnapper shows up in his sedan. He's got Cheyenne's bike in the trunk. Madison can see it because the fireworks have started. She goes to the car. Something happens. Maybe Cheyenne tries to bolt. Madison goes after her. The kidnapper drives onto the field. The girls try to take shelter under the trees. The kidnapper jumps out of the car and shoots Cheyenne. Emmy couldn't stop herself from flinching. She could practically smell the gun oil, could see the recoil on Dale's Glock 20 as the hammer came down. The bullet sliced through the air and broke open a hole in Cheyenne Baker's skull.
And?
Gerald said. The sound of the fireworks covers up the gunshot. Meanwhile, Madison takes off on her bike across the pitch. The kidnapper chases her on foot. He grabs her, subdues her, leaves the bike, carries her back to the car, puts both girls inside, then drives to whatever remote location he planned out ahead of time. There, he probably abuses Madison one last time before he kills her, too. Then he disposes of both the bodies.
Where?
Emmy tried to remember the statistics. In most predatory kidnappings, the bodies are found within 20 miles of the abduction site. The area is generally familiar to the kidnapper. He oftentimes revisits the scene to relive his crimes. He usually conceals the bodies in some way, covered with leaves, buried in a shallow grave, submerged in water, hidden in an abandoned building or shed, disarticulated and disposed of in a landfill.
Think smaller.
There's no smaller until we know more about Dale, Emmy said. Was he a hiker? Did he camp, fish, kayak, go for long drives? We're surrounded by trees. There are forests everywhere, parks everywhere. There's the Flint River, dozens of lakes, drainage ditches, logging roads, old fire trails. The Okefenokee Swamp is only 4 hours away. Emmy felt her heart racing because she wasn't just sputtering off scenic views. In her mind, she was picturing the girls in each location. Cheyenne's gunshot wound bleeding onto dry leaves. Madison's weighted-down body at the bottom of the swamp. She asked her father, "What if we never find their bodies? What if Hannah has to wonder for the rest of her life whether Madison is alive or dead?" Gerald reached across the console and held onto her hand. Emmy realized that a tear had slipped down her cheek. The festering wound had opened again. The heartbreak of losing Madison, the fight with Hannah, the crushing guilt. She stared out the window, watched the trees blur by. Emmy didn't have a right to cry about anything. She needed for her father to be wrong. She needed Lionel Faulkner to break down Dale Loudermilk, to get a full confession, to find out that Madison was still alive, to return to Hannah the most precious thing in her life. To know that somehow, against all odds, everything would go back to normal. Gerald let go of Emmy's hand as he turned onto the back roads. The series of unnamed tracks crisscrossed between several farms. Cattle grazing, peanuts, soybeans, horses. All of the farmsteads had passed down from one generation of rich Cliftons to the next. Currently, they were on Tabby and Terrell's land. Emmy knew it by the crisply painted white fence that bordered their property. The red clay surface had been packed smooth from tractors and horse trailers and animal haulers going back and forth for nearly 200 years. Everyone in town had used the back roads at some point to cut through or past an area they were trying to avoid. As girls, Emmy and Hannah had ridden their bikes on their way into town, or to look at the horses, or to hang out at the pond that stretched across the bottom half of Aunt Millie's property. She asked her father, "Do you know why Millie keeps calling me?"
Couldn't tell you.
Emmy had forgotten that Millie wasn't speaking to Gerald. This was what Hannah meant by her fucked-up family. Cliftons were frequently falling out with each other. The 4 years of silence between Myrna and Celia was nothing compared to the grudges that went back decades. Millie was the third oldest living Clifton. She had a very long memory. Gerald slowed the cruiser. Up ahead, Emmy could see a white van with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation logo on the doors. The forensic unit was still processing the scene where the gold necklace and blood had been found. They'd set up a large perimeter using metal stakes to hold up the bright yellow crime scene tape. Emmy knew why her father had brought them here. She quoted one of his better pieces of advice. "If you don't know what to do, start at the beginning."
Yep.
Gerald got out of the car. She braced herself for the sharp slap of heat. Emmy felt a bit lightheaded when she stood. She'd forgotten to eat breakfast, and it was past lunchtime. Her phone started ringing as she approached the van. She expected to see Millie's number, but the caller ID read Good Dollar. Emmy had known Louise Good since kindergarten. They had gotten closer when they'd both attended Mercer, but then Louise had transferred to the College of Pharmacy so she could train to work at her family's store. The Good Dollar serviced all of North Falls and most of Verona. It was also a bike ride away from both Cheyenne and Madison's houses. Emmy held up a finger to let her father know she'd be a minute, then answered, "Hey, Louise, thanks for calling. If this is about the phones we sold last week, Brett's already been by." "No, it's something else." Emmy kept her voice low, choosing her words carefully. "What kind of birth control is Madison Dalrymple taking?" "Girl, I could get in all kinds of trouble for telling you that." Emmy closed her eyes. Hannah could ask for the information. She was Madison's legal guardian. The only problem was that Emmy would have to ask her to. "Shit," Louise said, but Emmy heard a clacking sound as she started typing. "Okay. Dr. Carl has her on 0.15 milligrams of Solaire Freedom. That's 24 pink and 4 white pills in a blister pack." Emmy recognized the description. It matched the pills she'd found in Cheyenne's stash. "When did she start?" "Let me look back." Louise made a humming noise as the keyboard clattered again. "Okay, here it is. Brought in the paper script on September 13th, picked it up on the 14th. "What about Cheyenne Baker?" Amy was careful again so that she didn't fall into the past tense. "Is she taking birth control too?" "Oh, hell no," Louise said. "When the family first moved here, Cheyenne's doctor back in Iowa had her on 30 days of amoxicillin to treat her acne. Gave the poor thing the screaming shits. I mentioned to Ruth that she might want to try birth control, and you would have thought I told her to skin the child alive." That sounded like Ruth Baker. "Did Hannah pick up Madison's birth control?" "I've got no idea. And if I ask at the front counter, they'll want to know why." She paused. "Why aren't you asking Hannah?" "She's got enough going on right now." Emmy didn't dwell on the evasion. She thought of another idea. "Was Madison's birth control filed on Hannah's insurance?" "Oh, that's smart." More clacking, more humming. "Nope, she didn't use insurance. Cost $178 a month, which is ridiculous. Says here the last time Madison got it filled was June 28th at 12:21. Cash transaction." That tracked. Madison got out of summer school at noon. There were 4 pills missing from the blister pack, which meant they'd been started on the first day of the month. "Thanks, Louise. I owe you." "Just find those sweet babies," Louise said. "I know you've always held Hannah in your heart, but promise me you'll bring them home." "Okay." Emmy told herself she was using her father's amorphous okay, that she was not making a promise she wasn't sure she could keep. Before Louise could follow up, Emmy ended the call. She glanced back at Gerald. He was talking to one of the crime scene techs, a lanky man in a white Tyvek suit. She looked down at her phone like she was reading something important, but the truth was that she needed a moment to collect herself. She tapped through cousin texts that her eyes were too blurry to read. Aunt Millie had left 6 voicemails. Emmy didn't need to listen to them. They were always the same. Her aunt's gruff voice announcing, "Millie Clifton," followed by a series of sharp clicks as she tried to get the receiver back into the cradle. Emmy silently ordered herself to get her shit together. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand and got back to work. Dust swirled around her pants and covered her shoes as she walked toward the van. The brutal sun had bleached the Georgia red clay to a high white that was so hard to look at her eyes started to water. She could see the crime scene techs were starting to pack up their equipment, literally pulling up stakes. The yellow tape dropped to the ground. Close up, she recognized the lanky, Tyvek crime scene tech as Special Agent Michael Barry Lawhorn. He nodded a hello to Emmy. "I was telling your dad our second team just found a bullet casing on the soccer field, half buried in the soil. Got crushed by one of the tires on the car. They've sent it to ballistics, but the thinking is it's from a .22 mag rimfire cartridge. That's for a rifle or a revolver, Emmy said. We've got a suspect with a registered Glock 20 that takes a 10mm round. I can tell you with near certainty that's not the gun that was used, Michael said. If your victim had taken a 10mm shot to the head, there'd be bone and brain everywhere. A .22 is smaller and lighter, knocks around inside the skull like a pinball. The only thing that usually comes out is blood. Gerald asked, You find anything here? Nothing jumped out, but give me a second and I'll take you through the scene. Gerald waited until Michael had walked toward his crew to tell Emmy, Ruger has a rimfire pistol, standard model, one-button takedown, bolt action, drop-down mag. Nice gun. Emmy would never know firearms like her father did. What's the application? Sport, mostly. Target shooting. Plinking. He added, Browning, Buckmark, Beretta Neos, Colt Ace. There's more. Ruger's the best. I can't see Dale shooting cans off a fence post in his free time. Emmy Googled the Ruger on her phone. The semi-automatic pistol had first been manufactured in 1949. Looks like something you'd see a Nazi waving around in an old war movie. Based off the Japanese Nambu. She put her phone back in her pocket. Dale's still the best suspect. The pros don't cancel the cons. Maybe haven't found the right con. Madison got the prescription for birth control pills from Dr. Carl so that Cheyenne could take them. Emmy saw his curious look, but she knew he could easily figure out the source. The first time Madison filled a prescription at the pharmacy was on September 14th. My guess is that Cheyenne waited a few weeks, then started on the 1st of October. Took some time to be talked into it, Gerald said. Maybe. Emmy hedged because she knew how idiotic teenagers could be. She'd started having sex with Jonah a full 3 months before a pregnancy scare had sent her running to the Planned Parenthood over in Clayville. Celia had driven her so that her parents wouldn't find out. Sheriff, Michael was rolling the loose crime scene tape around his hand like a bright yellow mitten. Ready when you are. Emmy looked down at the ground as they walked along the track. There were drainage ditches on both sides, heavy rocks covering the French drains that diverted the water toward a retaining pond. Terrell kept the grass cut close to the ground to discourage snakes from scaring the horses. The fence to what was called the back 100, a grazing area for his dairy cows, was 50 feet away. Emmy could see the rolling hills beyond, then the rise where the farmhouse was situated like a crown in the Clifton Jewels. She told her father, Tabby and her family were at the river basin last night. The field hands would go home at 4. No one would have been looking back here between 7 and 8. Gerald nodded, but he told Michael, Ready. Yes, sir. Michael unzipped his suit as he talked. The FBI is handling the identification on the tire and shoe prints. They said we'll have those back by the middle of next week, but this is definitely the area where the struggle took place. We've got the bike traveling from a westerly direction. We lost the impression about 40 yards down, but you can see how the bike meandered back and forth across the road. Emmy saw the lazy curves and thought about Cheyenne pedaling her bike, arms out at her sides, tilting her body left, then right like an airplane, thinking about what she was going to do with the older man now. How much fun she was going to have with Madison at the park later. The car came from the west, too, Michael continued. We picked it up at 20 feet. There are a lot of farm vehicles that use this track, so it's impossible to pick it up before then. What we know is that the driver came to an abrupt stop here. He got out of the car. These footprints are a man's size 11. I would guess some kind of hiking or work boot, but the FBI will confirm that. Now, if you'll follow me down here. Gerald stayed on the road as Emmy followed Michael into the drainage ditch. The gravel shifted under the thick soles of her boots. Dust clouded up into her mouth. She coughed. There. Michael pointed back at the road. You can see that divot better from this angle. Emmy had to use both hands to shield her eyes from the sun. She squinted at the packed clay. She only noticed the indentation because Michael had told her to look for it. She shook her head because this wasn't at all how she had imagined it. Are you saying the car hit the bike? Yes. He pointed a few feet back from the divot. That's where the impact took place. This is where the bike went down. Emmy climbed up to the road to get a better look. She had worked dozens of bike accidents on patrol. She went to one knee, trying to read the scene. The bike pedal had hit the ground first, acting like an anchor. Then momentum had taken over and swung the rear tire around. She remembered the rim of the back tire was bent, the chain was hanging off. I believe the left front bumper of the car tapped the rear wheel. The impact bent the rim and sent the bike flying, and the cyclist. The image in Emmy's mind changed from a carefree Cheyenne making lazy curves on the road to a terrified girl frantically pedaling her bike back and forth as she tried to outmaneuver a speeding car. Michael said he wasn't driving fast, maybe 15 miles per hour, but it's a 2,000-pound vehicle versus a 20-pound bike carrying a very small girl. She was knocked to the road here, then rolled into the ditch there. Again, Emmy played it out in her mind. The terrified look on Cheyenne's face as she heard the car inching closer. The shock when the bike was tapped, the horror as she flew through the air and landed on the gravel, then rolled into the low point of the ditch. She asked, "Did you find any other part of the gold necklace?" "Nothing, but this is where the highway patrol found it last night. Absent a body, it's hard to tell if it was yanked from her neck or if the impact broke it off." Emmy saw something else. 3 round patches of gravel had been scooped from the ditch. Was there blood on the gravel? Yes, we found spatter from the impact and several drops where she was either carried or crawled back up to the road. I would assume the blood came from her nose and mouth. Maybe some road rash. We'll run it for DNA back at the lab just to make sure it's hers. Excuse me, I have to take this. Michael was answering his phone as he climbed out of the ditch. Emmy turned to her father. This changes things, Dad. The kidnapper just drove up and hit her bike. He wanted to scare the shit out of her, maybe kill her right then and there. Yep. What the hell were they involved in? Gerald looked up the road. How'd she get here? Emmy looked up the road, too. She needed to get her bearings. She took out her spiral notebook and drew 3 horizontal lines, then overlaid them with 3 vertical lines spaced out at equal intervals to indicate the back roads. Michael said she came from the west. Emmy held her notebook so her father could see. The back roads go like this, kind of like a tic-tac-toe box with 3 extra squares along the bottom. This is where Cheyenne's house is in Verona. This is where her bike was hit by the car. The fastest route for her to take would be here, which would bring her in from the east, not the west. She wouldn't cut through Taby's place because of the dogs. Plus, there's the fence. She'd have to lift her bike over the... Came through here. Gerald pressed his finger to the bottom corner. Emmy felt gut-punched. That's Aunt Millie's land. Taby told me she was complaining about strangers cutting through her yard. Call her. Emmy could see the missed call notifications from Millie stacked up on her phone. There were 11 voicemails. She felt as if her stomach was folding in on itself as she selected the number. She tapped the icon to put it on speaker. 5 long rings passed before her aunt finally picked up. Millie Clifton, she announced. It's Emmy. Taby told me you took long enough to get back to me, Millie interrupted. You're lucky I happened to come home from searching for those poor girls so I could take my blood pressure medication. Why didn't you answer when I called? Aunt Millie. Emmy tried to keep her tone even. Please just tell me why you were calling. One of those missing girls. She was in my yard yesterday, and not for the first time. I recognized her face from the newspaper. Emmy felt stunned, not by the information, but by the fact that she could have had it as early as this morning. You saw Cheyenne Baker in your yard? No, the other one.
The thick-waisted girl."
Madison? Emmy felt her throat tighten around the name. What was she doing?
She was talking to Adam.
Emmy shot a questioning look at Gerald. He shook his head. She asked, Aunt Millie, who's Adam?
The man I told you about last month. The one I hired to fix my retaining wall. I told you he was up to no good. Just sits out there smoking cigarettes with whatever riffraff he can drag in. You girls never listen to me. You think I'm an old fool.
Emmy couldn't stop shaking her head. What time did you see Madison?
I guess it was just before lunchtime. Adam told me he didn't mind working over the 4th, but then I look out my kitchen window and I see both of them smoking and laughing with their bare feet in my pond.
Emmy's heart felt like it was going to explode in her chest. Can you tell me Adam's last name?
Oh, so now you want to know about him? Millie asked. I've told you for a month about strangers cutting through my yard to see him. Some lunatic even knocked on my front door at 5 in the evening. She thought he lived here at the house with me. And I'm talking a young girl, barely out of high school. You could have knocked me over with a feather.
Aunt Millie, please, I need to know Adam's last name.
All right. Let me look in my address book. It's not under A for Adam.
Millie started singing the alphabet.
A, B, C, D, E.
Emmy bit her lips so she wouldn't scream. Her aunt's address book was as thick as a regular phone book, except Millie had her own way of categorizing people.
P.
Millie finally said,
Here is it. Adam Huntsinger.
Thank you. Emmy's finger hovered over the button to end the call, but she felt frozen. The tickle. The bad feeling. The don't feel right. Aunt Millie, she said, why was Adam Huntsinger under P in your address book?
Oh, that's from the young girl who knocked on my door. Millie said, Nasty little hooligan looks me right in the eye and tells me, I'm here to see the perv.
Chapter 7. Emmy had thought that the perv was in his 20s, but Adam Jonathan Huntsinger's arrest record described him as a black-haired, brown-eyed, 49-year-old male who was 6 feet 2 inches and 190 pounds. He had one identifying mark, a tattoo of a snake that wrapped around his left forearm. He had never been required to register as a sex offender and had no record of offenses against a minor. That didn't mean he was not known to law enforcement. 6 years ago, Adam had spent 90 days in county lockup after a Verona cop had pulled him over for a busted taillight. Adam hadn't been able to produce his driver's license. The cop had noticed a joint in the ashtray of his green 1982 Chevy truck. 3 years later, Adam had earned another 30 days behind bars for driving the same truck through Clayville, again without a license, and swilling from an open container of Jack Daniels. He'd been on and off probation. His employment history was spotty. He'd worked at the factory, then the feed store, then the factory again, and finally, he'd started taking odd jobs around town doing yard work and light construction for people like Millie Clifton. According to his probation records, his last known address had him living with his parents. His father, Walton, was a dentist who often traveled with a group of volunteers to deliver dental services to underserved communities. Alma, his mother, was a much-loved fourth-grade teacher. She suffered from early macular degeneration, which had affected her vision to the point that she could no longer drive herself to work. Her son dropped her off and picked her up every day at the elementary school, the same school where Hannah worked as a teacher, the same school that Madison had attended. Emmy looked up at the 2-story farmhouse where the Hunsingers lived. They were in Elsinore Meadows, former grazing land that straddled the North Falls and Verona city limits. The nearest neighbor was half a mile down the unpaved road. One car was parked in the driveway, a black Jetta with a thick layer of dust from the dirt and gravel. There was a chip taken out of the edge of the trunk, like the lid had banged against another piece of metal. Emmy scanned the rest of the car, slowly walking around to the front. The left side of the bumper was scuffed. The plastic streaked to the gray primer beneath the black paint. Narrow, not too deep. The kind of scratch you would expect to see on a vehicle that had struck the back wheel of a bicycle. Emmy's heart punched into her throat. "It's him, Dad. This is the car."
"Yup."
Gerald's hand was on his gun as he looked up at the house.
"Check the back."
She unsnapped the safety strap on her Glock as she walked briskly along the front porch, peering into the living room windows as she passed. She didn't see anyone inside. Emmy turned when she heard her father checking the front door. The knob clicked. It was locked.
"Open up!"
Gerald banged on the door so hard that the house felt like it was shaking.
"Police!"
Emmy listened for a response, but she didn't hear anyone stirring inside. She swung her legs over the railing and dropped down. The grass had been recently mowed. Someone had created a path lined with pea gravel to the concrete stoop on the side of the house. There were 2 entrances, one up the stairs that led to the kitchen, one down 2 steps to the basement. Emmy tried the basement door, but it was locked. She looked in the window. A single floor lamp provided enough light to show the entire space, which was no larger than a cheap motel room. Dark paneling on the walls, crushed beer cans on the floor, overflowing ashtray on the coffee table. Fast food bags spilling from a trash can, discarded clothes littering the floor, Xbox hooked up to a giant television, futon for a bed with a filthy-looking blanket. The door to the bathroom was gone. She could see straight through to the moldy shower. There was no closet, only a pair of gray gym lockers packed with clumsily folded shirts and jeans. It looked like a teenager's bedroom, but she instinctively knew it belonged to Adam Hunsinger. She was going to find the bastard. She wasn't going to let the FBI pat him on the head for 3 hours and yo-yo between accusing him of rape and murder and asking him polite questions about his love of yard work. If it took putting a gun to his head, Emmy was going to make Adam Hunsinger tell her what he'd done with Madison and Cheyenne.
"Emmy Lou!"
Gerald called from the front. Emmy could hear another man's voice as she jogged toward the front of the house. She hadn't seen Walton Hunsinger since she was a teenager, but he looked almost exactly the same. Big ears, slim build, goofy grin. His hair was wet. He was wearing a bathrobe. He'd obviously been in the shower. "Just had to wash the road off me," he was telling Gerald. "I was in West Virginia with the tooth troopers. Me and some of my dentist pals go around." "Where's Adam?" Emmy asked. Walton looked perplexed by the interruption. He gestured toward the driveway. "His truck's not here." "That your car?" "Yes, the transmission's been slipping. I'm not one for flying. Had to take a rental the whole way there. I think the clutch is—" "Dr. Hunsinger," Emmy said. "It's imperative we find Adam immediately."
"Is he in?"
Walton's face went slack.
"Of course he's in trouble. He might be picking up Alma. She's been in Biloxi this week with some friends from school, supposed to be back about now."
Gerald said,
"Call her."
Walton went back into the house and returned with his cell phone. He dialed the number, waited through the rings.
"Hey, sugar, it's me. I just got home. No, the drive wasn't too bad. Where are you?"
Emmy listened to his tone of voice. It was high-pitched, nervous. He knew that this was serious. He didn't want to panic his wife.
"Okay, well, do you know where Adam is?"
He huffed out a forced laugh.
"No, he's not in trouble. I just wanted to see if he was going to pick you up, or should I?"
Emmy saw Walton's Adam's apple bob in his throat as he swallowed. He was sweating in the heat.
"Well, that's typical. I haven't heard from him either."
Walton looked down at the porch as he listened to her talk. "Okay, sugar, just give me a holler when you get to Trina's and I'll swing by." Emmy watched his chest rise and fall as he ended the call. He was bracing himself. "Sheriff," he said. "What happened?" Gerald told him. "Call Adam." Walton nodded like he understood that he just needed to accept this. He dialed a number, listened through the rings. Finally, he shook his head. "Voicemail's full. Tell me what I can do." Gerald said, "Need to search your house." "Okay, yes. Of course. Come in." Gerald was halfway up the stairs by the time Emmy entered the foyer. She saw a suitcase beside the door. Black Samsonite, carry-on size. A red nylon man's wallet with the Georgia Bulldogs logo was shoved into the zippered pocket. A colorful golf umbrella was hooked through the handle. Walton said, "Forecast called for rain in Bridgeport." "Do you have any guns in the house?" He shrugged. "I might have some of my father's old pistols lying around. He was into target shooting, used to take me plinking when I was a boy, but I've never lacked guns." Emmy felt like a bird was caught inside her ribcage. She'd thought it was Adam when she'd seen the car, but now she was deadly certain. He'd really taken the girls. He would know where Cheyenne's body was. He might have Madison trapped somewhere, tied up, chained, still alive. She asked, "How do I get into the basement?" "There's a side entrance off the kitchen." "You can't get in through the house?" "No, it's just a tiny room. Used to be my workshop. Adam built it out when he lost his job at the factory." He looked flustered. "I'm sorry, you don't want to hear all this. I'll get the spare key." Emmy followed him down a long hallway past the living room, then the dining room, then into the kitchen. The walls were painted bright yellow. The appliances were mismatched. Walton opened the drawer by the fridge, but he was looking at the single key fob on the counter. He said, "That's to my car. I left it upstairs on my dresser." Emmy could hear the strain in his voice. "Dr. Hunsinger." His eyes met hers. He was afraid. "This isn't like the other times, is it?" "No, sir." She watched him rummage through pens, pencils, screwdrivers, scissors, and scattered business cards. He opened another junk drawer and started looking again. Emmy clasped her hands together, reminding herself of holding Madison's hand under the oak tree. The annoyed look on the girl's face when Emmy had told her that she was loved. Madison was still loved. She could still be alive. There was a chance that Emmy could bring her home. Walton opened another drawer. Emmy was going to give him 20 more seconds before she broke down the basement door. Every cop in the county was looking for Adam Hunsinger. There was an APB on his green Chevy truck. Officers were talking to his former co-workers, his friends, his enemies, his drinking buddies. The U.S. Marshals were setting up a task force to coordinate with all law enforcement officers in Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. There could be a clue in the basement, a receipt, a note, that led Emmy straight to wherever Adam had taken the girls. Madison could still be alive. She had to be alive. I'm sorry." Walton had found the key, but he held on to it. "Whatever he's done, I'm so sorry." Emmy grabbed the key. She rushed out of the kitchen door, then down the stairs, then made the turn to the basement. She was fitting the key into the lock when she felt a sudden sickness in her body. This wasn't a tickle, or a bad feeling, or a don't feel right. This was like live wires electrifying every nerve. Emmy's brain had needed a few seconds to process what she'd seen. Not inside the house. Not through the basement door window. At the bottom of the kitchen stairs. Lying in the grass, the sunlight had caught a flash of something shiny and gold. She turned around, her breath catching. The sun hadn't moved. She could still see the glint of gold in the grass. She carefully went to one knee. She reached for the object, but sanity prevailed. Emmy didn't have to touch it to know what she was looking at. Nor did she have any question about to whom it belonged. The curly gold script spelled out the owner's name. Cheyenne. Her mouth opened. She drew in air to yell for her father, but then she saw another thing, an even more terrible thing. There was a large equipment shed tucked among the trees in the backyard. Emmy's breath turned to ice in her lungs. The shed was large enough to accommodate a tractor. The 2 doors were held closed by a heavy bicycle lock. The windows on either side had aluminum foil covering the panes. To block out the heat of the sun? To conceal the contents? To keep a 15-year-old girl from knowing where she was being held? To make her feel like she had no chance of being saved? Emmy felt a weird flutter in her heart, almost like a flower trying to open. It was hope. Just a tiny, budding bloom of hope. She took off at a full run, arms moving, legs pumping, as if she'd just left her mark at a track meet. The distance to the shed stretched out like the wrong end of a telescope. Emmy thought about the heat, that the temperature was 99 degrees, that the metal roof on the shed would be 20 degrees hotter, that it would be boiling inside. Did Madison have water? Had she passed out? Had she given up? Was she thinking about the last time she'd seen Emmy, the last time she tried to ask for help only to be told, not now? Emmy slammed her shoulder into the shed doors. She bounced back like she'd hit a trampoline. She stood up, yanked on the lock as hard as she could. The doors wouldn't budge. The lock was too strong. She ran around the side, found another foil-covered window. The edges had curled up at the bottom. Emmy cupped her hands to the glass, desperate to see in. "Madison?" She tried, but the words strangled in her throat. "Baby, are you in there?" She used her flashlight to break the window. The frame was weak from dry rot. The wood splintered along with the glass, ripping open the skin on the back of her hand. Emmy frantically looked inside. It was dark, almost black. She saw the outline of machinery, smelled motor oil and gasoline. Her eyes adjusted to the lack of light. Shadows turned into objects. A riding lawnmower, a weed eater, a gas can. There was another set of doors in the back, another lock, another room. "Madison?" Emmy waited, but there was no response. She took 3 steps back, then ran at the wall, trying to shoulder her way through. The boards splintered like kindling. She fell into the shed. Her head popped against the cement floor. She fumbled for her flashlight. Blood had turned her hands slick. Gas fumes burned her eyes. She finally found the button, and the beam of light bounced around the room, along the floor, into the corners, up to the rafters. She took another running start and broke through the doors in the back. Spider webs wrapped around her body. She tripped against something heavy and solid. Her ankle rolled. She fell to the ground. The flashlight dropped. Her breath was gone. Her vision swam. She looked up into the broken webs, the slash of sunlight, the cavernous, lonely space. The back room was empty. The shed was empty. Madison wasn't here.
"Emmy Lou?"
Her father was standing by the rusted lawnmower. Sunlight crisscrossed his body. She could see the worry in his face. "I found the..." She was breathless. "Cheyenne's... I found the..."
"Okay, baby, sit up."
Gerald knelt beside her. He gently wrapped his handkerchief around her hand. The white cotton soaked through with red. He used his thumb to wipe the blood from her face.
"You okay?"
"Cheyenne's necklace.
"I saw it."
I thought Madison was in here, Dad. I thought I could save her." Gerald held her to his chest. Emmy was too devastated to cry. She could only listen to the rapid thump of his heartbeat. He rubbed his hand along her arm, trying to soothe her. She felt herself slowly return to her senses. The pain was almost immediate. Her hand was burning. Her ankle was throbbing. Her head ached. She had scratches on her arms, her face, and neck. She saw another shadow fall across the light. Virgil picked at his shirt collar. Sweat had turned his uniform into cling film. He did a double take at Emmy, saw the blood, the broken doors. She straightened up, swallowing the blood in her mouth, trying to pull herself together. Gerald's handkerchief was completely saturated. Virgil reached into his back pocket and offered his. The cotton was already wet from his sweat. Think. She tried to clear her throat but ended up coughing blood. She'd bitten the inside of her cheek. Emmy tested the torn flesh with her tongue.
Boss, Virgil said. GHP spotted Hunsinger's truck at a dive bar over in Clayville.
Gerald didn't answer, nor did he try to leave. He gave Emmy a worried look. I'm fine, Dad. Let's go. Emmy struggled to stand up. Gerald lifted her most of the way. She winced at the pain shooting up from her ankle. She put her arm around his shoulders so that he could help her walk to the cruiser. He didn't move. She said, I can do it. Let's go.
Nope. You're going to the hospital.
What? She yelled. Dad, no!
He told Virgil, Need the GBI here. Search the house, process the yard.
Yes, boss. Virgil unclipped the mic from his shoulder as he left the shed. Gerald slipped his support away from Emmy and followed. They were leaving without her. She called, Dad, Gerald cut her off with a look. His expression had gone stony. He'd made up his mind.
Call your mother to drive you.
Emmy hopped on one foot, trailing after him. I don't need to call Mom. Dad, where are you going? What bar? Gerald ignored her as he walked through the backyard, talking in low tones to Virgil. She saw Walton standing on the kitchen stoop. She tested her ankle, gritting her teeth as she limped after her father. Dad, Emmy tried. Which bar? Tell me which bar. Gerald disappeared around the front of the house. Emmy hobbled after him, grabbing onto the bottom of the porch railing so she could get to the driveway. Her father was already sitting in Virgil's cruiser. They were pulling out as Brett Temple was pulling in. Both vehicles stopped. The windows rolled down. Gerald was giving Brett orders. Fuck, she muttered. Fuck. Brett pulled in alongside Emmy's cruiser. He gave a low whistle at the state of her. What happened? Did they say where they were going? Brett shrugged. Above my pay grade. Virgil said stay off the radio. I need to. Emmy felt a wave of nausea from the pain. Her hand was on fire. Her head felt like it was inside a ringing bell. Cheyenne's necklace is in the grass on the side of the house by the kitchen steps. Mark it off. Make sure the scene is protected. The father...
Walton, Brett interrupted. He pulled my little cousin's molar last week.
Interview him. Emmy didn't have time to play 6 Degrees of North Falls. He says he might have some old shooting pistols in the house. You need to search this place top to bottom. Start in the basement. That's where the suspect lives.
Okay, Brett said, but your dad told me to call your mom to take you to the hospital.
I already texted her. She's meeting me there. Emmy had never lied so smoothly. She had to get out of here. You're wasting time, Brett. There could be something in that basement that we can use during the interrogation. Brett looked skeptical.
I don't think you should drive yourself.
It looks worse than it is. Emmy started to unbuckle her equipment belt to show that she was off duty. She took the mic off her shoulder. Interview the father. He's been out of town, but he might know something. We still have to build a case, Brett. Arresting Adam Hunsinger doesn't guarantee anything. He'll try to use the location of the girls for leverage. We haven't hit the 24-hour mark yet. Madison could still be alive. We've got to take his power away from him. Brett started nodding.
Yeah, okay.
Emmy tried not to limp as she walked to her cruiser. She tossed her equipment belt onto the passenger seat, clenched her teeth as she got behind the wheel. Her left ankle had been sprained, and her right hand had a 2-inch gash, but she could still drive. She backed the cruiser out of the driveway, swinging onto the road. Emmy didn't bother turning up the speaker on her scanner. She knew that Gerald would maintain radio silence. He wouldn't want half the town showing up, things getting out of control. There were at least 20 dive bars in Clayville. Her Uncle Penley owned half of them. Emmy would drive to every single shithole until she found the right one. Dust clouded up behind the cruiser as she sped away. She mapped the route in her head. Back toward the interstate, then 15 minutes to the Clayville exit, 10 if she used lights and sirens. Emmy was reaching for the switches on the dash when she realized the back roads would get her there more quickly. She wasn't going to waste time accessing the track from the main road. She took a sharp turn, cutting across an open field, tearing up the grass. The tires bumped, the chassis groaned. She hissed out the pain in her body as she fought to keep the car straight. Her grip only loosened when the tires thrummed down the hard clay of the track. The blood on the steering wheel had turned sticky. Emmy saw the bright white fence that marked the beginning of Tabby and Terrell's farm. Her phone started to ring. Emmy used her left hand, awkwardly digging in her right pocket. She tapped the button to answer at the same time she saw the caller ID. Hannah.
Emmy.
Her voice was hoarse with grief.
Why are all the police going to Clayville? Have they found them? Are the girls okay?
Emmy could still remember the tiny sprig of hope that had withered inside the empty shed. She couldn't do that to Hannah. I don't know. You need to wait until—
Stop lying to me!
Hannah yelled.
Emmy, please! Have they found them? Should I go there? Where are they? Hannah, I'm not lying!
Emmy was yelling because Hannah was.
Just stay home! I promise you, I'll— Fuck you! Hannah screamed. Fuck you and your stupid promises! This is all your fault!
The connection was severed. Emmy threw her phone across the car, her eyes blurred with tears she didn't deserve to cry. She let her foot off the gas. The cruiser started coasting. The whine of the V8 engine shifted down into a low purr. She slowed to a stop. What was she doing? She was injured, bleeding, probably concussed. She had ignored Madison at the park. She had ignored Millie's calls all day. Her father didn't need Emmy's help at the bar in Clayville. He needed her to do as she'd been told, to go to the hospital, to be one less thing that he had to worry about, to stop trying to be the hero of this terrible, tragic story. Emmy had criticized Lionel Faulkner's interview technique, but the textbook assumed the suspect was guilty. Gerald would bring in the right man. Faulkner would eventually break Adam Hunsinger. The raping murderer would give a full confession. He would explain everything that had happened, and eventually, hopefully, for Hannah and Paul's sake, for Ruth and Felix's sanity, he would tell them where to find the bodies. The river, a park, a ditch, an old logging road. Emmy had recited the statistics to Gerald a few hours ago. Most victims are found within 20 miles of the abduction site, in a place familiar to the perpetrator. The bodies are usually concealed in some way, covered with leaves, buried in a shallow grave, submerged in water, hidden in an abandoned building or shed, disarticulated and disposed of in a landfill. Had Adam placed Cheyenne in a shallow grave? Had he taken Madison deep into the forest? Had she found herself underneath yet another tree? Had she looked up at the towering canopy, the latticework of leaves, and thought about what Emmy had told her? That sometimes you miss the big picture because you're too focused on the little stuff. Sometimes you miss the forest for the trees. Emmy's foot slipped off the brake. The car started to roll. She felt a thought working its way through her brain in slow, lazy arcs, the same way that Emmy and Hannah used to coast their bikes down this same back road. She gave herself one of her father's prompts. What are we missing? A place that's well known to the perpetrator. A place where he feels comfortable. A place that he can return to so he can relive his crimes. A place where he was seen smoking cigarettes with one of his victims at 11 o'clock on the morning of the kidnappings. Aunt Millie's pond. The cruiser gave a violent lurch when Emmy punched the gas. The speedometer had inched up to 60 by the time she'd reached the end of Taby's fence. Barbed wire ringed the pasture behind Millie's house. Emmy broke through, dragging a fence post with her. She could see the pond up ahead, fed by an underground spring. 200 yards in circumference, up to 20 feet deep in the middle. Isolated, contained, accessible. The perfect place to submerge a body. Emmy slid to a stop at the water's edge. The sun had turned the surface into a mirror. She got out of the car, shielded her eyes. She ignored her sprained ankle as she ran around the edge of the retaining wall. Cigarette butts were everywhere. Adam had left his tools on the ground. Emmy could see something floating in the middle of the pond. An interruption of light on the water, an unmoving ripple. A light blue cotton. The same light blue as the t-shirt Madison had been wearing at the park. No. Emmy could only whisper the word. No. She dove into the deep end of the pond, slicing under the surface like a knife. She came up for air about halfway to the center. Her feet dragged because of her boots. She pulled at the laces, kicked them off as she swam. Her arms made sweeping strokes, digging into the water, ignoring the burning sensation in her wounded ankle and hand. She was so close. She could see the dark letters on the back of the pale blue shirt. Madison was face down, her blonde hair floating like strands of silk. Her right arm was out, her fingers waving with the ripples along the surface. Emmy gave one last lunge, grabbing onto her hand, pulling herself to the body. She tilted up Madison's head from the water. Her face was bloated, eyelids closed, lips as white as cotton. Hannah's girl. Her most precious thing. Emmy could feel that the bones in the girl's hand were crushed. She gently pressed it to her heart, kept the girl as close as she should have last night when Madison was alive, and annoyed and worried and clearly in trouble and needing help. If only Emmy had listened. Now she caressed Madison's cheek, taking the weight of her head in the palm of her hand. Water lapped at Emmy's mouth. She could hear the sound of waves slapping the retaining wall. She whispered, "I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you." Emmy felt tears sting her eyes. There was no relief from speaking words, no lightening of the load, just the heavy burden of all that had been lost. She carefully lowered Madison's head back into the water. Emmy was physically exhausted, but she wasn't going to abandon the girl again. She had to figure out how to get her to the edge. Something was anchoring her in place. Emmy let her hands travel along the torso. A heavy chain was wrapped around Madison's waist. Emmy took a deep breath, then stuck her head back under the water to see what was weighing her down. Another body. Another precious girl. Shooting streaks of sunlight danced around Cheyenne Baker's head. Her gold necklace had been replaced with a chain that bit like teeth into her neck. The violence she had suffered was still written on her face. Split lip, broken nose, gunshot wound puckering the center of her forehead. Cheyenne had seen the bullet coming. She had known that she was going to die. Emmy reached out, touching her cheek, wanting to give some softness to the child whose last moments on earth had been filled with so much terror. Emmy felt her breath running out. Every molecule in her brain was telling her to go up for air. She forced herself to swim deeper. Following the length of chain to the bottom, it was looped around a large concrete block. The only thing holding the girls in place was the weight of the rock. Emmy wrenched loose the chain. She felt lightheaded as she pushed herself back up to the surface.
"Emmy Lou Clifton."
Millie was standing on the retaining wall.
"What are you doing?"
Emmy couldn't waste her breath on an answer. She would either pull the girls out now or join them in their graves. She circled behind Madison, hooked her arm around the girl's chest, then reached overhead with the other arm to start the arduous backstroke toward the edge. As a deputy, Emmy had performed water rescues, but never with 2 bodies. Her form was choppy. Her left foot was useless. Cheyenne kept rolling to the side. Their combined weight grew heavier in the shallows. Emmy crawled out of the pond on her knees, dragging the bodies behind her. She could only manage to get them halfway onto the grass. She fell onto her back, looked up at the sky, her lungs shook. She coughed. She was surrounded by air, but could barely breathe. Poor little things. Millie was standing above them. She started to shake her head. They look like 2 broken angels. Emmy covered her face with her hands and started to cry. 12 years later. Chapter 8. Emmy Clifton sat at the kitchen table staring at the front page of the North Falls Herald on her phone. The photo showed Adam Hunsinger walking out of the courthouse with his fist raised in triumph. A crowd had gathered to cheer him on. The headline felt like it was stabbing her in the face. Broken Angel's killer freed. She couldn't read the article. Didn't need to. The chain of events that had led to this horrible moment was seared into her brain. Instead of torturing herself with the past, she studied the photo. Death row hadn't taken Adam's life, but it had clearly taken something. At 61 years old, he looked like every moment of the last 12 years had shaved a layer off his soul. He was smiling, but his expression was haggard. His acne-scarred skin looked dry and flaky. His dark hair had turned completely gray. His cheeks were sunken. His eyes had a haunted look behind thick prison-issue glasses. There were probably people looking at this same photograph right now who felt sorry for him. Or worse, they were one of the mindless hordes who'd listened to Jack Whitlock's Misguided Angel podcast and felt the elation of a fan whose team had just won the game. Mr. Pocket Pussy himself was beaming with pride as he stood behind the man he'd identified as the perv 12 years ago. Everyone in the crowd was looking at Adam as if he was a hero. What Emmy saw was a monster who had gotten away with a double murder. A man who'd probably spent the last 12 years reliving the sexual pleasure he'd derived from his heinous crimes. A pedophile who was, without a doubt, going to hurt another child again. She zoomed in on Adam's upraised fist. The snake tattoo wrapping around his forearm had faded from black to blue. His body had turned thin and ropey from having endless amounts of time for push-ups, crunches, and jumping jacks, while he was caged inside a 7-by-13-foot cell for nearly 24 hours a day. The veins seemed to pulse beneath his skin. If only the executioner's needle had pierced one of them. Emmy made herself put the phone face down on the kitchen table. She held her coffee mug in her hands, let the steam rise into her face. The last time she had seen Cheyenne and Madison's killer was from the witness stand. Her testimony had been pivotal because she'd been there at every twist and turn of the case. Emmy was the last known person to talk to Madison at the park. She'd seen all of the evidence on the soccer pitch. She'd been the one who'd gotten the information from Aunt Millie. She'd examined the damaged Jetta in the Hunsinger driveway. She had spotted Cheyenne's necklace in the grass near Adam's basement apartment. Most importantly, she had pulled both girls from the pond. Her eyes closed, and she was back in the water, cupping her hand to Madison's face, staring at the beams of light shooting around Cheyenne's head. Emmy's dreams had been haunted by both girls since that fateful afternoon. There was no before in her mind, only the terrible things that had come after.
Hello?
Myrna called from the top of the stairs.
Is there coffee?
Tension clenched every muscle in Emmy's body. Yes, ma'am. Do you need help?
No, I don't need any of your damn help.
Emmy felt her teeth grit. Myrna's labored movement sounded like a sidewinder slapping its way down the stairs. Emmy didn't have to turn around to see what she was doing. Her mother would be gripping the railing with both hands, one foot down, then the other foot on the same stair, then down, then over and over again, until she either fell the rest of the way or managed to make it on her own. There was no use trying to stop her, or asking her to use a cane, or suggesting they turn the den into a downstairs bedroom. A screaming argument would not make any difference to the outcome. Myrna would sit on the stairs like a toddler until you gave up and left her alone. The specialist in Atlanta claimed this stubbornness was nearly universal in late-stage Alzheimer's patients. But Emmy knew from personal experience that her mother's irritating intransigence was the one characteristic that could not be blamed on her diagnosis. "Well, I made it down in one piece." Myrna pressed a heavy hand on Emmy's chair as she passed behind her. "Despite what you were rooting for." Emmy slowly let out the air that had been trapped inside her lungs. Her body felt shaky. She'd spent most of the night trying to recover from another bout of Myrna's night terrors. The blood-curdling screams had been bad, but the hallucinations had gone on for hours. Myrna had finally settled around 5 o'clock, but Emmy hadn't bothered going back to bed since she had to wake up in an hour anyway. Now she watched her mother move around the kitchen, pouring a cup of coffee, taking out eggs and bacon from the fridge, then finding the bread in the pantry. She was wearing a house dress, her ghostly gray hair down past her shoulders. As she moved in and out of the sunlight, her face took on different masks. One angle had her looking old and grouchy. The next angle washed away the years. Then yet another angle showed the slack-jawed confusion as she tried to remember how to turn on the stove. Myrna's hands fumbled at one knob, then the next, the labels clearly not making sense. She gave the last one a violent twist. Nothing happened. No lights came on, no clicking of the starter, whoosh of the gas igniting. She told Emmy, "The stove isn't working." The stove had been disconnected last October when Myrna had almost burned down the house. "I'll get Cleet to come fix it." "Tell him I need an exact time. I don't have all day to wait around." Cleet had died 15 years ago, but Emmy picked up her phone anyway. "I'll text him right now." She mimed her thumb moving across the screen, but all she saw was Adam Hunsinger's pinched features. Emmy swiped right, and the previous page loaded with a close-up of another haggard face, this one in profile. The woman was sitting in a church pew with her head turned up toward the cross. The caption read, "Barbara Jericho, the real broken angel." A text notification came through, then another, then another. Emmy suppressed a groan she would never be able to explain to her mother. Taby had put out a call to the girl cousins to organize a baby shower for her daughter Caitlin. One cousin had already complained about not being able to bring her husband. Another had privately texted Emmy about how tacky it was to put an $800 stroller on your wish list. Yet another had darkly joked about bringing a clothes hanger and a bottle of gin. "Lordy, my arthritis is bad today." Myrna flexed her hand, ignoring the angry red scar tracing down the back of her thumb. She had no memory of putting her fist through a window last month and almost slicing a tendon. "I hate when you're on that thing when I'm trying to talk to you." Emmy put her phone down again. She knew better than to take the admonishment as a sign that Myrna had somehow managed to anchor herself in the present. "What do you want to talk about, Mom?" "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not your mother," Myrna huffed. "Who's in the driveway?" Emmy was about to chalk up the question to her mother's paranoia, but then she heard car wheels crunching gravel. She went to look out of the kitchen window. Caitlin was early today. Millie was already launching herself out of the red Mercedes. She slammed the door, then staggered across the driveway with a determined scowl on her granny apple face. At 92, she had taken the title of oldest living Clifton and was in no hurry to relinquish the crown. Emmy told her mother, "Aunt Millie is here." "I don't know that I'm up for talking this morning." Emmy didn't think Caitlin was either. The engine revved as the Mercedes screeched out of the driveway. The girl had followed in her mother's footsteps at UGA and had been practicing law for the last 2 years, a fact that made Emmy feel exactly 11 billion years old.
"Millie Clifton,"
Millie announced, banging open the screen door before Emmy could get to it. Millie tossed a paper sack in her direction. Emmy said a silent prayer of thanks to Tabby for sending breakfast.
"Well, don't help me or nothing,"
Millie complained. Emmy couldn't win with these old women today. She passed her mother the paper sack as she helped Millie to the table. The tote bag was so heavy that Millie's skin had sagged into a puddle around the straps. Library books pressed sharp creases into the corners, along with a copy of the 1978 North Falls White Pages. The books were just for show. Myrna couldn't follow a story anymore. They would spend the morning reading down the alphabetical list of names. Millie gossiping and laughing about people who were either dead or just as good as, none of whom Myrna could remember anymore.
"Did you see this garbage?"
Millie grabbed a rolled-up newspaper from the tote and brandished it like she was threatening a dog.
"The perv on the front page. The whole town's in an uproar. Got people calling me night and day. They're ready to go out there and take matters into their own hands."
"Tell them to calm down." Emmy busied herself putting away the eggs and bacon. "Adam's not going to be out of prison for long."
"I should hope not," Millie snapped. "What you need to do is drag that jackal out behind the barn and shoot him in the head. Let a bunch of crows peck out his eyeballs."
"Aunt Millie," Emmy tried to redirect her. "It's not a bunch of crows, it's a murder of crows."
"No,"
Myrna chimed in.
"It can't be murder without probable cause."
Emmy gave a stunned laugh. Then she had to look away to hide her tears. After 6 years of grueling, relentless decline, there were so few moments lately that Myrna was truly herself. These tiny sparks of personality were starting to feel more like callous reminders of all that had been lost. Emmy opened the drawer and found a packet of tissues. She blew her nose.
"What happened now?"
Myrna sounded annoyed.
"For God's sakes, Martha, stop crying."
Emmy bit her lip, begging the tears not to flow. This wasn't the first time Myrna had confused her children. It was like holding onto a wrecking ball as her mother's mind arced between comprehension and confusion.
"Myrna Louise Clifton,"
Millie shouted, her tone firm.
"That's not Martha. That's Emmy Lou, your baby daughter."
Myrna's confusion did not abate.
"What happened to Martha?"
Even Millie didn't have the heart to tell her that Martha had died over 4 decades ago.
"You remember when you told me you were pregnant with Emmy Lou? We were on that trip visiting the Coleman cousins up in Maryland, and you slipped on that sheet of ice in Beulah's driveway and broke your leg in 2 places, remember?"
Myrna's slow nod made it clear that she didn't buy the story.
"Never been so cold in my life," Millie continued, "and the doctor said you needed to stay up there for a few months while you healed. But then Gerald came to fetch you. Said you could recover at home. You missed an entire school year. Don't you remember?"
Myrna kept nodding, but she was obviously still dubious.
"Yes, I remember."
Emmy was saved further pain by Cole walking down the stairs. He was already dressed in his deputy uniform. The green cargo pants and light khaki shirt were far more flattering than the previous brown, which had resembled a hot dog left out too long in the sun. Gone, too, were the heavy equipment belts that could herniate a disc. Cole's ballistic duty vest was hanging beside Emmy's on the hooks by the door. She never looked at it without remembering the tiny pajama sets she used to pack when Cole went on sleepovers. Now he was nearly a foot taller than her, and packed solid with muscle. "Morning, ladies." Cole had the same charming, easy grin as his father, with none of Jonah's bullshit. He kissed Millie on the head, flashed a smile at Myrna, then bumped his arm against Emmy's as he poured a cup of coffee. "All good?" He was referring to Myrna's night terrors. Emmy had to get her son out of here. A 23-year-old man shouldn't be living like this. "All good. I thought I'd drive up to Atlanta for the Dogwood Festival this weekend." "Are you telling your mother or asking your boss?" "Depends." He turned up the full wattage of his smile. "Was it my mom or my chief who told me that I need to develop interests outside the job?" "Both of them were right, but let's see how today goes. Papa's waiting for us in his office." Cole slurped a mouthful of scalding coffee, then rinsed out his cup in the sink. Millie opened the phone book to start the morning. Emmy was closing the screen door when she heard her mother's faint voice ask, "Who was that handsome young man?" Her jaw clenched again. She tried to make it release as she walked down the stairs. Myrna probably wouldn't eat breakfast. In the last week, she had stopped recognizing food, lost the hunger mechanism that compelled her to eat. The doctor had said it was only a matter of time, but that was what all the doctors said when they had no idea how long it would take. Cole said, "Bad night." "Yep." Emmy headed across the driveway toward her father's home office. She silently focused her thoughts on what her day would look like. There were assignments to be made and roll call to get through and all the other administrative duties, but Adam Hunsinger had to be dealt with first. Millie was right that the town was riled up. Emmy had read a lot of angry comments under the Herald story. She had found herself agreeing with some of the sentiments. The thought of Madison and Cheyenne's killer being in North Falls again sent a familiar knot of stress twisting inside her stomach. Fortunately, Adam was not completely free. He was technically on parole, which limited his rights considerably. He was living at his parents' house in Elsinore Meadows. The green Chevy truck was still his registered vehicle. According to his terms of parole, he would have to find a job soon, submit to random searches, and comply with drug screening. But hoping and praying and waiting for Adam to violate one of those conditions so that he was sent back to prison was not going to make the town any safer. Emmy's phone vibrated in her pocket. She tapped open the notifications. The cousins had started to coalesce around a time and date for the baby shower. She scrolled down, only now admitting to herself that she had been secretly hoping for a text from Hannah. Not a mending of fences or an opening for reconciliation, but an opportunity for Emmy to be useful, to tell Hannah that she wasn't giving up, that this wasn't the end, that she would find a way to send Adam Hunsinger back to prison if it killed her. But there was no text from Hannah, and no way for Emmy to make the first move. She had stuck by Hannah's wishes over the last 12 years. They hadn't had a real conversation since that harrowing day that Emmy had found the girls in the water. They occasionally nodded if they saw each other out at a restaurant or the bar. Once they both happened to be in the produce aisle at the grocery store, and Hannah had said, "Peaches are good this year." Another time, Emmy had been waiting for a prescription at the Good Dollar and realized that both she and Hannah were humming along with the Muzak version of Complicated. If Hannah was thinking of the hours they had spent trying to smudge their eyeliner like Avril Lavigne, she didn't say. "Mom, you sure you're okay?" Cole asked. "No offense, but you look like shit." "That's real sweet, baby. Why don't you needlepoint that onto a pillow for me next Mother's Day?" Emmy caught his grin when she bumped him with her hip. "Did you have a chance to look at that apartment complex over in Verona? Your Uncle Penley said he'd give you a good deal." "It's on my list." Emmy knew there was no list. She also knew that everything that irritated her about her son, his stubbornness, his dogged loyalty, his blind sense of duty, were things that irritated her about herself. She reached for the door to Gerald's office, telling him, "Button your collar." Her father looked up from his desk when they entered. He was writing on a sheet of lined notebook paper. Sunlight sliced through the narrow windows behind him. He'd converted the old equipment shed into an office when Emmy and Cole had moved in after the divorce. Filing cabinets lined one wall. 2 framed photographs of his children were by the window, one of Emmy as a toddler holding a kitten, another of her nearly grown siblings standing at the bottom of the falls 3 years before she'd been born. 2 years before Henry had died. 1 year before Martha was gone. Tommy looked tall and lanky in his bathing trunks. He was a freshman in college. His hair had been nearly as long as Martha's.
"Mornin', boss," Cole said. "Deputy."
Gerald capped his pen, slid the paper into a folder. He looked up at Emmy.
"How's today?"
He was asking about Myrna. Gerald had walked the floors with her last night, too. There was a faint red line across his cheek where Myrna's fingernail had caught the skin when she'd slapped him. This wasn't the only visible mark of Myrna's disease. If her mother had been aged by her diagnosis, her father had been dragged to the edge of hell. He was 86 now, but he looked 10 years older than Millie. His face was gaunt. He'd lost too much weight too quickly. His uniform hung off his shoulders like a paper sack. In many ways, it was harder for Emmy to watch her father deteriorate than her mother. "It's an okay day," she said, because okay and bad were the only 2 options. "Millie will spend the morning with her, then Tommy will swing by at lunch, then the home health aide will come until you or I can leave the station."
"I can help," Cole said.
"No, you can't." Emmy looked at her father. "Run it down?" Gerald nodded.
"Okay."
Emmy was relieved to move on to work. She pointed for Cole to sit down, then touched her own collar to remind him again to do the button. "What do we know?" she started. On the morning of the murders, Adam Hunsinger was seen talking to Madison at the pond around 11 o'clock. Cigarette butts at the scene matched Adam's and Madison's DNA. Adam's fingerprints and DNA were on the inside of the Ziploc bag of pot that was found in Madison's pocket, as well as on the bag of pot located in Cheyenne's lockbox. His father's Jetta had scuffs on the left front bumper, consistent with hitting the bicycle tire. The charm from Cheyenne's broken necklace was found outside his basement apartment with Adam's fingerprints. There were guns in the house consistent with the gun used to murder Cheyenne. Impressions taken from the soccer pitch and from the back road are consistent with the brand and type of tire that's standard on the year and class of Walton Hunsinger's Jetta. Prints from size 11 work boots were found on the back road, the soccer pitch, and at the pond. Adam Hunsinger wore a size 11 boot. Emmy waited for Cole. He said, "On that same night, Barbara Jericho was a 22-year-old exotic dancer working in a club outside of Macon. She met a customer who offered to drive her to Savannah to watch the fireworks. Later the next morning, she was found by a Candler sheriff's deputy wandering the streets of Metter over 100 miles away. She told him that she'd been sexually assaulted. She was driven to the hospital where a rape kit was performed. Fast forward to last year, Jericho was listening to the Misguided Angel podcast. She started looking at photos online and recognized Adam Hunsinger as the man who'd attacked her. She contacted the Candler Sheriff's Office and found out that the rape kit had never been processed. After some back and forth, they got the GBI to process the kit and the DNA was matched to Adam Hunsinger. The rape gave him an alibi for the night of the kidnapping and murder. He was freed from death row 2 days ago. He's on bail pending trial on the rape charge." Emmy asked him, "What do we think we know?" Cole's tongue darted out the same way it had when he was 8 and thought he was being clever. "You guys still think that Adam Hunsinger is guilty." "Okay." Emmy glanced at her father for support, but his expression was as stony as his silence. She told Cole, "Tap the weak spots." Cole shrugged, but he'd practically memorized every word of Jack's podcast. Adam said his fingerprints were on the necklace because Madison asked him to fix it for Cheyenne. She could have dropped the chain on the back road on her way to buy pot from him at Millie's Pond. You never found the murder weapon. You never found Cheyenne's flip phone with her initials scratched onto the case. There was no DNA matching the victims inside the Jetta. The The plastic tarp the divers found at the bottom of the pond could have been used to line the trunk, but it didn't have any DNA or fingerprints on it. What you just said about the tires and the boot prints and the scuff marks on the front bumper, there's a lot of consistent widths and not a lot of matched exactlies. Emmy asked, "They teach you at the academy that every piece of evidence always comes up 100%? They taught me that DNA is the gold standard. How long can DNA stay inside of a woman's reproductive tract?" Cole shrugged again but said, "Up to 5 days." So, it's possible that Adam had unprotected sex with Barbara Jericho up to 5 days before she was attacked. It's possible that her real attacker wore a condom. It's possible that by her own admission, Barbara being high as a kite during the assault means that she was confused about timing. Cole didn't shrug, but he had a faint wisp of a grin. "You didn't buy that logic on that rape case last year." "I didn't hold 2 dead children in my arms last year." Emmy saw him flinch. She wasn't going to take back her words. She was his chief deputy right now, not his mother. "I attended the autopsies. Cheyenne was beaten and shot in the head. The bones of Madison's hands and feet were systematically broken, probably with a hammer. Adam kept her alive anywhere between 12 to 18 hours. She couldn't fight back. She couldn't make a run for it." "But you never found the hammer either." "Explain to me what the term preponderance of evidence means." Cole bristled, but still answered, "That something is true more likely than not." "And what does beyond a reasonable doubt mean?" "That there's no other reasonable explanation for the evidence presented." "Tell me a more likely explanation than Adam Hunsinger is the murderer. And don't go by Jack's stupid podcast. He was talking out of his ass 99% of the time. Dale Loudermilk didn't drive a Jetta. He drove a Ford truck, and his wife drove an Audi. He doesn't wear a size 11 boot. His DNA isn't anywhere on anything having to do with the girls." "Dale borrowed his wife's Audi all the time," Cole said. "He was seen washing it out with bleach 8 hours after the kidnapping. 7 hours after, and no one ever claimed that the girls were never in the Audi. Dale admitted to it in the first interview. During the trial, Adam's lawyer cross-examined Ruth Baker on the stand. She testified that she'd allowed Dale to drive Cheyenne home. Hannah said the same thing about Madison." Cole didn't back down. "What about the money and the hard drugs?" "Great question," Emmy said. "It's curious that none of the grown men who were paying a 15-year-old girl for sex and supplying her with coke to sell ever came forward." He snorted in frustration. "Alma Hunsinger testified that she scuffed the left bumper on the Jetta back when she was still able to drive. Alma Hunsinger was trying to keep her son off death row. The jury sat through 3 weeks of testimony and saw all the evidence and found him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt." Emmy gave Cole one of his own shrugs back. "Weigh it out for me, pal. What other explanation is more reasonable?" Cole held up his hands in surrender. "Whatever you say, Chief." Emmy heard another car in the driveway. She looked out of the window and saw Tommy's blue Honda nosing into its usual space under the magnolia. She heard him whistling as he walked toward the kitchen door. Emmy checked the time. Her brother was going to be late to school.
"Cole," Gerald said, "need a minute with your mother?"
"Yes, boss." Emmy waited until he'd left. "I don't need a lecture, Dad. I know I'm being too hard on him, but he thinks he knows everything, and he doesn't. His DFR is more WTF."
"Okay," Gerald said. "What's the plan?"
Again, she was relieved to fall back into work. "We need to pay Adam Hunsinger a visit. Millie says she's been getting phone calls, people burning hot to do something stupid. The online chatter isn't great either. I don't know if it's just idiots blowing smoke, but Walton's in his 70s and Alma can't see 2 feet in front of her. We have a duty to warn." Gerald didn't acknowledge anything she'd said. He only repeated,
"What's the plan?"
The knot twisted inside her stomach again, but for an entirely different reason. My plan is to do my job as chief deputy as best as I can.
And then?
Emmy shrugged as flippantly as Cole. Dad, the Houston County Sheriff made it to 91 when he finally retired. You're not running and gunning. You're using your brain to lead the force. You still have the confidence of the county. They'll vote for you as long as you run. There's no reason to—
There's a reason.
Emmy smoothed together her lips. He said,
You should run.
It's almost 7:30. The only thing I'm running is to work. She stood up from her chair. I've got too much on my plate right now to take on trouble. You need a ride?
Nope,
He said.
Talk it out.
Dad. Gerald held her in his gaze like a tractor beam pulling her toward the chair. Emmy let out a long, frustrated sigh as she sat back down. They had started to do this when they were alone in his office, just the two of them. The people who never talked to anybody would talk to each other. She tried. Cole's just spinning his wheels. I keep telling him to move out. He doesn't need to be tied to his mother. He needs to get on with his life.
Set an example,
Gerald said.
Run for sheriff.
Dad. She tried to think of a way to deflect him, but the words spilled out on their own. I'm already losing Mom. The thought of losing you—
Still here.
But I need you here. She put her hand to her chest, indicating not just her heart, but the chief deputy star that her father had pinned on her shirt when Virgil Ingram had retired. I love you, Dad.
I love you too, baby. But change doesn't stop just 'cause you're standing still. It's gonna happen. You know that as well as me. Turn it into a good thing. Fresh blood, new ideas. Computers, internet, podcasts, Snapchat, tic-tac.
Emmy laughed. Now you're just listing things you hate.
Doesn't make me wrong.
I don't want it, Dad. I don't know how to run a campaign. I don't know how I could possibly ever replace you.
Somebody will,
he said.
Eventually.
Hey, hey, hey! Tommy rapped his knuckles on the door as he sauntered into the office. He was filled with the relentless positivity of a teacher close to retirement. What's up, family? Emmy forced a smile. Are you ever not a dork? Are you ever not a brat? Tommy's hand rested on her shoulder. He wasn't fooled.
Everything okay, kid?
She nodded, but she felt ambushed. Tommy wasn't here by happenstance. Obviously, Gerald had asked him to swing by before work. Emmy thought about the letter her father had been writing when she'd walked into his office. Was he resigning? Was he going to push her into making a decision? There was no way Emmy was ready for this conversation, not on 2 hours of sleep with a mother who was losing her mind and a son who thought he was Encyclopedia Brown.
Okay,
Gerald said.
Let's get this over with.
Emmy's eyes found Tommy's. He shook his head. He didn't have a clue what this was. He asked, What's going on, Dad?
Sit.
Gerald waited until Tommy was seated. Then he waited some more. Finally, he cleared his throat and said,
It's time.
Emmy felt a different kind of tightness in her chest. This wasn't about her. It was about Myrna.
I broke my promise,
Gerald said.
Your mother told us what she wanted.
The tightness turned into a crushing force. Emmy looked at Tommy again. He'd always called her the dad whisperer, but this time they both knew exactly what Gerald was talking about. The day after Myrna's Alzheimer's diagnosis was confirmed, she had called a family meeting. The request she'd made could not have been more clear. Promise me that you won't try to keep me at home when it gets bad, Myrna had begged. Put me in a facility. Stick me in a shipping container and send me off to sea. I won't know the difference, and I don't want any of you living with me that way.
Dad,
Tommy's eyes were wet with tears.
We can't.
Emmy opened her mouth to agree with him, but all the excuses were drowned out by memories of last night's episode. The senseless, blood-curdling cries that sounded like a siren. Emmy jumping out of bed, Gerald careening down the hallway, Cole rushing in to help. Emmy holding her mother while she sobbed, then standing with her back against the door when Myrna had started railing against the strangers who had broken into her home. She hadn't recognized any of them in over 3 months. Myrna had known that this would happen. She'd been an English teacher for over 50 years. She knew how to research a topic. She'd become an expert in the stages of Alzheimer's. She knew the horrors that the late stage could bring. Emmy could still remember her mother reading aloud from the list she'd made in one of her school notebooks. Myrna had cataloged all the things she did not want for herself or for her family. Juggling their schedules, rushing around, changing plans, taking time off work, skipping celebrations and milestones and time with their families and friends, figuring out the medications and doctor appointments and tests, pushing through the stress and the worry and the sleepless nights and the demanding physical labor, helping her bathe, changing her diapers, changing her sheets, her clothes, worrying that she would wander off, searching for her when she did, watching her spin out of control. The hypersensitivity, the delusions, the paranoia, the projection, the night terrors with their blood-curdling screams that were coming closer and closer together now. So much so that Emmy could barely lay her head on the pillow without tensing her body in anticipation of the next time it would happen. I would rather drop dead right now than become a burden on you in the future. Gerald opened the top drawer of his desk and slid out a pamphlet. Emmy recognized the logo from the nursing home they had visited last year. The Azalea Place Memory Care Center was a 10-story building that was somewhere between a psych ward and a supermax. Tommy and Emmy hadn't been able to finish the tour. They'd both slipped out after 10 minutes, then gone to their respective cars in the parking lot and cried. Now her brother said, "Celia and I have been talking about this. I can take early retirement. Mom can't have much time left." "Son." Gerald's tone was the softest that Emmy had ever heard him use with her brother. "How much time do you have left?" Tommy bowed his head. He wasn't a young man. There were more years behind him than in front. Gerald said, "Your mother was completely herself when she told us what she wanted. We can't take that away from her now that she's not." Tommy pressed his fingers to his eyelids. "I don't agree to this." "Don't have to," Gerald said. "It was her decision. Now it's mine." Tommy took a sharp breath. He knew there was no point in arguing. "When?" "Tomorrow." Emmy covered her mouth to trap the sob that wanted to come out. "I can..." Tommy sucked in a deep breath. "I'll take time off work to help pack." "No need. She doesn't remember her things. Doesn't remember us. Our faces, our voices. We're all strangers. She's as good as dead." Emmy slowly dropped her hands back in her lap. Gerald tapped his finger on the brochure with the finality of a judge banging a gavel. "Ambulance will come at 7:30. I'll follow behind. You kids will be at work. How you get through this is you keep your heads down and do your jobs. Understood?" Tommy already had his head down, but he nodded. Emmy nodded too. She smoothed her thumb into her palm. Her eyes blurred with tears as her brother tried not to openly weep. She felt broken. She felt robbed. She felt deeply ashamed because part of her, not even a small part, was so fucking relieved. The phone on Gerald's desk started to ring. She looked up at her father. He'd taken out his handkerchief to dry his eyes. He passed it to Emmy before punching the speaker button on the phone. "Brett." Gerald cleared his throat. transforming from grieving husband and father back into the sheriff of Clifton County.
"You're on speaker."
"Sorry to bug you this early, boss, but something bad's going down." Brett's tone was clipped. "I'm standing on the back road on the other side of Millie's. There's a girl's bicycle, back tires bent, chains off. Looks like there's some blood, too. Girl's nowhere to be found." The description sent bile into Emmy's mouth. The crushing conversation about Myrna was pushed into her periphery. The world had shifted 12 years into the past. Emmy was standing on the back road with Gerald. Michael Barry Lawhorn was walking them through the crime scene where Cheyenne Baker had been taken. Now, Emmy locked eyes with her father, knew that he was thinking the exact same thing. Gerald said nothing. He held her in his gaze, shoring her up. Then he nodded, because she had a job to do. Emmy took a deep breath, forcing air into her lungs so that she could speak. "Brett, do you know who the bike belongs to?" "Yeah," he said, and she realized his clipped tone wasn't from excitement. It was from fear. Brett had worked the Adam Hunsinger case, too. He'd seen Madison and Cheyenne's broken bodies. He knew what could be happening to another lost girl. "There's a class project or something in the bike's front basket with a name inside. Paisley Walker, 14 years old. I called her house. Mom answered. Dad was already at work. They live on Coleman Avenue. Mom says the girl left for school on her bike a little before 7. School hasn't seen her either." "Paisley Walker?" Emmy checked in with Tommy. He shook his head. He didn't know her. She asked Brett, "Who called it in?" "Sylvia Wrigley. She's still on the scene, I think." The phone crackled as he muffled his voice. "I think she took pictures." Emmy shared Gerald's flash of irritation. Sylvia Wrigley was the editor of the North Falls Herald. She had probably posted the photos on all her socials. The town was already a powder keg. They didn't need Sylvia providing a spark. She asked, "Did you call the hospital, emergency clinics?" "Me and the mom called everybody. We got nothing." "Okay." Amy's hands were already sweating when she took out her phone. She talked as she texted. "I'm sending backup to secure the scene. Patrol will retrace the route she took on her bike. I want you to talk to the mom. We need Paisley's description. Find out what she was wearing. Ask for a recent photo. Text everything to me." "Yes, Chief." "Wait." Emmy stopped him from ending the call. Her mind was furiously trying to come up with explanations other than the bad one. In nearly half of all missing children's cases, a parent was responsible. "Keep an eye on the mom and dad to see if either of them is acting strange. Try to get an idea about the marriage. Get permission to search the house top to bottom. Look inside the cars, too. Make sure Paisley's not hiding somewhere." "Chief," Brett hesitated. "I don't think she's hiding." Emmy didn't think she was either. But they had to consider everything. Like the fact that in 27% of all missing children's cases, a relative or acquaintance was responsible. She said, "Get the parents to call relatives, friends, anybody Paisley has a relationship with, no matter how loose. Same with the middle school. Counselors, teachers, aides, ask about any elective she's in, yearbook, course, whatever. She was doing that class project for somebody." "Okay, Chief, what else?" Emmy felt her stomach twist tightly. The "what else" was the worst possibility. A stranger. A predatory kidnapper who had randomly seen a child and decided to take her. She said, "Look around the neighborhood. Are any houses being remodeled or under construction? Is there a neighbor with a babysitter or visiting relative or friend, a new substitute teacher or maintenance worker at school? We need to be talking to everybody, Brett. I want all hands on deck. Nobody sleeps until we find Paisley." "Yes, Chief. Backup just got here. Anything else?" "Go." Gerald hung up the phone. He grabbed his jacket off the chair. Emmy squeezed Tommy's shoulder as she left the office with her father, ping-ponging from one tragedy to another. Paisley Walker, 14 years old, riding her bike on the back roads. Was there another child? A second victim? Was the pattern repeating? Had the girl been taken to a secluded location where she would be raped and tortured? The bones of her hands and feet shattered so that she couldn't fight, couldn't run away. "Mom!" Cole ran out of the house with their duty vests. "I just heard. Get in the car." The sun was blinding as she crossed the yard. Emmy could hear her father struggling to keep pace. Her eyes started to water. She felt as if she was going to vomit. This couldn't be happening again. Not with Adam out of prison, not with her mother spiraling, her father fading away, her life falling apart. She felt shaky and sick as she opened the door to her cruiser. Cole jumped into the back. Emmy wanted to slow things down, to take a second, to catch her breath, to keep her mind from racing to all the bad places, but there wasn't time. Gerald flipped open his phone as Emmy sped up the driveway. She watched him dial the number for the GBI. Time was of the essence. They needed to queue up a Levi's call, Georgia's equivalent of an Amber Alert. She told him, Sylvia Wrigley got thousands of followers after she was interviewed for Jack's podcast.
Yep.
Emmy slipped her phone out of her pocket. There were half a dozen notifications from the Herald. She swiped them away, then pulled up the private WhatsApp group of female law enforcement officers in the area. She typed with her thumb. POS abduction. 14-year-old girl details incoming. Bolo. Mom? Cole said. Where are you going? Emmy had bypassed the road to the station. Adam Hunsinger's house. But Cole grabbed the metal partition to hold on. If Adam kidnapped this girl, he wouldn't be stupid enough to take her to his house. Put your seatbelt on, Emmy ordered. I know Adam's not that stupid, but other people are. She took another sharp turn, slinging Cole to the opposite side of the car. He finally put on his seatbelt when she reached the interstate. Emmy looked at her watch, doing the math. Millie's part of the backroads was a 10-minute bike ride from Coleman Avenue. Sylvia would have called in the bike as soon as she saw the blood. Then Brett would have rushed to the scene. Then he'd called the parents. Then the school and hospitals. Then, finally, Gerald. That gave them a 50-minute window during which something bad could have happened to Paisley Walker. Emmy let her mind carousel through all the possibilities one more time. A parent, a family member, an acquaintance, a stranger. Fewer than 1% of child abductions were committed by predatory kidnappers. The victims tended to be almost exclusively females with the aggregate age of 14. They were more likely to be taken in an outdoor setting and to be coerced with a firearm. The kidnapper was more often than not driving a car. In 44% of cases, the victim is murdered within the first hour. 78% die within the first 3 hours. Within 24 hours, virtually all of the victims are dead.
Sherry,
Gerald said into the phone.
Need your help.
Emmy tuned out her father's voice. She kept the carousel spinning in her head, running through the innocent explanations. Paisley had spun out on her bike. She was walking to get help, or going somewhere to hide so she wouldn't get in trouble. Paisley's bike had been hit by a car. The driver had taken her to the hospital or an emergency clinic. The staff had changed over. Her chart had been lost in the shuffle. Nobody remembered seeing her. She was already on her way home. Any of these scenarios was possible, but none of them felt right. Adam Hunsinger had been back home for 2 days. Half the town was ready to string him up. The other half wanted to put him on a pedestal. That was a lot of attention for a man who'd spent virtually every hour of every day alone for the last 12 years. In studies of paroled pedophiles, stress was the #1 contributing factor to reoffending.
Will do.
Gerald closed his phone.
GBI queued up the alert. Give me the time frame.
Paisley left the house around 7. Sylvia called it in around 7:30. Brett called you about 20 minutes later, and now... Emmy looked at the clock on the dash. Her heart sank. Paisley's chance of survival was about to be split in half. She's been gone for 58 minutes.
Set a timer. 30 minutes.
Emmy's hand went to her watch as she kept the other on the steering wheel. She knew her father didn't believe in statistical probabilities. What are we counting down?
Calling the FBI,
Gerald said.
Made a mistake last time. Waited too long.
Emmy dialed in the timer as she exited off the interstate. In the last 4 months, they had spent hours talking about the case, picking apart the discrepancies in Jack's podcast, reviewing the evidence, discussing what they could have done differently. In all those conversations, Gerald had never once expressed any regrets about not requesting FBI assistance sooner. There was no time to ask him about it now. The road turned from asphalt to gravel. Dust kicked up behind the cruiser. They had finally reached Elsinore Meadows. Emmy glanced at Cole in the rearview mirror. He was staring straight ahead, his jaw set. She could tell this was feeling very real for him now. It was one thing to listen to a podcast on your morning run, quite another to be flying blind in an investigation where every decision you made, every step you took, could mean the difference between the life and death of a child. Fighting with Jonah, ignoring Madison, not returning Millie's incessant calls, Emmy would never get those small moments of bad decisions back. All she could do was vow never to make them again.
Shit,
Cole whispered. Emmy muttered her own curse. Sylvia Wrigley's breaking news had done exactly what they'd feared. Abandoned cars were parked 20 deep on either side of the road. A crowd of at least 24 people had gathered at the top of the Hunsinger driveway. They were shouting, shaking their fists, spoiling for a fight. Emmy whooped the siren a few times on approach, but they didn't disperse. They were too angry and too scared and too desperate for revenge. Emmy slowed the cruiser, telling Cole, "Block off the end of the road. Call for immediate backup."
"Yes, Chief."
He started to get out of the car. "Cole," she yelled, "get your fucking vest on. Strap it down tight." Emmy didn't pull away until he was tugging at the Velcro straps. Her foot went to the gas, the cruiser lurched. This wasn't the time to make a soft entrance. She hit the brake, swerved the car, and came to an aggressive stop. "Back up!" Emmy shouted as she got out of the car. She grabbed her ballistic vest from the back seat and strapped it down. Her eyes swept the crowd, checking hands and hips, cell phones filming her every move, faces contorted in rage. 2 Glocks, 1 Sig Sauer, a Smith & Wesson revolver, a liquor bottle with a dirty shop rag sticking out of the top. No one had unholstered a gun or set anything on fire, but there was no guarantee it would stay that way. "I said back up!" She put one hand on her gun, one hand in the air, pointing them across the road. "Back up now!" There was movement, but not enough. Gerald slammed the car door shut. He started walking toward the crowd. No vest, no sidearm. 12 years ago, they would have parted like the Red Sea. Now, they stood their ground, screaming, yelling, raging, wielding the cameras in their phones like weapons. "This is your fault! Fucking cops!
Why the hell do I pay my taxes?"
Gerald waited for their silence.
"Need you to go home."
"Fuck that," a woman said. "You let a pedophile out of prison. Now he's snatched another girl."
"Yeah," a man yelled. "What are you gonna do about it?"
Gerald waited for another lull.
"Gonna knock on the front door."
There was no response. They weren't so far gone that they could argue with a simple solution. One person moved out of the way, then another. Then finally, there was a clear path for Gerald to walk down the driveway. Emmy watched his slow progress. The house was no more than 50 feet from the road, but she didn't let herself breathe until he'd made it to the front porch. The door opened before he could knock. Gerald disappeared inside. She took another deep breath before she let herself check on Cole. He was holding back a line of cars. He couldn't stop the people who were on foot. Emmy was about to look away, but then she recognized one of the women walking toward her. Blonde hair pulled back, light makeup. Hannah's anxiety was palpable. Her hands were clasped together. She was still wearing the diamond ring Emmy had helped Paul Dalrymple pick out for her. Paul was a full-on alcoholic now. For years, Emmy had heard gossip around town. Paul found passed out at work. Paul making a scene at one of Davy's baseball games. Then there were the citations and tickets and the patrol logs. Public nuisance, reckless driving, 2 DUIs. His license suspended. His business almost in bankruptcy. Before Madison had been stolen away, he'd been nerdy and sweet. Now, he was bitter and damaged. Paul never missed an opportunity to glare his hatred into Emmy on the rare occasions they saw each other in town. Hannah lifted her chin to acknowledge that they had seen each other. Then she stood a few feet away from Emmy and looked out at the crowd. Emmy looked too, but not out of curiosity. Backup hadn't arrived yet. Cole was half a football field away. Her father was alone inside a house where a double murderer lived, and there was a mob of people who'd been shouting for blood 10 minutes ago. And a 14-year-old girl named Paisley Walker was still missing. Emmy took out her phone, pretended to check her messages. She swiped up the camera so that she could record all of the faces. Moms in leggings, men in factory coveralls, a few stragglers in business casual. Then there was Ashley Ellis and Brandy Norton, who'd rounded out the popular girls with Caitlin back in high school. And Dervla Culpepper, who'd been stuck in the Miata on the soccer pitch the night the girls had gone missing. Then, 12 years later, lied her ass off when Jack had interviewed her for episode 1 of the Misguided Angel podcast. Dervla was filming the spectacle with her phone, probably hoping to drag out another 10 minutes of fame. In all, Emmy counted 26 people with more on their way. She knew that violent criminals often tried to insert themselves into investigations. They pretended to be witnesses or concerned citizens or spectators. The back roads were not that far from where they stood. Densely wooded forests lined the roads in between. It would be easy to dispose of a body along the way. Hannah cleared her throat. Unthinking, Emmy turned toward her, looking directly at Hannah's face for the first time in over a decade. She was caught for a moment by the sight of laugh lines fanning from her eyes, the strands of gray showing in the part of her hair. Emmy knew that Hannah was noting the same changes. Time had moved forward, even if their friendship had not. Hannah asked, "Do you think Adam took Paisley?" Emmy was shaken by the sound of Hannah's voice, as recognizable to her as Tommy's or her father's. She used the phone as an excuse to look away from Hannah, filming the cars parked on the side of the road. She checked on Cole again. He was leaning against the hood of a parked car. His thumbs were hooked inside his vest. The straps hung down. She told Hannah, if Adam took her, he wouldn't bring her here. "No," Hannah said. "Even a caged animal doesn't forget how to hunt." Emmy noted the dispassion in Hannah's tone. There were dark circles under her eyes. She probably hadn't had a restful night's sleep since Jack's podcast came out. Even before Madison's murder, Paul had been a hectoring type of husband, the kind who wouldn't let things go. Everyone in town knew that his drinking had gotten out of hand. He'd shown up drunk at one of Davy's baseball games a few weeks ago. Hannah was probably the only thing holding the family together right now. Murmurs spread through the crowd. The front door had opened. Emmy tucked her phone into the breast pocket of her vest. Gerald stepped onto the porch. She recognized Walton Hunsinger by his build. And then she realized that she wasn't looking at Walton. She was looking at Adam. Hannah realized it too. Her breath caught. She grabbed Emmy's hand. Neither one of them spoke, but Emmy could pick out the ripple of vitriol from the people around them. Cocksucker, murderer, I hope he got what he deserved in prison. Adam pulled the door closed. Emmy watched her father wince as he walked down the porch stairs. His knees were down to the bones. His spine was bent like a shepherd's crook. If he kept losing weight, he would disappear before Myrna did. Hannah squeezed her hand. "I'm sorry about your mother." Emmy smoothed her lips together. Both of her hands should be free in case something bad happened, but the physical contact with Hannah, the familiarity, felt like the only solid thing in her life right now. She blurted out the first words that came to her mouth. "She still hasn't forgotten you broke her china set." Hannah huffed a laugh. "Fucking Myrna." Emmy blinked her eyes to clear them. Gerald was making his way up the driveway. His shuffle was more pronounced. His pants needed to be taken in. She had always known her father to be old, but only now did she understand that he was failing. Hannah could see it too. That was why she was holding Emmy's hand. She had come to Adam's house because she was scared, because her heart was broken, because another precious thing had been taken from another terrified mother. And then she had fallen back into her old role of trying to comfort Emmy. Okay. Emmy let go of Hannah's hand as she walked toward her father. He'd rested his elbow on the mailbox. He was short of breath. Emmy wiped her eyes, tried to get her shit together. She motioned for the crowd to move back so that her father had some space. Only Dervla Culpepper didn't comply. She was waving her phone around like an Access Hollywood reporter. Emmy wanted to block her, but she took her usual position to her father's right. Gerald waited for silence, then told the crowd,
"The girl isn't here."
"How do you know?" a woman demanded. "Did you go into the basement?"
"Yes,"
Gerald said, which Emmy knew to be a lie. You couldn't access the basement from the house.
"Paisley Walker is not here. Go home. Let us do our job."
No one moved until a man in coveralls threw up his hands and walked away. A few more followed, then a few more. Emmy felt her watch tapping her wrist as the timer hit the 30-minute mark. Gerald was right. They should be calling the FBI right now, not play-acting would-be vigilantes and ghouls. "Sheriff!" Dervla had shoved her phone in Gerald's face. "How does it feel to know that you and your daughter ruined Adam's life with your lies?"
"Ma'am,"
he sounded tired.
"the case against Adam Hunsinger is—"
"Paul!" Hannah screamed. Emmy flinched. The panic in her voice, the visceral terror, set every nerve in Emmy's body on fire. She spun around. Time slowed to a crawl. All of her senses faded but one. No hearing, no taste, touch, or sound. Emmy saw the rage in Paul Dalrymple's eyes as he aimed a Smith & Wesson revolver directly at her chest. Then, Hannah was lunging for the gun with both hands. Cole was running in the distance. His vest was flapping because he hadn't strapped it down tight like Emmy had told him. Why didn't he listen? Why didn't he ever listen? Cole disappeared as Hannah cascaded into Emmy's line of sight. Her face came into sharp focus, the fear in her eyes. Mouth opened in a scream. The revolver was still aimed in Emmy's direction. She pivoted seconds before the muzzle flashed. Smoke flowered from the barrel. Emmy's lips parted. She breathed in, prepared herself for the impact. There was a low whistle as the bullet whizzed past her head. Then she felt a great cleaving behind her. An iceberg breaking off. A mighty limb splitting from a tree. She turned again and watched her father collapse to the ground. Time snapped back with a vicious clarity. "Dad!" Emmy dropped to her knees beside him. The bullet had ripped a hole in his chest. She clamped her hands to the wound, tried to stop the torrent of blood leaving his body. "Dad, hold on. Please hold on." "Papa!" Cole was running down the street. "Papa! Call an ambulance!" she yelled. The crowd had frozen around them. Paul was sitting in the middle of the street. Hannah was on her knees. The revolver was on the pavement. No one was moving. No one was doing anything. "Somebody call a fucking ambulance!" Gerald's teeth were chattering. His hand shook as he placed it over hers.
"Hold
on, Dad." She pressed her weight into his chest. Emmy could feel the sharp edges of a shattered rib. His blood pulsed through her fingers. His face was losing color. His lips trembled. "Please hold on. Please." His eyes tracked in confusion.
"Emmy Lou?"
"I'm here, Dad." She leaned down so he could see her. "I'm right here."
"FBI,"
he whispered. "We'll call them, Dad. As soon as you're in the ambulance, I'll—"
Need?
He coughed. Blood slid from the corner of his mouth.
"Need to talk it out."
Her throat squeezed so tightly that she could barely answer. "We'll do it later, Dad. Okay?" She saw a tear roll down his face. He didn't speak.
But he was looking at her, forcing her to understand. He had asked to talk it out. She had to listen. Emmy felt a stillness wash over her body, a kind of calmness that she had never known. Everything else melted away. It was just the two of them now. The people who never talked, unless they were talking to each other. She cupped her hands to his face. Go ahead, Dad. Your mother, he whispered. Tell her I'm sorry. Okay. Emmy used her thumb to wipe his tears. I'll tell her, Dad. I promise. His eyelids started to flutter. Emmy smoothed back his hair. She could feel his body trying to hold on, even as the torrent of blood was reduced to a trickle. Please, Daddy. Emmy held him in her gaze the way that he'd always held her in his. Please stay with me. I'm not ready to let you go. For just a moment, for Emmy's sake, he seemed to hold on. She felt the comfort of his presence, the certainty of his love. But then he let out a low, mournful sigh. His eyes lost focus. She could feel his body start to relax. His face went slack. The worry disappeared from his brow. The pain was gone. The burdens were lifting. The struggle was coming to an end. She watched the trickle of his heartbeat slowly ebb away to nothing. Then he closed his eyes, and he was gone.
Chapter 9. Jude Archer stood at the back of the conference room as Special Agent Raheem Davidson walked the Talbot family through the FBI's 2 decades-long case against Frederick Arnold Henley. The room was dark, the only light coming from the monitor at the head of the long table. The blinds were all closed over the large windows that overlooked San Francisco Civic Center. The muffled sound of car horns and street vendors penetrated the thick, blast-proof glass of the Philip Burton Federal Building as Golden Gate Avenue came alive. Inside the room, there was nothing but talk of death. 19 family members were present, and 12 more followed via a secure link. Some were taking notes. Some looked down at their hands. Others were silently following the laser pointer as Raheem indicated areas of interest on a map: hiking trails, climbing routes, nesting areas. Caverns and talus caves that served as home to at least 13 different species of bats. As you know, Raheem said, Freddie Henley admitted to murdering 12 girls between the ages of 14 and 17. Without the perseverance of Special Agent in Charge Jude Archer, we wouldn't know where any of these victims are today. Jude kept her expression neutral as they turned to look at her. Raheem had gone badly off script. Family meetings were designed to provide information, to answer questions, to make loved ones feel heard. This was a somber moment, not one for recognition or applause, particularly where Freddie Henley was concerned. He'd murdered his first victim in 1993. The local police hadn't put it together that he was a serial until 1996. The FBI had arrested him on December 22, 1999, and it wasn't until 16 days ago that they'd finally located the remains of a 17-year-old girl named Darlene Talbot who disappeared on March 12, 1995. She'd been Freddie's third victim, but her remains were the last of the 12 they'd found. Let's continue. Raheem waited for the family to turn their attention back toward the monitor. He used the laser pointer again. A lot of you have probably seen this already, but in the interest of transparency, I'll go through the list. Valerie Lydell was found in the southern portion of the Machete Ridge rock formation. Jennifer Wu was located here, in the canyon along this creek. Casey Wynn was located further up under a stand of cottonwoods. Steph Haver was inside the balcony's cave here. Jude checked in on the family. Hearing the names was overwhelming. The family knew intimately the grief that was attached to the loss of each girl. All of the pens were down now. A few of them had started to cry. There were so many more names to get through. Tanya Butler had been buried in a shallow grave near the dam. Honora Rios was disposed of in the reservoir. Natalie Daniels, Wanda Trochek, Mary K. Morris, the Resurrection Wall, Frog Canyon, Hawkins Peak. Freddie had taken advantage of every scenic location spanning over 26,000 acres of land. Pinnacles National Park was located in Central California, a roughly 2-hour drive from San Francisco and less than half that distance from San Jose. Vehicles could only access the park from 2 different directions. The east approach led to the visitor center. The west was favored by rock climbers. Each of the roads hit a dead end on either side of the eroded remains of an extinct volcano whose rust-colored pinnacles had inspired the park's name. If you chose the wrong route, you could burn through an hour finding your way back. Jude had wasted multiple hours, then days, then months, years, and eventually 2 decades searching the park, driving down to Folsom Prison, returning to the park, following the scant clues that Freddie kept feeding her. Occasionally, he would tell the truth. Occasionally, Jude would stick a shovel in the ground, shine a flashlight in the right spot inside the right cavern, and find the remains of one of his victims. The relief of discovery had always been overshadowed by the crushing realization that only Jude could locate the rest. Freddie wouldn't talk to anyone but her. There was a prison log somewhere that held an exact record of the hours Jude had spent with him. It said a lot about the state of her life that the longest relationship she'd ever had was with a sadistic serial killer. Maybe the most sadistic serial killer she had ever spoken with. Like many psychopaths, Freddie had delighted in reliving the details of his crimes. His bloodlust hadn't been satiated by rape and murder. He'd tortured his victims for days, desecrated their bodies, sent harassing emails to their families, posted horrific photos on the dark web, texted their mothers, and called their sisters, and even stalked some of them until they were pushed to the edge of sanity. They were the people that Jude had thought about as she'd sat across from Freddie Henley at Folsom Prison. She'd kept her expression passive, her body still, as he'd tried in vain to elicit a reaction. He craved a look of horror or disgust, a fleeting flash of terror. He'd thought he would break her. What he didn't realize was that she was slowly breaking him. Like Freddie, Jude had come from the world of academia. She knew how to communicate in his language, had a deep bench of knowledge about what made him tick. She had studied not just his crimes, not just his modus operandi, or his perfectly normal childhood, or his spotless high school discipline record. She had studied his interests. Freddie had received his doctorate in earth sciences from UC Santa Barbara. The rock formations at the pinnacles were his area of expertise. His dissertation investigated how the shifts in the San Andreas Fault over millions of years had moved the westernmost half of the Ninach volcano 200 miles from the Pacific Coast Ranges. He could talk about the pinnacles for hours. His family had vacationed there for generations, well before the land was officially designated a national park. As a teenager, he'd volunteered at the park. As a student, he'd taken soil samples from the park. He'd camped at the park, he'd hiked at the park. He had a photographic memory of every nook and cranny, every ridge and peak. And for 20 years, he'd used that knowledge to play cat and mouse games with Jude over the locations of the bodies of 12 young women and girls. She let her gaze travel back toward the monitor on the wall. Raheem was still going down the list of victims. They were all as familiar to Jude as her own family tree. Teenagers with braces and pimples, and hopes and dreams and plans for a future that Freddie Henley had ripped away. On October 22, 1993, Mandy Kroll had been abducted from a Santa Barbara department store. Her mother had sent her to find a shopping cart, and the 14-year-old had never returned. Freddie had tortured and raped her for 2 days before taking her to the park, burning her body, then burying her in a shallow grave on a scenic overlook favored by picnickers. Jude had found her body on December 20th, 2004. On January 6th, 1994, Jonna Blackman was walking the family dog in her neighborhood. The dog returned to the house. Jonna did not. Freddie had abducted her in his van. He had taken her to the Pinnacles and raped and tortured her for 3 days. He had dismembered her body, then scattered the pieces around the reservoir. Jude had sent divers down to find her on March 11th, 2007. The others came later, spread out over the years. Freddie only hunted victims in the spring or fall because of the park's dangerously hot Mediterranean climate in summer, and he was more likely to tell Jude where to find a victim during the more moderate months.
You ought to be appreciative, doll. I don't want that pretty face of yours getting sunburned.
Raheem changed the slide on the monitor. Someone gasped as a photo of Darlene Marie Talbot filled the screen. Frozen in time, never forgotten. Daughter to Laura and Danny Talbot, big sister to Thalia, Ronnie, Jimmy, and Daniel Jr., granddaughter to James and Miriam, niece to so many uncles and aunts that Jude had to record them all in her notebook so she could keep them straight when they called and called and called. Where is she? Why haven't you found her? You found the other girls. Don't you care? Darlene had been on a kayaking trip in the Bear Gulch Reservoir with some friends when she'd disappeared. One girl thought she'd walked to the bathrooms. Another thought she was catching a break on the shore. In truth, Darlene had accidentally dropped her hat on the trail. She'd jogged back to retrieve it. Then Freddie Henley had jumped out of the woods and hit her in the head with a climbing axe. The drag marks through the forest had been soaked with her blood.
Sometimes it's better when they're unconscious, doll. You know what I'm saying? It makes it easier to do what you need to do.
Which brings us to 2.5 weeks ago. Raheem tapped the keyboard on his laptop. Another map filled the monitor, crudely drawn, not much detail. Jude had watched Freddie mark the X in the middle with a shaking, arthritic hand. They were in the hospital wing at Folsom. Jude had pulled a chair up to his bed. For the past year, she had watched the cancer eat away at his body. Maybe if Freddie had been on the outside, there would have been aggressive treatment options, but he was inside, so there weren't, which meant that it was all over but the dying. She hadn't asked him to clear his conscience. He was a psychopath. He didn't have a conscience. But he didn't want to be alone, and Jude was there, and that had meant something. An hour before he'd passed, he'd waved her to come closer, asked for a pen and a sheet of paper. She could feel his reluctance like a sickening miasma, but in the end, he'd resigned himself to the inevitable.
All right, doll. I guess what they say is true. All bad things must come to an end.
Now Raheem pointed to the shakily drawn X on Freddie's deathbed map. This is at the mouth of Bear Gulch Cave. As you know, Darlene's remains were located between small pockets of talus boulders. Jude looked down at the carpet as the sound of weeping filled the room. She could hear the distant whir of a drill from the end of the hallway. She tried to remember how many times during her 27-year career at the FBI the building had been remodeled. They were upgrading the electrical system for desktop computers the first time she'd walked into the San Francisco field office. Jude had been a 32-year-old smartass, fresh off her PhD, and sporting a black checkered skirt, a leather biker jacket, and chunky Doc Martens. Bill Clinton's photo was on the wall. The Olympic Park bomber was still on the loose. The Ramones had performed for their last time at the Palace. As an academic, she'd had no clue how to work within the rigid FBI system. Jude dressed too grunge, talked too bluntly, wore too much makeup. She'd mouthed off to the wrong people, pissed off her boss, then his boss, then nearly gotten fired. Then leveraged the fact that she was one of the few women in the building to hang on, then been relegated to kidnappings and missing persons in hopes that she would either put a gun to her head or end up on a milk carton. There was no one more surprised than Jude to find that she was actually good at the job. Not just good. She fucking loved it. The monitor showed a slide of DNA matches. Raheem was reaching the end of the briefing. Jude caught his attention, holding up her phone, pretending she had to take a call. He looked nervous when she left. Jude silently made a note to shore him up later. Then she realized there wasn't going to be a later. This was the last day she would walk the halls of the 13th floor of the Philip Burton Federal Building. The mandatory retirement age for the FBI was 57. Jude had managed to get another 2 years out of them, but there was no more negotiating. The Freddie Henley case was finally closed. They were putting her out to pasture.
Jude.
Darlene's mother had followed her out of the room. Laura was gripping a tissue in her hand. She looked distraught. Jude asked, "Too much?"
No, I needed to know. They needed to know. It's good to understand what happened. What you did.
Laura pressed the tissue to her mouth.
I'm sorry, Jude. I should have trusted you. I should have listened when you promised you'd find her.
Jude remembered making that promise. It was the kind of rookie mistake that years of experience had taught her never to do again. We really got down to the wire.
But you did it, Laura insisted. You found her. You found my baby, and I treated you so bad. I hated you. Why did I do that? Why did I blame you?
Listen, Jude said. There's no wrong in these situations. Everything you did was exactly what you were supposed to do.
I screamed at you. I wrote hundreds of letters trying to get you fired.
It's good to write things down. Gets it off your chest. Jude knew her bosses had never cared about the letters. The multiple warnings in her file were for violating the FBI's dress code and swearing like a sailor. She nodded toward her office. Let's go in here. She felt a moment of surprise when she saw the empty room. The furniture remained, but all of her personal items had disappeared. The shelves were bare. The photos had been taken off the walls. Her record player was gone. Only her purse hung on the coat rack. Everything else had been packed up by security to ensure she didn't purloin a stapler.
What's this? Laura asked. Are you being promoted?
I'm taking retirement. Today is my last day. Laura's quizzical expression quickly turned to heartbreak.
You waited until you found my baby?
Jude reached into her purse for a packet of tissues. You know what? I was just thinking about the first time I walked into this building. 32 years old, thought I was a hotshot. There was a bunch of old farts telling war stories about Patty Hearst and Jim Jones. That's why I'm leaving. I don't want to be the old fart to this new batch of hotshots. Laura made a tutting noise as she dried her eyes.
Please, talk to me when you're my age.
Jude knew that they were around the same age, but Laura had been worn down by nearly 30 years of stress and uncertainty. She asked the woman, "What about you? What now?"
What now?
Laura let out a heavy sigh as she sat down on the couch.
I don't know, to be honest. Who am I without the struggle to bring Darlene home?
Jude leaned against her desk. She knew that Laura wasn't looking for an answer.
I've always had hope. That's what's kept me going.
Laura's voice took on the tone of a confession.
Even after Freddie admitted that he killed her. Even after you told me about those photos he took. It's not that I didn't trust you, but there wasn't a body. All the other girls were found, but not Darlene. Every time there was a new one, every time it wasn't her, it gave me hope that she was still alive.
I know, Jude said. Laura Talbot wasn't the first mother to tell her this secret.
Everyone keeps talking about closure or forgiveness or moving on, and I just want to scream in their faces. Freddie Henley doesn't deserve forgiveness.
Jude told her the brutal truth. He's dead. And even when he was alive, he didn't care whether or not you forgave him. He never thought about any of you. Laura nodded, but not in agreement.
He told you how to find her. There's redemption in that.
He didn't do it for redemption. He did it because we played a game, and I won because he was dying. She looked stunned.
It's that simple?
Psychopaths don't worry about right and wrong. They make their own rules. Freddie was transactional. I visited him. I talked to him. I was interesting. He gave me enough information to keep me coming back.
How did you do it all these years? I couldn't stand to be in the same room with that maniac.
Jude never shared personal information on the job, but this was her last day, and she had spent almost the entirety of her professional career working to bring this woman's child home. She sat down on the couch beside Laura. My brother died when I was little. He drowned in the river. Laura's lips parted in surprise. His friends saw him go under. He didn't come back up. The current took him away. Jude felt a rustiness in her throat. She hadn't told the story in years. There was no doubt that he'd drowned, but it took 6 days to find the body. Laura's bottom lip started to tremble.
So, you know.
I know what those 6 days felt like, Jude said. I was sick with hope. We all were. Without a body, there was no proof. What if he managed to grab a branch downstream? What if he was stranded in the forest? What if he was injured and alone? My mother fell completely apart. My father drank himself into a stupor. Everything was so dark and oppressive, like a boulder was pressing down on each of our chests. The not knowing felt like it was going to suffocate us to death. Laura had started nodding. It was a terrible club to be in. When the police finally found him, I don't know. It's almost indescribable. The weight came off. We were still devastated, but we could breathe again. My father backed off his drinking. My mother got out of bed. She showered. She started to arrange the funeral, pick out what to dress him in. I heard my aunt ask her how she was managing to carry on, and Mom said, I just needed a place to bury my grief. Laura's tears ran freely. That's how I was able to stand being in the same room with Freddie Henley. I wanted you and the other families to have somewhere to bury your grief. Laura dabbed at her eyes with the tissue.
I hope your mother is proud of you.
I like to think she would have been.
Oh, no. I'm sorry she's gone.
Me too. Jude stood up from the couch. Raheem was probably finished by now. You want me to walk you back to the conference room?
No, you've done enough for me already.
She started to leave, then turned back to Jude.
God bless you.
Jude smiled, but she regretted telling the story. The families who had lost children to Freddie Henley were a close-knit group. They spoke to each other almost daily. There were Facebook pages and private chat groups, and they met at the Pinnacles once a year to hold a memorial service. Laura would probably pass on Jude's private information in a well-meaning sort of way. Then someone would tell someone else, and a month from now, Jude would have a Dateline producer knocking on her door asking about her childhood loss. She shushed out a long breath as she returned to her empty office. Instead of going to her desk, she stood at the window and looked down at the traffic on Turk Street, which ran behind the building. The cars and vendors and people straggling through the last few minutes of morning of rush hour. The distant wail of sirens from the Tenderloin, the pigeons taking up perch on the parking deck across the way. Jude had seen the sun peering up over the Golden Gate Bridge when she'd driven in. Now it bathed the wall across from her desk in a warm light. She traced her finger along the dark rectangle where a picture frame used to be. There were 12 ghostly shadows from the 12 photographs of young women aged 14 to 17. You could have tracked the time periods by their hairstyles and makeup, and the cultural transition between teenagers yearning to look older and the sudden desperation to appear young. Freddie Henley hadn't been the only case Jude had worked, but it was the case that had defined her career. Now that her career was over, she found herself asking the same question that Laura Talbot had asked herself. Who was she without the struggle to bring all of Freddie Henley's victims home to their families? Jude would leave the question for another day. This afternoon, she was expected to give a speech at her retirement party. Then she was supposed to have a dinner where, judging by the multiple other retirement dinners Jude had attended, they would give her a special agent in charge of DGAF t-shirt and a coffee mug that read, "Time to give it a rest." The thought was so depressing that she was tempted to sneak out the back door right now. Instead, she sat down at her desk and woke up her computer. She wasn't going to leave her inbox full. There were scores of farewells. Jude went through them all, giving her private email to the people she didn't want to lose touch with, and being very diplomatic with the people she hoped never to see again. She was about to check on Raheem back in the conference room when her desk phone rang. She picked up the receiver. "Archer." "So, is it going to be pottery classes or bird watching?" Chaz Hollister asked. Jude gave an audible sigh. Her boss was in his mid-30s, blind to the fact that he was on the precipice of a cliff that everyone eventually toppled over. "I thought I'd try macrame." "I have no idea what that is." He laughed with the ease of a man who'd never questioned his own intelligence. "Seriously, Quantico would love to have you." Noted. Jude took off her reading glasses. She didn't want to go back to teaching, nor did she want to do consulting work, private investigation, security, or any of the other options available to retired agents. "You'll have Raheem's after action on the Talbot briefing by noon. He's wrapping up with the family now." "Good," Chaz said, "but that's not why I was calling. I heard HBO's doing another documentary about the Pinnacles killer. They know you're the one who broke it wide open." Jude tilted down the receiver so he wouldn't hear her curse. Then she remembered her paperwork had already been processed. "Sweetheart, they don't know shit about fuck." Chaz laughed good-naturedly. "I get why you wouldn't go on camera before, but Freddie Henley's dead. He's not going to see you on TV. Now that you found the last one." "Darlene Talbot?" "Right," Chaz said. "But what I'm saying is, it could be good for the agency. Celebrate our wins." 12 young women are dead, and it took us over 2 decades to bring them home. That's not a win. Jude saw a bulletin flash on her computer. The bright green banner indicated a confirmed child abduction. She reached for the mouse, but she hesitated when she saw the origin of the notice. FBI, Atlanta, Georgia Bureau of Investigation. North Falls, Georgia. Clifton County, Southwest. Missing minor, female 14 years old, possible stranger abduction. "Look at it another way," Chaz said. "It could help you launch your second act. You'd be rolling in the Benz on the speaking circuit, strutting onto the stage in your leather jacket and your badass swagger." "You don't have to swagger if it's true." Jude slipped on her glasses. She clicked open the notice, scrolled through the details. Paisley Walker, blonde hair, blue eyes, 5 feet 2 inches, 110 pounds. Last seen wearing a long-sleeved Taylor Swift Eras Tour blue hoodie with black leggings and white Skechers sneakers with pink laces. Left the family home by bike. Disappeared between the hours of 7 and 7:30. Jude looked at the time. San Francisco was 3 hours behind Georgia. The girl had been missing for 5 hours. Hopefully, the Atlanta Bureau already had boots on the ground. North Falls was a small community in the southwestern part of the state. They didn't have the resources for this kind of investigation. Chaz continued, "From what I've heard, if you sign up with a speaker's agency..." Jude turned the receiver away from her ear as she clicked on a link to the local newspaper. The front page of the North Falls Herald filled the top half of the monitor. Paisley Walker still missing. Cop killer in custody. Her heart felt like a fist pounding inside of her chest. She had to open her mouth to breathe. The photograph below the headline wasn't of the missing girl, but of a sheriff's deputy. The woman was leaning over the body of an elderly man. Blood had sprayed into her face. There was something haunting about her expression. She looked utterly alone. Jude read the caption. Despite witnessing the murder of her father, Chief Deputy Emmy Lou Clifton is still leading the search for Paisley Walker. "Jude?" Chaz said. She took off her glasses. Her hand was shaking. "What did you say?" "I asked if there's anything I can help you with." "Yes." Jude studied the photo again. "Who's our guy in Atlanta?" Chapter 10. Emmy sat across from Elijah Walker, Paisley's father. They were in the police station this time instead of the family's home in West North Falls. The insurance broker was dressed in the white button-up shirt and dark gray pants he'd been wearing when he'd left for work yesterday morning. "I can't," Elijah's voice caught. "I can't remember anything about him." She looked at her watch. It was 12:16 in the morning. They had passed the 17-hour mark since Paisley had been taken. "I don't know what you want from me," Elijah said. Emmy found herself incapable of looking away from her watch. Dried blood was caked into the crown. 15 hours had passed since her father had died. She could barely blink without seeing his face. "Miss Clifton?" Elijah asked. Emmy took a deep breath before looking back up. "It's Chief Clifton, Mr. Walker. I need you to walk me through your morning again." He shook his head. "What's the point? I've told you the same story a million times. You should be out looking." "Everyone is out looking for Paisley. The entire sheriff's department, every force in the Quad City area, the fire department search and rescue, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the highway patrol, and every jurisdiction within a 500-mile radius." Emmy clasped her hand over her watch. She could feel the heat from the glass against her palm. "I'm here talking to you because what you saw yesterday morning could end up being very important." "I don't know if I even saw." He rubbed his face with his hands. "It might not even be his truck. Do you know how many trucks—" "Mr. Walker." Emmy made herself let go of her watch. She placed her hands flat on the table. Her legs started shaking. She struggled to get her anxiety under control. "We need to reset here. I know you're frustrated and I know you want your daughter back, but I promise you the best way to make that happen is to walk me through what you saw yesterday morning." "It was..." He shook his head again. "A black truck. An older model with a bad muffler." Emmy could only think of Adam's truck, but it was light green and very distinctive, with a front end like Tow Mater from the Pixar Cars movie. "When you say older model, do you mean like last century or..." "I'm not a truck expert. I wasn't even paying attention. I was on my phone." This was new information. "Who were you calling?" "Nobody. I was listening to my messages from overnight. Clients call me when they have accidents. I call them back and we go over details. I glanced down for a second, then I looked up and he was there. I almost hit him." Another new detail. "Did you see his face?" "I couldn't see through his windshield. It happened fast, but I remember thinking that the truck was like the guy's truck. Anthony, I think. Something like that." "Good." Emmy was careful not to say the name back to him so it didn't imprint. Tell me about the driver. Elijah gave another frustrated sigh. It was 4 months ago, okay? I don't remember the details. I was getting the mail and he pulled up, told me he'd been working on the street. I don't know whose house, but he said he had some leftover pine straw from another job and he could spread it around the flower beds if I wanted. Okay. Emmy assumed the man had been driving around with bales of straw, hoping to snag some cash. Did he get out of the truck to talk to you? No, he was leaning his arm on the window. Was he at eye level? Was he higher or lower than you? Eye level, I guess. Emmy guessed that meant the truck was mid-sized, which eliminated Adam's 1982 Chevy. Do you remember how much he charged? Do you know how many people I paid during the year? She tried another tack. You're at the office during the week, right? You never work from home. Elijah looked surprised, like maybe she knew what she was doing. Right. So it would have been a Saturday or Sunday. Emmy nodded to keep him going. Can you try again to remember what he looked like? I told you he looked Mexican. Dark hair, dark skin. Emmy could hear the pejorative in his tone, like he was using the word as a slur rather than a place of birth. Do you mean actually from Mexico, or I didn't ask him where he was from? Did he have an accent? I think so. He thought about it for another second. Yes, but easy to understand. Was he wearing a watch or sunglasses or a hat? He shook his head and shrugged at the same time. I can't remember. No tattoos? More head shaking and shrugging. He was getting frustrated again. I don't remember. That's all right. Let's just take it slowly. Emmy pressed her hand on her leg, tried to stop it from jiggling up and down. She was getting a cramp in the arch of her foot. How was he dressed? Like a landscaper. I didn't look at what he was wearing. What does that even mean? Clothes. He was wearing clothes. Boots? Probably. Emmy waited another beat, then asked, Was your wife home? No. Carol put on a few pounds over the holidays. She was at her spinning class. Another revelation. He snapped his fingers, pointed at Emmy. That means it was Saturday. Her class is at 10. Then she gets her nails done. Then she has lunch with her Bible study group. Then she goes to the grocery store. She's usually home by 2 or 3 at the latest. Are you sure about that? Yes, of course I am. I wouldn't be home alone with Paisley otherwise. We spend every Sunday together as a family. Morning mass, then the fellowship supper. Okay. Emmy gripped her thigh in a vain attempt to stop the shaking. The muscles were tight. She couldn't get her brain to send a signal to stop it. So, you tell the man in the truck, yes, that you want the pine straw, then he starts spreading it around, and then what? I went back inside. I checked on Paisley. I thought she was still in bed, but she wasn't in her room. She was talking on her phone on the back deck. Talking to whom? Not talking. Kids don't talk. She was texting or doing Snap. I don't know. I didn't ask. I just told her to turn down her music. Did she? Elijah shook his head again, but said, I guess. I took a shower. When I came out, the music wasn't on. She was talking to him, that Anthony guy. Where was he standing? In the backyard by the monkey grass area that rings the tree. He had some pine straw in his hands, but he was looking up at her, and I remember thinking that I didn't like that. Didn't like the way he was looking at her. Emmy crossed her legs at the knee, but she could still feel the tremble in her legs. Was Paisley standing or sitting on the deck? Leaning on the railing. Elijah started shaking his head again. I didn't like that either. She was still wearing her pajamas. The shorts were too tight across her bottom. You could practically see everything. Carol was going to talk to her about it. Paisley was too old to wear them anymore. I wanted her to dress more modestly. How did Carol feel about that? What does it matter how Carol felt? He demanded. You know what I was worried about. Paisley was sending the wrong signals. Look where it got her. Emmy tried to ease him out of that corner. Does Paisley tend to stay in her pajamas all day over the weekends? No. The rule is she has to be in real clothes by lunch. He had another moment of insight. That gives you an idea of the time, right? Carol left at 10:15, so it was after that, but before 12:30, which is when we have lunch. Right, Emmy said. What about the landscaper? What was he wearing? I told you, I don't... He froze, his mouth hanging open. A light-colored shirt, tan, maybe, with a patch here. Emmy watched him touch his right hand to his left chest. What color was the patch? Elijah squeezed his eyes shut, trying to remember. It had green stitching on it, like a tree or bush, and his pants were light brown too. That's why I thought he was legit, because he looked like he worked on a landscaping crew. Okay, good. Emmy had uncrossed her legs. She could hear the heel of her boot tapping against the floor. She leaned forward in the chair, tried to force the jackhammering to stop. Now go back to when you saw Paisley and the man outside. Did you hear anything they said? No, but Paisley was laughing. I didn't like how it sounded. Fake, high-pitched, and then, when I opened the door and walked out, they both stopped talking. Did you say anything? No, I didn't have to. They knew what they were doing. He wiped his hand with his mouth, clearly worked up. Anthony finished spreading the pine straw. Paisley went inside the house. I told her she didn't need to be flirting with men like that. I was going to talk to Carol about it later, but then her worthless brother had some kind of emergency, and Emmy watched him wipe his mouth again. She asked, What was Paisley's response when you admonished her? She threw a tantrum, said I had embarrassed her, that I didn't understand, but I understood exactly what was going on. You tease a grown man, you get the consequences. His hands had clenched into fists on the table. And I was right, wasn't I? She flirted with this guy, and now God only knows what he's doing to her. Emmy waited for Elijah to calm down, but he didn't. Why are you even here? He demanded. Your father was murdered yesterday morning. Why aren't you with your family? Emmy felt her throat clench. My father would want me here, Mr. Walker. One of the last things he told me was to call the FBI. He wanted me to find Paisley. Really? He asked. Like you did such a great job finding those dead girls in the pond? Emmy pressed her lips together. I listened to Jack's podcast. He called you the misguided angel. Said you were so hell-bent on putting someone in prison that you focused on the wrong person. What if you're wrong about Anthony? What if Adam took Paisley out of revenge against you and we're here wasting time on some Mexican in a black truck? Emmy let the silence draw out to make sure he was finished. You've got a big yard. What? The guy spread pine straw in the front. You took a shower, then he was still spreading it in the back when you finished. That took a while. And? How much cash do you usually keep on hand? Elijah gave an exaggerated shrug. I don't know, $50. Carol always keeps more in her purse if I need it. But Carol wasn't there, Emmy said. So how did you pay him for the work? I didn't. Shit. He scrambled to get his phone out of his pocket. Cash App. That's what I used. Shit! Emmy watched his fingers tap the password to unlock the screen, then open the app. Okay, here it is. Antonio R45, June 18th. I scanned his QR code. Elijah practically threw the phone at her. Can you find him from this? Stay here. I'll be right back. Emmy heard telephones ringing as she jogged up the hallway. She took a left turn, her gaze skipping over Gerald's empty office. Every other desk in the squad room had an agent taking calls or following leads. She found the FBI's point person on kidnappings and abductions in the back. Special Agent Seth Alexander was leaning over a paper map of the southeastern United States. He was drawing another concentric circle out from North Falls. There were 17 circles so far, each marking 70 miles of driving distance for every hour since Paisley had been taken. They reminded Emmy of the rings on a tree. Got something. She handed him Elijah's phone, careful not to touch the screen. He said he paid the landscaper through Cash App. I didn't touch anything, didn't want to mess with the history on anything else. The main password is 872316. Great, we'll get into it. Seth wrote the password on the edge of the map. Anything else? Elijah's kind of a tight ass, very controlling. didn't approve of how his daughter dressed. "Join the club," Seth said. "You like him for this?" "He's hiding something. I'm going to let him stew for a bit, then go back at him." "You should know that my regional director worked with Gerald straight out of Quantico. He's sending down the big guns to give us a hand. He told me to tell you anything you need, he'll make it happen." Okay. Emmy wondered if she would ever hear her father's name again without feeling like she'd been punched in the throat. Elijah said something about the wife's worthless brother having an emergency 4 months ago. Sounded like there's some hostility there. Seth flipped back through his notes. "Reggie McAllister, 37, got arrested for brandishing a knife during a pickup basketball game, still on probation, married, no kids, rents a house outside of Mobile, delivery driver for a light fixture supplier. We sent a team to knock on his door, but the wife says he's driving to the sisters. Left half an hour ago. I sent Alabama Highway Patrol to follow him to the border, then GHP will pick him up when he crosses into Georgia. What else you got?" Elijah gave me a description of Antonio. Hispanic, maybe from Mexico or somewhere south of the border. Speaks with an accent, dark hair, brown eyes, wearing a tan shirt and matching tan pants. Had a patch on his chest with a possible logo. I'm going to go through the list of landscapers the neighbors use and see if any of them have uniforms. Emmy was about to go, but she confirmed. He unlocked his phone and gave it to me. That's implied consent to search the device, right? Absolutely. Damien's our tech guy. He'll get into Elijah's emails and texts, track his location through any apps, browser history. No stone unturned. Text me if you find anything. Emmy spotted Virgil talking to one of the FBI agents working the tip line. She'd texted him for help with the search, but the truth was, she'd felt like she needed somebody other than Cole on her side. Just the sight of her old mentor made her feel like some of the weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Virgil gave Emmy a sad smile as she walked toward him. The last 12 years hadn't changed him much. He'd kept himself fit after retirement. His posture was still straight, shoulders back, chest out, the way they drilled him in boot camp. Emmy realized that he was roughly the same age as Gerald had been when Madison and Cheyenne had died. She got straight to the point. I feel like an asshole for asking you to come back and help, especially with another missing kid. I was planning on volunteering anyway. Virgil's voice was kind. My knees are too rusty to crawl under houses, but I'm still pretty good with a phone and a computer. Emmy didn't have time to feel relieved. Grab a desk. The FBI already looked at Paisley's socials, but maybe someone with local knowledge might spot something that they're missing. Yes, ma'am. He started to go, but he put his hand on her shoulder as if to brace her. You got this, Emmy Lou. I hope so. Emmy felt some more of the pressure lift as she walked to Brett's desk and sat down. She tapped his computer awake, entered her credentials. She was reaching for the spiral notebook in her pocket when her gaze landed on the windows to Gerald's office. Emmy's office, too. Their desks were pushed together. The lights were off. Her father's rain jacket was still hanging from the hook on the wall. The folding chair where Cole had sat to talk to him 2 days ago was still facing in Gerald's direction. Her damn legs started shaking again. She opened up a search for the first company on her list, Albright Landscaping. Emmy's eyes blurred. It wasn't the exhaustion that was making her feel this way. Myrna's night terrors had trained her to get by on very little sleep. Her body was turning against her, trying to push out the grief that she kept trying to swallow back down. Emmy's cell phone buzzed. She recognized the number. Brett, did you find her? No, Chief. Emmy could hear the loud beeps and diesel engines of heavy-duty equipment. Brett was at a landfill in Tallahassee. One of the Walkers' neighbors was in the middle of a total renovation. The construction dumpster in their driveway had been emptied at 7:30 yesterday morning. Brett had made the 4-hour drive down to Florida to go through the landfill in case Paisley's kidnapper had disposed of her body. Chief, Brett said, his voice concerned. She felt her foot cramping again. I'm okay, Brett. I get it, he said. But your dad died right in front of you. I know you've got that Clifton ice water in your veins, but no one would say a word if you sat this one out. Emmy looked at her father's office. The tidy stacks of folders. His favorite pen. Her laptop was open across from the framed photos he kept on the desk. Cole and Emmy in uniform. Tommy in a pork pie hat. Emmy had started out yesterday morning thinking about how strange it was that her son was a grown man. By mid-morning, she was holding him like she hadn't done since he was a child.
Emmy, Brett said, think about what the boss would want.
Emmy knew exactly what her father would want. The way we honor him is to do our jobs. Get back here as soon as you can. We need to find somebody who can go down into those sewers and storm drains along the route Paisley took to the back roads. I want Millie's pond searched again, too.
Again?
He asked.
It'd be pretty stupid to get rid of Paisley Walker the same way as Madison and Cheyenne.
It'd be pretty stupid to not consider the possibility.
All right. Brett drew out his response. I'll call back the divers.
Emmy put the phone down, then returned to the searches. She was almost finished with the list when Cole walked into the squad room. She had a moment before he noticed her to take a close look at him. His eyes were shot through with red. His skin was pale. Like Emmy, he had wanted to keep working, to push through. Like her, he looked like even the slightest touch would fracture him into millions of pieces. The only thing holding him up was the ice water in his veins. Chief No Luck. Cole had been out on one of the search parties combing the back roads for signs of Paisley.
I got a call from Celia. She said not to bother you, but Grandma's having another bad night.
Emmy felt the pressure come back like a noose tightening around her neck. We've got a shitty lead from Elijah on a vehicle in the neighborhood yesterday morning. It might not pan out, but we need to follow it. All he remembered was an older black truck. Go through registrations and see if you can narrow anything down. He could be undocumented, but keep that part to yourself. We don't need another vigilante group targeting innocent people.
Yes, Chief.
He started to leave, but she grabbed his hand. Emmy felt a tremble, but wasn't sure if it was coming from her or Cole.
Mom.
His voice was strained.
My chief gave me an order.
She felt his fingers slip away from hers. She didn't know whether to be proud or devastated that she'd raised another Clifton. Emmy, Sherry Robertson, the GBI field agent for Southwest Georgia, was waving her toward the back. Need a minute. Emmy took a stuttered breath as she walked across the room. Her vision was jittery. The stop motion had returned. The GBI had jurisdiction over all officer-involved shootings. Sherry was investigating the murder of Sheriff Gerald Clifton. Paul's sleeping it off in the cells, Sherry said. Hannah asked for a lawyer. Emmy wasn't surprised. She had drilled it into Hannah years ago that you never speak to a cop without a lawyer present. Anything from the bystander videos on the scene?
Nothing useful, Sherry said. But you should know the Culpepper woman posted a video online that shows Gerald. CNN blurred out his face, but it's pretty graphic.
Emmy told herself that she would think about that later. Dervla Culpepper wasn't filming Hannah and Paul when the gun went off?
She couldn't. Gerald put his arm out in front of her. He was trying to protect her.
Emmy filed that one for later, too. What about witnesses? There was more than 24 people there.
A third of them say Hannah was holding the gun, another third say it was Paul, and the remaining third were too panicked to see anything.
That sounded about right. What do you need from me?
Details, she said. I've got your statement, but you've had a while to think it over. Are you sure you couldn't see who was holding the gun when it fired?
Emmy had heard variations of this question at least 3 times now. She knew the technique, had used the same one on Elijah Walker. You kept repeating yourself because you were either probing for new information or trying to spot changes in the story. She told Sherry, "No, I'm sorry, I had tunnel vision. I was looking at the gun, not who was holding it. The only other thing I saw was my son running down the street, and then I saw my father, and..." There was a solemnity to their silence. Sherry had worked with Gerald for years. Every law enforcement officer in the state either knew of him or had worked directly with him. Emmy had ignored condolence calls from police captains, sheriffs, the state speaker of the House, even the governor. "Emmy," Sherry said, I know the director has already reached out to you, but if your family needs anything from the agency, we're here." She nodded. "Appreciated." "Has a CCAO been in touch?" Emmy nodded again. When a cop was murdered, a civilian crisis assistance officer was immediately assigned to sit with the family and walk them through next steps, navigating death benefits, insurance claims, state and federal resources, the press, and eventually funeral procession planning. None of which Emmy could think about right now. She said, "Tommy already talked to him. They're going to meet in the morning. I should get back to work." "All right. Let me know if you remember anything else about the gun." Sherry gave Emmy's arm a squeeze. "The medical examiner will be here in half an hour if you want to see your father before they take him back to headquarters." The noose pulled tighter around her neck. Everything was happening so fast. Gerald would be gone from town before the sun came up. "I'll let Tommy know." Emmy took out her phone as an excuse to end the conversation. She sent a text to Tommy as she walked toward the hallway. He was still awake. He tapped back a thumbs up almost immediately. The emoji was Tommy's version of their father's okay. It could be either an acknowledgement that he'd seen the information or an indication that he would meet her at the funeral home. Emmy guessed she would find out in half an hour. That would give her enough time to go back at Elijah. Or maybe she should talk to Carol Walker again. Brett had questioned her earlier, but when Emmy had tried to follow up, Paisley's mother had been so hysterical that a doctor had to be called in to medicate her. Emmy assumed the Valium had worn off by now. She should ask the woman about her brother, test the couple's marriage, see if Elijah's worries about modesty had caused a point of tension with his daughter. But she couldn't. Emmy walked out the side door into the parking lot. It was almost 2 a.m. But this was the first moment since her father had died that she'd had entirely to herself. She needed a moment to feel all the things that she'd been trying not to feel. To give in to the anxiety that was turning her body against her. To breathe in the night air and listen to the silence. She leaned her back against the wall. The rough brick scratched against her shoulder blades. She looked up at the dark sky, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. "Dad," she whispered. "What do I do now?" She knew what Gerald would have said. What did they know? Paisley Walker's chance of survival had entered the single digits. The girl's father was hostile and controlling. Her mother was catatonic. Their only lead was a Hispanic man who drove a truck so ubiquitous to the area that he might as well have been in Wonder Woman's invisible jet. What did they think they knew? A full 4 months after Paisley's interaction with the landscaper, Elijah was still angry about his daughter wearing tight shorts. He seemed to have the attitude that a child was responsible for a grown man's actions. It was hard to tell if Elijah had an unhealthy obsession with his daughter or was just being a controlling asshole. "Emmy?" She squinted her eyes in the darkness. A tall man carrying a briefcase was walking across the parking lot. He was coming from the direction of the jail complex. She felt her heart sink when she recognized him. Dylan Alvarez was the last person she needed to see right now. Emmy pushed away from the wall. "What are you doing at the jail in the middle of the night?" Dylan said, "I'm representing Hannah." "You practice family law. She needs a criminal attorney." "Which is exactly what I told her, but she's not listening to me. She's too distraught to listen to anybody." Dylan set his briefcase down on the ground. "Is there some way for you to get a message to her?" "Are you serious?" Emmy struggled to rein in her temper. "You're really asking a cop to send a message to your client? You want to dial back on barking at me like I'm an ignorant toddler?" Dylan was obviously pulling back at his temper, too. "Hannah's fucking devastated. You know she worshipped your father. He was there when her own father died, and her mother." Emmy knew. She had been there, too. He said, "I can't even get her to tell me what happened. She just keeps saying she needs to know you're okay." So I should slip her a note in the cells with the GBI watching? I know it's a stupid idea, but I'm trying to get a resolution that doesn't put Hannah on death row for being a cop killer. Emmy felt like an axe blade had lodged into her heart. She hadn't let herself think past Sherry Robertson's questions. Dylan laid it out for her. The GBI will use the same strategy they used against the father of that school shooter. The revolver that Paul brought to the scene is registered to Hannah. She kept it in a safe that she knew Paul had access to. She knew that he'd made death threats toward you and your father. She knew he was volatile and unpredictable, and unlike the father, Hannah was there at the scene standing beside a cop and said nothing. Eventually, they're going to find a witness who'll testify that she was touching the gun when it went off. That's going to be all the jury needs to send her down. Emmy had broken out into a sweat. She'd made Hannah buy the gun for protection when she'd moved back home after college. She was trying to stop him. She yelled to warn me. I told that to the investigator. What else did you say? That I'm a shitty witness? I was freaked out. I panicked. I didn't see whether or not Hannah touched the gun. Emmy knew she was giving him too much information, but she didn't care. They can't send her to prison if they don't know who pulled the trigger. Babe, you know how felony murder works. There doesn't have to be an intent to kill. Just knowing about the gun, about Paul's intentions, is enough to charge her. Dylan's words were stark, but his tone was soft. Your father was lionized in law enforcement. Every eye in the county is on the prosecutor right now. She's got an election coming up in November. You know what she'll do. There was no air left in Emmy's lungs. She hadn't put the pieces together because she hadn't wanted to. Hannah's a school teacher. A mother. She might get a plea deal if she testifies against Paul, but even with that, the legal fees, losing her job, fighting it out in court, she'll be destroyed. Is that why Hannah is reaching out to me? She's worried about being charged? She's reaching out to you because she's swallowed up in grief. And she's worried about you. We're both worried. Dylan's voice grew even softer. Your father died in your arms, Emmy. Where's Cole? What about Celia and Tommy? Cole's working. Celia and Tommy are looking after Mom. Who's looking after you? She covered her watch with her hand. She thought about the blood caked into the crown. Gerald had looked after her. From the moment she was born, she had always been sure of her father. Babe. Dylan's tone was filled with kindness she didn't deserve. It's not a bad thing to admit that you're mourning. I'm mourning, too. Emmy felt her spine stiffen. There's a 14-year-old girl who's probably dead right now. You want me to go cry in a corner when I'm the only one holding this entire department together? God forbid you show any weakness. God forbid you let me process shit in my own way. Dylan looked out into the street. They both knew the argument they weren't going to have right now was the same argument they'd already had a million times before. Sometimes discussing it calmly, sometimes screaming at the top of their lungs. Emmy was too closed off. She never talked about things. She didn't express herself. She was too independent, too go it alone, too self-isolating. And Dylan was too tired of waiting for her to change. She asked, "Why did Hannah call you?" He huffed out a frustrated sigh. "I work in family law, Chief. What do you think?" Of all the emotions Emmy wouldn't allow herself to feel, she couldn't stop the need to feel sorry for Hannah. She's divorcing Paul? She filed for a legal separation 2 months ago. He refused to leave the house. Her mother put that house in a trust for Hannah. The law says laws don't matter if you're not willing to enforce them. Hannah doesn't want to be responsible for putting her son's father in jail. Emmy was intimately familiar with the trap. Jonah had made their divorce as excruciating as possible. How's Davy doing? Not great. Dylan sounded surprised by the question. Both of his parents are in jail. Emmy looked down at the ground. Her mind kept playing tricks on her. separating Gerald's death from the fact that both Hannah and Paul had been arrested for his murder. Dylan asked, "How's Cole?" "Not great," she said. "His grandfather is dead. His grandmother's lost her mind. His mother's kind of a raging bitch." "Kind of." Emmy's laugh got caught in her throat. The tears were back. The shakiness threatened to take over. She closed her eyes, and she could see her father again. The waxy white of his skin, the dark blue of his lips. His last request, his final order, to tell a woman who couldn't remember his face that he was sorry. "Mi amor." Dylan came closer. The sound of his voice was so soothing that she could almost feel her heart lurching out to him. He gently laced his fingers behind her neck. "Let me be here for you. Just this once." Emmy felt the pull of his warmth, the ache to be folded into his embrace, to go back to his house, the house that they used to share, and lie in bed and feel the safety of his closeness. She'd broken it off with Dylan 6 months ago, when Myrna's night terrors had started to get really bad. Emmy had told herself it was too difficult, feeling stretched in 2 different directions. But in truth, it was too hard keeping herself together around Dylan. She had started crying over sappy commercials and clinging to him like a child when she got home from visiting her parents. Now, Emmy was nearly overcome with need for him. Would it be so bad if she told Dylan what she was feeling? That every step was agony? That she could barely hold up her head? That she still loved and needed him so fucking much? Or would giving in to her emotions, letting it all come out, leave her so empty that she wouldn't be able to go on? Okay. She slipped out of Dylan's reach and walked back into the building. The bright overhead lights made her eyes water. She saw Cole at his desk. "Anything?" 6,000 black trucks. I need to know what Elijah means by older model." "Ask him," Emmy said. "Go talk to him. See if he's more likely to open up to a man. I'll be back in a bit." Emmy grabbed her jacket off the hook. She watched Cole as he pecked on the keyboard. He changed into a fresh uniform. His collar was buttoned, hair neatly parted. After Gerald had been killed, she hadn't just laid into her son. She had razed him into the ground. They'd been sitting inside her cruiser. Emmy had been numb, covered in her father's blood, shaking with grief. So was Cole. His uniform was soaked through where they'd clung to each other over Gerald's body. Then she had screamed at him about not strapping down his vest like she had fucking told him. Emmy slid on her jacket. She walked behind Cole. She pressed her lips to the top of his head. Then she walked out the front doors of the station. The lights along Main Street were off. The storefronts were dark, the dress shop, the wine store, the cafe. She could see the floodlights shining up at the courthouse. The American flag and the state of Georgia flag had been lowered to half-mast. She turned around and looked at the sheriff's station. Both flags on the roof were at half-mast, too. Emmy turned away. She took in a mouthful of air, felt it settle into her lungs like a fog. She hadn't realized it was cold out. She zipped up the front of her jacket. Her watch glowed in the darkness. Emmy touched her finger to the crown. Then she walked a few blocks down the street until she was standing outside the funeral home. The lights were on in the front lobby. Another illuminated flag was lowered to half-mast on the pole outside the building. She wondered about the other flags outside veterans' halls and highway patrol stations and the governor's mansion on Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta. All of them lowered halfway to honor the life of her father. Emmy slid her hand into her pocket but didn't pull out her phone. She wanted Tommy to explain his thumbs up. Was he going to meet her at the funeral home? Was he staying with Myrna to help ride out her night terrors? Either choice was understandable. Gerald was dead. Myrna was still alive. Their mother was often too much for Celia to handle on her own. It was reasonable for her brother to stay with his wife. even if his little sister really needed him. Emmy took her hand out of her pocket. She skirted around the side of the one-story building. When she was on patrol, Emmy had made her share of late-night trips to the funeral home. In Georgia, the position of coroner was elected. Milo Kinley, the funeral director, had run uncontested for nearly 40 years. Not just that, he'd gone to high school with her father. They'd played cards every Saturday with Virgil and Louis Singh for as long as Emmy could remember. Milo had buried most of the Clifton family's dead. And after the medical examiner was finished cutting open Gerald's body to document his murder, Milo would be the one who prepared him for his grave. The light was on in the back office. Emmy didn't have to knock on the door. The building was never left unattended. Usually there was an intern from the mortuary college working the phones in case a body needed to be retrieved, but tonight, Milo was sitting at the desk inside the doorway. He was writing something when she walked in. Emmy thought about walking into Gerald's home office yesterday morning. He'd been writing a letter, too. "Emmy Lou." Milo stood up to greet her. "I'm so sorry, honey." She felt her teeth grit as he gave her an awkward hug. She told him, "The medical examiner is on the way. Should be here soon. I've already spoken with her. Everything is taken care of. Georgia Highway Patrol is on standby to escort him to GBI headquarters." Milo raised his hand toward the embalming room. "I've got him laid out for you and Tommy. Take all the time you need. I'll just need you to sign some forms before you go." Again, Emmy realized that she hadn't let herself think that far ahead. There was always paperwork, chain of custody, all the things that she'd learned at the academy but never once considered she would do for her own father. Even with Myrna's crushing march toward death, Emmy had assumed that Gerald would handle everything. She said, "I need to talk to Tommy about what he wants to do." "Well, that's a good idea, honey. This should help you make a start." He offered her a sheet of paper. "It's a standard form I give folks to help them write the obituary." Emmy took the paper, but her eyes were too blurry to read the words. She could only tell that some of it was typed, some of it filled in with a pen. "I've made some suggestions on the wording. You would say that Gerald survived by you, Tommy, and Myrna. For Henry and Martha, the standard language is to say that he was preceded in death by 2 of his children. Then you list their names and ages. Henry was 17. I believe Martha was 18 when she passed." Emmy couldn't stop staring at the form. Everything else in the room was swirling around her. "Anyway," Milo took back the paper. Her fingers had left sweat marks on the corner. "I'll give this to Tommy. Maybe you kids want Celia to do it? She's the one with the fancy English degrees." "Dad," Emmy's throat strangled the word. "He wrote something out already, last month. Not the obituary, but he wrote out what he wanted for his funeral. The arrangements and music and how much to spend. He didn't want to burden us with having to do it. Not for him and not for Mom. He wrote down all the instructions for her funeral, too." "Oh, okay." He didn't want people to know, but maybe you figured out. Emmy's mouth had gone spitless. She could barely form words. "That's why he'd lost so much weight. It started in his lungs, the tumors. We found out last year. He was getting treatment, but then 6 weeks ago he got a biopsy and he was diagnosed with metastatic liver cancer. And there was nothing else that could be done. I mean, there were things that could be done, but he didn't want to do them. Didn't want to spend what time he had left going back and forth to the hospital. Not when Mom still needed him, so that's when he wrote everything out." Milo looked as grieved as Emmy had felt when she'd first heard about the cancer. This was why Gerald had been talking to her about taking over his job as sheriff, and why he'd arranged for Myrna to be moved into a care facility. He'd sat Emmy and Tommy down last month and told them both that he'd decided to let the cancer run its course.
You kids just keep your heads down and do your jobs. You've got your lives to live. Your mother won't know I'm gone.
Milo put his hand on her shoulder.
I'm so sorry, honey. I knew he wasn't well, but he was a private man. We only talked about college football and our kids. He was so proud of you and Tommy. You were the light of his life.
Emmy wiped her nose with the back of her hand. The doctors wouldn't pin down how long we had. They said it could take 3, 6, maybe 12 months. But there was still a 7% chance that he could survive. If he'd gotten treatment. He didn't want it. He made that clear But I had hoped he would. He was a fighter. He always beat the odds.
He did.
Milo was nodding, but she could see the sadness in his eyes. She wiped her nose again, tried to straighten up. Maybe the cancer was the reason that Emmy wasn't on her knees right now. She'd had a month and a half to get used to her father dying. They'd sat around in his office for hours talking it out. She'd learned more about Gerald Clifton in the last 6 weeks than she had in all the days that had come before. Anyway, the cancer. I don't know if they have to do anything different during the... Emmy couldn't bring herself to say the word autopsy. I thought you should let the medical examiner know in case there are precautions. Milo nodded, but he probably thought she'd lost her mind. Cancer wasn't contagious. You couldn't catch it like the flu. He asked, "Do you want a moment with him?" Emmy didn't trust herself to speak. She could only nod.
I'm here if you kids need me.
Milo gave her arm a squeeze before letting go.
Always, Emmy Lou, until I draw my last breath.
Emmy nodded again. Then it was time. Milo opened the door to the embalming room. She took in another shaky breath. The door silently clicked closed behind her. Gerald was lying on a table in the center of the floor. A white sheet was draped over his body, tucked under his chin. Emmy knew that Milo had done this for her benefit. She'd never seen him cover a victim like that before. Victim. Emmy shook her head, telling herself that she was wrong. Her father was not a victim. He'd been an innocent bystander. The gun had been pointed at Emmy's chest. For the last 12 years, Paul had glared at her, sneered at her, mumbled nasty words in her direction. And then he'd brought a revolver to Elsinore Meadows to try to kill her. The compressor on the walk-in freezer switched off. The room went so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Emmy willed her legs to move as she walked toward her father. Gerald's face was slack, eyes closed, lips almost completely black. The blood had been cleaned from his mouth. The tiny scrape that Myrna's fingernail had left yesterday morning looked more like a stray mark she'd made with one of her grading pens. Dad. Emmy let out a long breath as she stood over the body. She had never before understood what it meant to say that the life had gone out of somebody. Now she got it. There was no life left in her father. Just a cancer-ravaged body. An arthritic spine. Knees that were so worn down his legs had bowed. She reached under the sheet, held onto his cold hand, waited to feel something, anything that told her this was their final moment alone. It felt nothing like what she'd read about in books and seen in movies. The sense of closure, the feeling that his spirit had stuck around long enough to say goodbye. That he would still watch over her, listen to her, hold her in his gaze. She closed her eyes, tried to summon the sound of his voice.
Emmy Lou, what are we missing?
You, she whispered into the silence. I'm missing you. She let her hand fall away from his. She couldn't go back into the office with Milo. didn't want to talk about obituaries or caskets or arrangements or processions. She wanted to be alone. Emmy walked around the body, went through the viewing room, then the chapel, then stood in the front lobby with its bright overhead lights and vases of flowers and boxes of tissues discreetly placed in corners. Her vision blurred again, but not with tears.